The Modern World System I. Capitalist Agriculture and the Origins of the European World Economy in the 16th Century. With a new prologue. Immanuel Wallerstein. Prologue to the 2011 edition. The Modern World System was published in 1974. It was actually written in 1971-1972. I had some difficulty finding a publisher for it. The book was about the 16th century, and it dealt with a virtually unknown topic, a world economy, spelled deliberately with a hyphen. It was long, and it had an enormous number of substantive footnotes. When it appeared, one less than friendly reviewer complained that the footnotes crawled up and down the page. Finally, Academic Press, and its then scholarly consulting editor, Charles Tilly, decided to take a chance by putting it in their new social science series. When it appeared, its reception surprised everyone, and in particular both the publisher and the author. It received favorable reviews in the New York Times Sunday Book Review, on the front page, and in the New York Review of Books. In 1975, it received the award of the American Sociological Association for the best scholarly publication. At that time, the award was called the Sorokin Award. The award was so unexpected that I was not even present at the session at which the award was announced. The book was rapidly translated into a large number of other languages. It sold remarkably well for a scholarly monograph. By any measure, it was a success. However, it also turned out right away that it was a highly controversial book. The book received wonderful plaudits, but it also was the subject of vigorous denunciations, and the latter came from many different camps. Writing 37 years after the initial publication, I believe it is worth reviewing the critiques. What were their sources? How well have the critiques survived? What do I think myself today of the validity of the critiques? How have these critiques influenced the succeeding volumes? I should note at the outset one particular subtext of the critiques. I was professionally a sociologist. This book seemed to many to be a book of economic history. Sociologists were not presumed, at least in the early 1970s, to be interested in writing about the 16th century or about matters with which economic historians dealt. Historians, on the other hand, were wary of intruders coming from other university disciplines, especially if they relied, as I did, almost entirely on so-called secondary sources. Furthermore, the book dealt centrally with global spatial relations, and this was supposed to be the purview of geographers. And finally, among the early enthusiasts for the book was an unexpected group, some archaeologists. So, I seemed to be defying the categories that at that time defined scholarly work, and not to fall into the usual boxes enshrined in the structures of knowledge. I should start this discussion with my self-perception at the time I wrote the book. I explained in the introduction to the book how I came to write it. I was following a bad idea that I might better understand the trajectories of the new nations of the 20th century by studying how the nations that had been new in the 16th century had come to develop. This was a bad idea because it presumed that all states followed parallel independent paths to something called development. This bad idea, however, was serendipitous. It got me to read about Western Europe in the 16th century and turned my attention to realities I hadn't anticipated. In my mind at the time, I was arguing primarily with Weberian sociologists, not with Max Weber himself, but with the use made of his categories in U.S., and to some extent world, sociology in the period following 1945. Weber's book on the Protestant ethic was very widely interpreted to mean that the existence of certain kinds of values was a necessary prerequisite to what in the post-1945 period tended to be called modernization or economic development. The usual scholarly procedure at the time was to examine, country by country, the existence or coming into existence of such values. The result was the creation of a sort of chronological pecking order of the march of progress. Which country was the first? Which came next? Which would now come next? And as a derived question, what did a country have to do now in order to come next? I sought to challenge that narrative in several ways. First of all, I was insisting that this process could not be examined country by country, but only within a larger category that I called a world system, the word world not being synonymous with global, a world, not the world, as Fernand Braudel would phrase it. Second, I suggested that the values in question followed rather than preceded the economic transformations that were occurring. I suggested that it was only by placing the various states in their relation to each other that we could understand why it was that some became the leaders in productive efficiency and the accumulation of wealth. And third, I was rejecting the principal antinomy of the post-1945 Weberians, that of modern versus traditional. Rather, I shared the evolving arguments of the so-called dependists like Samir Amin and André Gunder Frank that the traditional was as recent as the modern, that the two emerged in tandem, so that we could speak, in Frank's famous phrase, of the development of underdevelopment. 1. I expected to be denounced by the post-1945 Weberians. While they tended not to accept what I was arguing, they also tended by and large to receive my arguments civilly, despite what they seemed to think was my resuscitation of Marxist arguments, which they believed had been abandoned, or ought to have been abandoned, by serious scholars. I think they were surprised by the fact that I had actually plunged into 16th century history, whereas many of them had simply relied on an abbreviated, and sometimes distorted, summary of the Weberian thesis in order to discuss 20th century material. Furthermore, as Terence Hopkins and I noted in a joint article soon thereafter, much of the so-called comparative analyses done by the modernization adepts involved the comparison of contemporary data on one non-Western country with presumed, but not empirically studied, data on the United States, or perhaps some Western European country. Point 2. In any case, the biggest brickbats came from elsewhere. There were three major varieties of criticisms. There were those I think of as the major critiques. These are the ones that reject world systems analysis as a mode of analysis on the grounds that it is not consonant with their mode of analysis, which they think is obviously superior. Then there were those I think of as the minor critiques. These are those by persons who accept the legitimacy of world systems analysis, at least to some degree, but argue with my detailed historical descriptions on the grounds that I am wrong in reporting or interpreting some important empirical data, or that I omitted some major kinds of data. And then there was a third variety, which emerged only in the 1990s, those who sought to revise world systems analysis by removing the hyphen and the plural, that is, by insisting that there is and always has been only one world system over the last 5,000 years. Let us consider each of these varieties, and their sub-varieties, in turn. The major critiques. If the post-1945 Weberians thought I was too Marxist, the orthodox Marxists thought I was not Marxist at all, but quite the opposite. Neo-Smithian 3. What I mean by an orthodox Marxist is one that I think of as a Marxist of the party's Marxism as defined by the German Social Democratic Party, as defined by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, and indeed as defined by most of the Trotskyist parties. Although these groups differed quite radically in their political strategies, and in their interpretation of what had happened politically in various countries in the 20th century, they did share certain fundamental premises. The first was the nature of the class struggle under capitalism, which they defined as being fundamentally between the emergent urban proletariat and the capitalist producers, primarily industrial entrepreneurs. The second was the primacy of an economic base in relation to a political and cultural superstructure. The third was the primacy of internal factors, i.e., those endogenous to a country, over external factors, i.e., those exogenous to a country, in causal explanations. The fourth was the inevitability of progress in terms of a sequence of different so-called modes of production. The charge of the orthodox Marxists was that world systems analysis violated all of these premises in one way or another. This charge was in fact justified to some extent. Speaking of Volume 1 of the Modern World System, these critics argued that I had presented what they called a circulationist argument, whereas I should have been explaining matters in terms of what was going on in the sphere of production. That is to say, when I discussed corporiferal relations, I was ignoring the class struggle inside England as the explanation of capitalist development in favour of crediting a factor considered external, like the nature and flow of trade between the Americas and northwestern Europe. Of course, the immediate question is, internal or external to what? For the orthodox Marxists, internal was always defined as internal to a country's political boundaries. The economy was a national construct. Classes were national. It was countries that could be labeled either capitalist or not. This debate was fundamental. I was in the process of developing an alternative view of capitalism. In my view, capitalism was the characteristic of a world system, of the specific variety I called a world economy. Classes were classes of this world system. State structures existed within this world system. My opponents from this camp were very intransigent about their view. Over the years, however, they came to be fewer and fewer in number. This had less to do with the impact of my writings than with the evolving situation in the modern world system. The political movements that had held these views as late as the 1960s were profoundly challenged by the forces that constituted the World Revolution of 1968. They were put on the defensive by the emergence of strong movements insisting on the importance of gender, race, ethnicity, and sexualities in the analysis of social reality. They were put on the defensive by the neoliberal political counteroffensive of the 1980s and the widespread acceptance of a concept called globalization. As a result, there are relatively few today who espouse the traditional analytic view of the orthodox Marxists of the 1960s. There was also criticism from the proponents of what I considered to be a last-ditch intellectual stand of the orthodox Marxist mode of analysis. It was in the school of thought, quite vigorous in the 1970s, called articulation of the modes of production, for from my point of view, what this group was doing was to accede to the argument that one could not analyze social reality solely within the confines of a single country. They saw that something was going on in the world system, although they eschewed that term. Their revision was essentially to suggest that whereas one country might be capitalist and another still feudal, they somehow related to each other in specific and important ways. They said that the two modes of production articulated with each other, and therefore each was affected in some way by the other. I thought of this halfway house as neither very convincing nor adding anything of significance to one's ability to understand social reality. In any case, this school, after flourishing somewhat for a decade or so, simply waned. I am unaware of anyone who continues today to utilize this framework. Another school that was very hostile, almost totally hostile, to world systems analysis was that made up of the traditional nomothetic economists and sociologists. For them, what I was doing, when they cared to take notice of it at all, was at best journalism, at worst ideological argumentation. By and large, they treated world systems analysis to rejection by scorn. They seldom deigned even to discuss it other than when they were called upon to be anonymous critics of grant proposals. Their studied neglect masked a fear. This group considered world systems analysis every bit as dangerous as did the orthodox Marxists, albeit for quite different reasons. They did appreciate what was at stake. Stephen Menel correctly noted recently that my book is in effect a massive attempt at an historical disproof of David Ricardo's apparently timeless law of comparative advantage, showing how initially small inequalities in ties of interdependence between societies and economies have been magnified over time to produce massive differences today between what are euphemistically called the North and the South. 5. Since Ricardo's law has indeed been a central and crucial premise of mainstream macroeconomics, it is no wonder that my arguments were treated so negatively by this camp. However, to the extent that world systems analysis gained strength within the structures of knowledge, some of the nomothetic camp did begin to produce analyses that were intended to refute empirically the heretical premises being advanced by us. These critics were particularly anxious to show that world systems analysis did not explain why, in the contemporary world, some countries were more developed than others, nor why some so-called underdeveloped countries were improving their national situation more than others. This camp's opposition is as unremitting as that of the orthodox Marxists. It is probably more enduring. There is a third major critique. It comes from a group I think of as the Neo-Hintzians. Otto Hintze was a German political historian who was thought to demonstrate in his writings the autonomy of the political sphere from the economic sphere of reality. I was subjected to two major critical analyses, both of which specifically invoked Hintze. They both said that I had falsely collapsed the political and economic arenas of analysis into a single arena, giving in effect primacy to the economic arena. Of course, I had in fact insisted that political and economic variables resided in a single arena. I had refused to accept the argument that the political arena was autonomous, or the concept that it was governed by rules that were somehow different from, even antithetical to, those governing the economic arena. I had insisted in my book on a holistic analysis, in which political institutions were simply one institutional structure alongside others within the modern world system. Although I tried to spell out the fallacy of such a separation of the two spheres in subsequent volumes, especially Volume 2, this critique has showed staying power, in the sense that there are still many today who consider world systems analysis too economistic, which is often a way of saying that, in their opinion, it is too Marxist. In any case, the Neo-Hintzians were no more faithful to Otto Hintze than the Neo-Weberians to Max Weber, the orthodox Marxists to Karl Marx, or the Smithians to Adam Smith. In the case of Otto Hintze, he concludes his essay Economics and Politics in the Age of Capitalism, which appeared in 1929, with this summary of his views. All in all, the war years and the decade that has elapsed since offer no evidence of an autonomous economic development of capitalism, wholly detached from the state and politics. They show rather that the affairs of the state and of capitalism are inextricably interrelated, that they are only two sides, or aspects, of one and the same historical development. 7. This is, of course, exactly the point that I was trying to make. Finally, there are the critiques coming from the cultural camp, which began to flourish in the 1970s. There are two things to remember when analyzing the rise of the cultural camp. The first is that the traditional liberal theoretical analysis of modernity broke modern life down into three spheres: the economic, the political, and the socio-cultural. This was reflected in the creation of three separate social science disciplines dealing with the modern world: economics, concerned with the market; political science, concerned with the state; and sociology, concerned with everything else, sometimes called the civil society. This liberal ideological predilection necessarily resulted in a debate about causal priority among the three spheres. Both the orthodox Marxists and the nomothetic mainstream economists gave causal priority to the economic sphere. The Neo-Hintzians gave it implicitly to the political sphere. It was to be expected that there would be those who would give causal priority to the cultural sphere. The second thing to remember is the impact of the World Revolution of 1968 on theoretical debates. For many, what had happened in 1968 was the final debacle, and consequently intellectual disavowal, of the economistic camp. Daniel Bell had earlier spoken of the end of ideology, in a strong attack on the relevance of Marxism and Marxist movements to the post-1945 world. 8 After 1968, a new group now took up the dismissal of Marxism from a different standpoint. This group demanded conceptual deconstruction and expounded the end, and uselessness, of grands resets or master narratives. 9 Basically, what they were saying is that the economistic camp in particular, the orthodox Marxists, had neglected the centrality of discourse in evolving social reality. There was at this time a second criticism of the orthodox Marxists. They were accused, quite correctly, of having set aside the priorities of those concerned with gender, race, ethnicity, and sexualities in favor of the priority of the class struggle and the revolution, whose historical subject was the proletariat. I was condemned for not joining this camp. 10 When this group condemned master narratives, they tended to throw world systems analysis into the same basket as orthodox Marxism and Weberian modernization theory, despite the fact that world systems analysis had been making virtually identical criticisms of the orthodox Marxist and modernization master narrative. But of course, world systems analysis was doing this by putting forward an alternative master narrative. We refused to throw out the baby with the bathwater. The fate of this culturalist critique is tied to the fate of the whole movement of cultural studies. There was a fatal flaw in the coherence of this camp. Half were primarily concerned with insisting on the priority of culture, indeed, on its exclusive intellectual interest. But the other half were interested in the forgotten peoples, those that had been neglected in the previous master narratives. The alliance broke down as the latter half began to realize that they, too, were really interested in master narratives, just different ones from those that were being used in the pre-1968 period. This group began to create a new trinity of concerns: gender, race, and class, or class, gender, and race, or race, gender, and class. And once the new trinity came into widespread use in the university arena, some of those who were primarily interested in the forgotten peoples ceased to denounce world systems analysis and began to try to find ways in which they could come to terms with it, or sought to tweak it to take still more account of their priorities. Point 11. In the years since 1974, the major critiques have all been made. By the time we get to the 1990s, many of their proponents have dropped from the scene, although some are still making the same critiques. But the major critiques are now well known and have fallen into the background of the discussion concerning world systems analysis, which is more and more seen as simply one competing paradigm in contemporary world social science. It is the minor critiques that are absorbing more and more attention. The minor critiques. The minor critiques center around three different issues: the spatial boundaries of the modern world system, the temporal boundaries of the modern world system, and the institutional variables to be taken into consideration. The first volume of the modern world system was very clear about the spatial and temporal boundaries that it sought to establish. It was perhaps less clear about the range of institutional variables that were relevant. Let us start with spatial boundaries. The argument of the book is that there exist real boundaries of what is to be considered inside and outside the capitalist world economy. I asserted that inside these boundaries, one could speak of core, periphery, and semi-periphery. Chapter 6, however, is devoted to what is outside these boundaries, which I termed the external arena. And I sought to specify how one could tell the difference between a peripheral zone of the world economy and the external arena. The basic argument was that one could distinguish trade in bulk goods and trade in preciosities, the former but not the latter being based on unequal exchange. I later tried to argue this distinction in further detail. Point 12. Using this distinction, I suggested specific boundaries. Poland and Hungary were part of the modern world system in the 16th century. Russia and the Ottoman Empire were not. Brazil was within, and the Indian subcontinent outside. There were two ways of contesting these empirical assertions. One was to suggest that the distinction between bulk trade and preciosities was much more blurry than I had suggested, and that this distinction could not be used to establish systemic boundaries. The other was quite different. It was to suggest that some of the areas asserted to be outside were in fact engaged in bulk trade with parts of the capitalist world economy, and therefore, on the very basis of my distinction, should be seen as being inside the boundaries. On what I call the major critiques, I gave no quarter. I still refuse to accept the legitimacy of these objections to world systems analysis. On the critique about spatial boundaries, I have said from the beginning that I was ready to listen carefully to the empirical arguments and, when they seemed strong, to accept revisions of the empirical argument. Hans Heinrich Nolte has long argued that Russia, in the 16th century, was as much part of the modern world system as was Poland. Point 13. Frederick Lane argued the same for the Ottoman Empire, without perhaps making the case in detail. Point 14. However, much later, Faruk Tabak outlined a very strong case for why one should see the entire Eastern Mediterranean, basically all part of the Ottoman Empire, as an integral part of the modern world system in the 16th century. Point 15. On the distinction between bulk goods and preciosities, various attempts to break down the validity of this distinction were advanced. Point 16. I knew from the beginning that the distinction was a difficult one to make. I have been chastened by the force of the counter-arguments. I still think my basic point is sound. But in any case, as I suggested later, 17, even if I had to recognize a more complex picture of what constitutes incorporation into the capitalist world economy, the concept that there were zones outside the functioning of the system but in some kind of trade relationship with it remains a crucial idea. It lays the basis for understanding how it is that the modern world system was not global in extent at its outset and became that only later, in the mid-19th century. In my view, there is still room for a lot of both theoretical and empirical debate about spatial boundaries. The temporal boundaries are even more difficult. Many of the later minor criticisms want to push the beginning dates of the modern world system to the 13th century. 18 Janet Abu-Lughod sought to do something slightly different. 19 She wanted to look at 13th century Europe and its trade links with many different parts of the Eurasian landmass in order to throw a somewhat different light on what explained Europe's rise in the 16th century. Much of this debate about the temporal boundaries comes down to a debate about the nature of European feudalism. I had made a fundamental distinction between the first feudalism, of medieval Europe, which I saw as what we usually mean by feudalism, and the second feudalism of the 16th century, which I saw as an incorrect label for coerced cash crop labor. I myself recognized later that the weakest chapter in Volume 1 was Chapter 1, Medieval Prelude. I offered what amounted to a revised version of that chapter in a volume devoted to China and capitalism. 20. The basic problem here is that, in my view, no macro-historical theoretical framework has come up with a satisfactory explanation of the nature of European feudalism in what is usually considered its heyday, 1500. Some analysts see it as a sort of proto-capitalist system, and hence move the dates of the modern world system back to include it inside the temporal frame. Others see it as the very antithesis of capitalism and so move capitalism forward to the more widely accepted date of the onset of the modern world, circa 1800.21. My own view is that the feudal system of medieval Europe is best defined as a disintegrated world empire, held together very thinly by the Roman Catholic Church. Of course I do believe, as I suggest in this volume, that there were forces inside it who tried to transform it into a capitalist world economy but failed. What I see as failures, some others see as first steps. What I think crucial is to see that creating a capitalist world economy is something very difficult to do. I tried in a later article to explain the exceptional conditions that made this possible. 22 I tried in Volume 2 of the Modern World System to explain how this frail beginning was consolidated in the 17th century. I saw the 17th century not as a crisis, which resulted in a sort of return of feudalism, but instead as the hardening of the structure of the capitalist world economy. I believe that this consolidation is what made it possible eventually to expand the system still further, both intensively and extensively. So, in the end, although I have bent somewhat in the face of these minor critiques, I remain convinced of the essential correctness of both my spatial and temporal boundaries for the beginning period of the modern world system. It is the institutional parameters of the capitalist world economy that were perhaps insufficiently laid out in Volume 1. I spent almost all my energy trying to establish the sense in which what was occurring in the economic arena was capitalist in nature. Although industry was a small segment of the overall productive apparatus, I insisted that one's eyes should focus especially on agriculture. It is true that wage labor was still a relatively small part of the mode of remuneration of the workforce, but I tried to show that capitalism involved more than wage labor. Although the bourgeoisie, as classically defined, seemed to be a relatively small group, I insisted that we see that the aristocracy was transforming itself into the bourgeoisie. This was all part of my attempt to revise quite radically the analysis of capitalism as a mode of production. I have written extensively on all these themes since 1974, and there now exists a sort of condensed summary of my views in world systems analysis, an introduction. 23. In the years following 1974, I was challenged for neglecting all the non-economic arenas, the political arena, the cultural arena, the military arena, and the environmental arena. All of these critics were insisting that I was being too economistic in my framework. I have already discussed my views on the critiques about the political arena and the cultural arena. I would note that I tried to make clearer my understanding of the political arena in Volume 2 and of the cultural arena in Volume 4, as well as Indiana geopolitics and geoculture. 24. I was taken to task by both Michael Mann and William McNeill for my neglect of the military arena, and in particular for my neglect of the importance of military technology. 25 I don't think this was quite correct. I talked of military technology and its role here and there in this volume and in subsequent volumes of the work. But in general I think Clausewitz was right in his famous statement that war is a continuation of politics by other means. If this is so, then one should be wary of giving the military too much analytic autonomy. Point 26. Finally, I have been criticized for neglecting the environment. Point 27. At first, I was inclined to say that I certainly didn't mean to do this. But I have been saved from this mealy-mouthed excuse by Jason Moore, who did a careful reading of Volume 1 to show the degree to which I had incorporated and made central to my analysis ecological factors and their consequences in the construction of the capitalist world economy. Point 28. I was in fact astonished to realize the degree to which I had done this. The best answer to the critique about leaving out various institutional parameters in Volume 1 is that one can't do everything at once. I think that by reading the corpus of my work, a reasonable person will see the degree to which I am faithful to my epistemological premise that only a truly holistic analysis can tell us anything important about how the real world works. The revisionist view of the world system. Beginning in the 1990s, there emerged an important group of scholars who, in different ways, argued that the role of China in the modern world had been seriously neglected, which led, they argued, to a very distorted view of the world. Some did this by emphasizing the existence and persistence of a cynic world from the 15th century to today. Point 29. Some did this by suggesting that the economic comparisons between China and Western Europe were considerably off base. Point 30. André Gunder Frank, however, went much further. He was an early participant in world systems analysis. He had himself written books that argued the origins of the modern world system in the 16th century. 31. However, in the 1990s he made a major shift in his analysis. Both by himself and in joint writings with Barry Gills. 32. He laid forth the hypothesis that the world system, the only world system, had its origins some 5,000 years ago. He insisted that this world system could be analyzed by using many of the basic tools of world systems analysis, such as long waves that were simultaneous throughout the system. He wished not only to insist that this singular world system had existed for 5,000 years. He wished also to insist that China had always, or almost always, been the central hub of this singular world system. He saw Europe's rise as limited to the 19th century and part of the 20th, and saw it as a momentary interruption in this China-centered system. He said that those of us who argued that the modern world system originated in Europe, whether in the 16th century or earlier, were guilty of Eurocentrism. The charge encompassed both Fernand Braudel and me, but also both Marx and Weber. His principal book, Reorient, Global Economy in the Asian Age, has been widely read and discussed. Three of his colleagues in the world systems analysis camp, Samir Amin, Giovanni Arrighi, and I wrote lengthy critiques of the book in a special issue of Review. 33. My own critique centered on three matters. First, I felt that Frank's argument was basically the same as that of neoclassical economics. Unlike other works in world systems analysis, it truly deserved the label circulationist. Second, I felt that his empirical analyses about the relations of Western Europe and China in the 16th to 18th centuries, based primarily on the flow of precious metals, could be shown to be incorrect by using the very data that Frank provided. Furthermore, I tried to suggest that Frank's earlier empirical analysis, which I found essentially correct, undid the arguments in this later work. 34. Third, however, and most important, his mode of analysis eliminated capitalism from the whole historical picture. I had argued that the 16th century marked the creation of a capitalist world economy. There was no way in which Frank or anyone else could argue that capitalism dates back 5,000 years. It voided the word of all meaning. Frank actually admitted this, saying that he no longer thought that capitalism was a useful intellectual concept. One last problem in this Sinocentric view of world history was the ambiguous role Frank gave in the whole analysis to India, which seemed sometimes to be included in an Asian-centric world and sometimes to be excluded from a Sinocentric world. A recent book by Amiya Bagchi exposes this ambiguity by placing his own analysis of modern Indian history in the context of the emergence of the capitalist world economy. 35. Whether this radical revision of world systems analysis will continue to play an important intellectual role cannot yet be seen clearly. It may depend on the changing empirical realities of the modern world system itself in the coming decades. Conclusion. For me, the writing of Volume 1 of the Modern World System was the start of a great intellectual adventure, which has been in many ways the central focus of my intellectual life ever since. I have now reached Volume 4. As may be seen in the introduction to that volume, there are at least 2 volumes to come, possibly even a Volume 7. I don't know if I shall be able to complete the writing of all the subsequent volumes. I am perhaps saved by the fact that I have written many essays that cover material that would be in Volumes 5 and 6. So my approach to the periods 1873-1968 and 1945-20 is available in print. But writing essays and constructing a systematic narrative are not the same thing. I hope to be able to do the latter. In any case, I am convinced, how could I not be, that world systems analysis is a necessary element in overcoming the constrictive paradigms of 19th century social science. It is, as I have said in a detailed intellectual itinerary, neither a theory nor a new paradigm, even if others think it is both, but a call for a debate about the paradigm. 36 Volume 1 remains the original and still crucial linchpin in this call. Introduction. On the study of social change. Change is eternal. Nothing ever changes. Both clichés are true. Structures are those coral reefs of human relations which have a stable existence over relatively long periods of time. But structures too are born, develop, and die. Unless we are to use the study of social change as a term synonymous to the totality of social science, its meaning should be restricted to the study of changes in those phenomena which are most durable, the definition of durability itself being of course subject to change over historical time and place. One of the major assertions of world social science is that there are some great watersheds in the history of man. One such generally recognized watershed, though one however studied by only a minority of social scientists, is the so-called Neolithic or agricultural revolution. The other great watershed is the creation of the modern world. This latter event is at the center of most contemporary social science theory, and indeed, of the 19th century as well. To be sure, there is immense debate as to what are the defining characteristics of modern times, and hence what are its temporal boundaries. Furthermore, there is much disagreement about the motors of this process of change. But there seems to be widespread consensus that some great structural changes did occur in the world in the last several hundred years, changes that make the world of today qualitatively different from the world of yesterday. Even those who reject evolutionist assumptions of determinate progress nonetheless admit the difference in structures. What are the appropriate units to study if one wishes to describe this difference and account for it? In a sense, many of the major theoretical debates of our time can be reduced to arguments about this. It is the great quest of contemporary social science. It is therefore appropriate to begin a work that purports to analyze the process of social change in the modern world with an intellectual itinerary of one's conceptual search. I started with an interest in the social underpinnings of political conflict in my own society. I thought that by comprehending the modalities of such conflict, I might contribute as a rational man to the shaping of that society. This led me into 2 great debates. One was the degree to which all history is the history of the class struggle. Phrased another way, are classes the only significant operating units in the social and political arenas? Or, as Weber argued, are they only one of a trinity of units: class, status group, and party which exist, the interactions among which explain the political process? Although I had my prejudices on the subject, I found, like others before me, that neither the definition of these terms nor the description of their relations was easy to elucidate. I felt increasingly that this was far more a conceptual than an empirical problem, and that to resolve the debate, at least in my own mind, I would have to place the issues within a larger intellectual context. The second great debate, which was linked to the first, was about the degree to which there could or did exist a consensus of values within a given society, and to the extent that such a consensus existed, the degree to which its presence or absence was in fact a major determinant of men's actions. This debate is linked to the first because it is only if one rejects the primordial character of social struggle in civil society that the question can even be raised. Values are of course an elusive thing to observe, and I became very uneasy with a great deal of the theorizing about values, which seemed often to combine the absence of a rigorous empirical base with an affront to common sense. Still, it was clear that men and groups did justify their actions by reference to ideologies. Furthermore, it seemed clear also that groups became more coherent and hence more politically efficacious to the extent that they were self-conscious, which meant that they developed a common language and a Weltanschauung. I shifted my area of empirical concern from my own society to Africa in the hope either that I would discover various theories confirmed by what I found there, or that a look at distant climes would sharpen my perception by directing my attention to issues I would otherwise have missed. I expected the former to happen. But it was the latter that came to pass. I went to Africa first during the colonial era, and I witnessed the process of decolonization, and then of the independence of a cascade of sovereign states. White man that I was bombarded by the onslaught of the colonial mentality of Europeans long resident in Africa. And sympathizer of nationalist movements that I was privy to the angry analyses and optimistic passions of young militants of the African movements. It did not take long to realize that not only were these two groups at odds on political issues, but that they approached the situation with entirely different sets of conceptual frameworks. In general, in a deep conflict, the eyes of the downtrodden are more acute about the reality of the present. For it is in their interest to perceive correctly in order to expose the hypocrisies of the rulers. They have less interest in ideological deflection. So it was in this case. The nationalists saw the reality in which they lived as a colonial situation, that is, one in which both their social action and that of the Europeans living side by side with them as administrators, missionaries, teachers, and merchants were determined by the constraints of a single legal and social entity. They saw further that the political machinery was based on a caste system in which rank and hence reward was accorded on the basis of race. African nationalists were determined to change the political structures within which they lived. I have told this story elsewhere and it is not relevant to refer to it here. What is relevant here is that I thereby became aware of the degree to which society as an abstraction was heavily limited to politico-juridical systems as an empirical reality. It was a false perspective to take a unit like a tribe and seek to analyze its operations without reference to the fact that, in a colonial situation, the governing institutions of a tribe, far from being sovereign, were closely circumscribed by the laws and customs of a larger entity of which they were an indissociable part, the colony. Indeed, this led me to the larger generalization that the study of social organization was by and large defective because of the widespread lack of consideration of the legal and political framework within which both organizations and their members operated. I sought to discover the general attributes of a colonial situation and to describe what I thought of as its natural history. It quickly became clear to me that I had to hold at least some factors of the world system constant. So I restricted myself to an analysis of how the colonial system operated for those countries which were colonies in the 19th and 20th centuries of European powers and which were overseas possessions of these powers. Given this constant, I felt I could make generally applicable statements about the impact on social life of the imposition of colonial authority, the motives and modalities of resistance to this authority, the mechanisms by which colonial powers entrenched and sought to legitimate their power, the contradictory nature of the forces that were able to operate within this framework, the reasons why men were led to form organizations that challenged colonial rule, and the structural elements that made for the expansion and eventual political triumph of anti-colonial movements. The unit of analysis in all of this was the colonial territory as legally defined by the administering power. I was interested equally in what happened to these new states after independence. As the study of colonial territories seemed to focus on the causes of the breakdown of existing political order, the study of the post-independence period seemed to focus on the opposite issue: how legitimate authority is established and a sense of membership in the national entity spread among the citizenry. This latter study ran into problems, however. In the first place, to study the post-independence politics of Afro-Asian states seemed to be a process of running after the headlines. there could perforce be relatively little historical depth. Furthermore, there was the tricky question of Latin America. There were many ways in which the situations there seemed parallel, and more people began to think of the three continents as a third world. But Latin American countries had been politically independent for 150 years. Their cultures were far more closely linked with the European tradition than anything in Africa or Asia. The whole enterprise seemed to be wavering on very shaky ground. In search for an appropriate unit of analysis, I turned to states in the period after formal independence but before they had achieved something that might be termed national integration. This definition could be taken to include most or all of Latin America for all or almost all of the time up to the present. But it obviously included other areas as well. It included, for example, the United States of America, at least in the period before, say, the Civil War. It surely included Eastern Europe, at least up until the 20th century and possibly up to the present. And it even included Western and Southern Europe, at least for earlier periods of time. I was therefore forced by this logic to turn my attention to early modern Europe. This led me first into the question of what I would take as the starting point of this process, a process I provisionally formulated, for want of a better conceptual tool, as the process of modernization. Furthermore, I had not only to consider the issue of starting points but of terminal points, unless I wished to include 20th century Britain or Germany as instances of this same social process. Since that seemed prima facie dubious, terminal points had to be thought about. At this point, I was clearly involved in a developmental schema and some implicit notion of stages of development. This in turn posed two problems: criteria for determining stages, and comparability of units across historical time. How many stages had there been? How many could there be? Is industrialization a turning point or the consequence of some political turning point? What in this context would the empirical meaning of a term like revolution mean, as in the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution? Were these stages unilinear, or could a unit go backward? This seemed to be a vast conceptual morass into which I had stepped. Furthermore, getting out of the conceptual morass was very difficult because of the absence of reasonable measuring instruments. How could one say that 17th century France was in some sense equivalent to 20th century India? Laymen might consider such a statement absurd. Were they so wrong? It was all very well to fall back on textbook formulae of the virtues of scientific abstraction, but the practical difficulties of comparison seemed immense. One way to handle the absurd idea of comparing two such disparate units was to accept the legitimacy of the objection and add another variable, the world context of any given era, or what Wolfram Eberhard has called world time. This meant that while 17th century France might have shared some structural characteristics with 20th century India, they were to be seen as very different on the dimensions of world context. This was conceptually clarifying, but made measurement even more complicated. Finally, there seemed to be another difficulty. If given societies went through stages, that is, had a natural history, what of the world system itself? Did it not have stages, or at least a natural history? If so, were we not studying evolutions within evolutions? And if that, was not the theory getting to be top-heavy in epicycles? Did it not call for some simplifying thrust? It seemed to me it did. It was at this point that I abandoned the idea altogether of taking either the sovereign state or that vaguer concept, the national society, as the unit of analysis. I decided that neither one was a social system and that one could only speak of social change in social systems. The only social system in this scheme was the world system. This was of course enormously simplifying. I had one type of unit rather than units within units. I could explain changes in the sovereign states as consequent upon the evolution and interaction of the world system. But it was also enormously complicating. I probably only had one instance of this unit in the modern era. Suppose indeed that I was right, that the correct unit of analysis was the world system, and that sovereign states were to be seen as one kind of organizational structure among others within this single social system. Could I then do anything more than write its history? I was not interested in writing its history, nor did I begin to have the empirical knowledge necessary for such a task. And by its very nature, few individuals ever could. But can there be laws about the unique? In a rigorous sense, there of course cannot be. A statement of causality or probability is made in terms of a series of like phenomena or like instances. Even if one were to include in such a series those that would probably or even possibly occur in the future, what could be proposed here was not to add a series of future possible instances to a network of present and past ones. It was to add a series of future possible instances to a single past-present one. There had only been one modern world. Maybe one day there would be discovered to be comparable phenomena on other planets, or additional modern world systems on this one. But here and now, the reality was clear: only one. It was here that I was inspired by the analogy with astronomy, which purports to explain the laws governing the universe, although, as far as we know, only one universe has ever existed. What do astronomers do? As I understand it, the logic of their arguments involves two separate operations. They use the laws derived from the study of smaller physical entities, the laws of physics, and argue that, with perhaps certain specified exceptions, these laws hold by analogy for the system as a whole. Second, they argue a posteriori. If the whole system is to have a given state at time y, it most probably had a certain state at time x. Both methods are tricky, and it is for this reason that in the field of cosmology, which is the study of the functioning of the system as a whole, there are wildly opposing hypotheses held by reputable astronomers. Just as there are in the explanations of the modern world system, a state of affairs likely to remain so for some time. Actually, students of the operation of the world system possibly have it easier than students of the operation of the universe in terms of the amount of empirical evidence at their disposal. In any case, I was inspired by the epigram of T.J.G. Locker: one should not confuse totality with completeness. The whole is more than the assembled parts, but it is surely also less. 1. I was looking to describe the world system at a certain level of abstraction, that of the evolution of structures of the whole system. I was interested in describing particular events only insofar as they threw light upon the system as typical instances of some mechanism, or as they were the crucial turning points in some major institutional change. This kind of project is manageable to the extent that a good deal of empirical material exists, and that this material is at least partially in the form of contrapuntal controversial work. Fortunately, this seems to be the case by now for a large number of the themes of modern history. One of the major thrusts of modern social science has been the effort to achieve quantification of research findings. Utilizing the heavily narrative accounts of most historical research seems not to lend itself to such quantification. What then is the reliability of such data, and to what extent can one safely draw conclusions from the material about the operation of a system as such? It is a major tragedy of 20th century social science that so large a proportion of social scientists, facing this dilemma, have thrown in the sponge. Historical data seemed to them vague and crude, hence unreliable. They felt that there was little to be done about it, and that hence it was best to avoid using it. And the best way not to use it was to formulate problems in such a way that its use was not indicated. Thus the quantifiability of data determined the choice of research problems, which then determined the conceptual apparatuses with which one defined and handled the empirical data. It should be clear on a moment's reflection that this is an inversion of the scientific process. Conceptualization should determine research tools, at least most of the time, not vice versa. The degree of quantification should reflect merely the maximum of precision that is possible for given problems and given methods at given points of time. More rather than less quantification is always desirable, to the extent that it speaks to the questions which derive from the conceptual exercise. At this stage of analysis of the world system, the degree of quantification achieved and immediately realizable is limited. We do the best we can and go forward from there. Lastly, there is the question of objectivity and commitment. I do not believe there exists any social science that is not committed. That does not mean, however, that it is not possible to be objective. It is first of all a matter of defining clearly our terms. In the 19th century, in rebellion against the fairy tale overtones of so much prior historical writing, we were given the ideal of telling history wie es eigentlich gewesen ist. But social reality is ephemeral. It exists in the present and disappears as it moves into the past. The past can only be told as it truly is, not was. For recounting the past is a social act of the present done by men of the present and affecting the social system of the present. Truth changes because society changes. At any given time, nothing is successive, everything is contemporaneous, even that which is past. And in the present we are all irremediably the products of our background, our training, our personality and social role, and the structured pressures within which we operate. That is not to say there are no options. Quite the contrary. A social system and all its constituent institutions, including the sovereign states of the modern world, are the loci of a wide range of social groups in contact, in collusion, and above all, in conflict with each other. Since we all belong to multiple groups, we often have to make decisions as to the priorities demanded by our loyalties. Scholars and scientists are not somehow exempt from this requirement. Nor is the requirement limited to their non-scholarly, directly political roles in the social system. To be sure, to be a scholar or a scientist is to perform a particular role in the social system, one quite different from being an apologist for any particular group. I am not denigrating the role of advocate. It is essential and honorable, but not the same as that of scholar or scientist. The latter's role is to discern, within the framework of his commitments, the present reality of the phenomena he studies, to derive from this study general principles, from which ultimately particular applications may be made. In this sense, there is no area of study that is not relevant. For the proper understanding of the social dynamics of the present requires a theoretical comprehension that can only be based on the study of the widest possible range of phenomena, including through all of historical time and space. When I say the present reality of phenomena, I do not mean that in order to strengthen the political claims of a government, an archaeologist for example should assert that the artifacts he uncovers belong to one group when he in fact believes them to belong to another. I mean that the whole archaeological enterprise from its inception, the social investment in this branch of scientific activity, the research orientation, the conceptual tools, the modes of resuming and communicating the results are functions of the social present. To think otherwise is self-deceptive at best. Objectivity is honesty within this framework. Objectivity is a function of the whole social system. Insofar as the system is lopsided, concentrating certain kinds of research activity in the hands of particular groups, the results will be biased in favor of these groups. Objectivity is the vector of a distribution of social investment in such activity such that it is performed by persons rooted in all the major groups of the world system in a balanced fashion. Given this definition, we do not have an objective social science today. On the other hand, it is not an unfeasible objective within the foreseeable future. We have already suggested that the study of world systems is particularly tricky because of the impossibility of finding comparable instances. It is also particularly tricky because the social impact of statements about the world system are clearly and immediately evident to all major actors in the political arena. Hence the social pressures on scholars and scientists, in the form of relatively tight social control on their activities, is particularly great in this field. This affords one further explanation to that of the methodological dilemmas for the reluctance of scholars to pursue activities in this domain. But conversely, this is the very reason why it is important to do so. Man's ability to participate intelligently in the evolution of his own system is dependent on his ability to perceive the whole. The more difficult we acknowledge the task to be, the more urgent it is that we start sooner rather than later. It is of course not in the interest of all groups that this be done. Here our commitment enters. It depends on our image of the good society. To the extent that we want a more egalitarian world and a more libertarian one, we must comprehend the conditions under which these states of being are realizable. To do that requires first of all a clear exposition of the nature and evolution of the modern world system heretofore, and the range of possible developments in the present and the future. That kind of knowledge would be power. And within the framework of my commitments, it would be a power that would be most useful to those groups which represent the interests of the larger and more oppressed parts of the world's population. It is therefore with these considerations in mind that I have embarked on this effort to analyze the determining elements of the modern world system. It will take several volumes to accomplish this task, even in the preliminary format that this work must necessarily be. I have divided the work, at least initially, into 4 principal parts, corresponding with what I think of as 4 major epochs, thus far, of the modern world system. This first volume will deal with the origins and early conditions of the world system, still only a European world system. The approximate dates of this are 1450–1640. The second volume shall deal with the consolidation of this system, roughly between 1640 and 1815. The third shall deal with the conversion of the world economy into a global enterprise, made possible by the technological transformation of modern industrialism. This expansion was so sudden and so great that the system in effect had to be recreated. The period here is roughly 1815–1917. The fourth volume will deal with the consolidation of this capitalist world economy from 1917 to the present, and the particular revolutionary tensions this consolidation has provoked. Much of contemporary social science has become the study of groups and organizations, when it has not been social psychology in disguise. This work, however, involves not the study of groups, but of social systems. When one studies a social system, the classical lines of division within social science are meaningless. Anthropology, economics, political science, sociology, and history are divisions of the discipline anchored in a certain liberal conception of the state and its relation to functional and geographical sectors of the social order. They make a certain limited sense if the focus of one's study is organizations. They make none at all if the focus is the social system. I am not calling for a multidisciplinary approach to the study of social systems, but for a unidisciplinary approach. The substantive content of this book will, I hope, make it clear what I mean by this phrase, and how seriously I take it. 1 Die Überwindung des europäozentrischen Geschichtsbildes, 1954, 15, cited by G. Barraclough and H. P. R. Finberg, ed., Approaches to History, A Symposium, University of Toronto Press, 1962, 94. Medieval Prelude. In the late 15th and early 16th century, there came into existence what we may call a European world economy. It was not an empire, yet it was as spacious as a grand empire and shared some features with it. But it was different, and new. It was a kind of social system the world has not really known before, and which is the distinctive feature of the modern world system. It is an economic but not a political entity, unlike empires, city-states, and nation-states. In fact, it precisely encompasses within its bounds. It is hard to speak of boundaries, empires, city-states, and the emerging nation-states. It is a world system, not because it encompasses the whole world, but because it is larger than any juridically defined political unit. And it is a world economy because the basic linkage between the parts of the system is economic, although this was reinforced to some extent by cultural links and eventually, as we shall see, by political arrangements and even confederal structures. An empire, by contrast, is a political unit. For example, Shmuel Eisenstadt has defined it this way. The term empire has normally been used to designate a political system encompassing wide, relatively high centralized territories, in which the center, as embodied both in the person of the emperor and in the central political institutions, constituted an autonomous entity. Further, although empires have usually been based on traditional legitimation, they have often embraced some wider, potentially universal political and cultural orientation that went beyond that of any of their component parts. 1. Empires in this sense were a constant feature of the world scene for 5,000 years. There were continuously several such empires in various parts of the world at any given point of time. The political centralization of an empire was at one and the same time its strength and its weakness. Its strength lay in the fact that it guaranteed economic flows from the periphery to the center by force, tribute and taxation, and by monopolistic advantages in trade. Its weakness lay in the fact that the bureaucracy made necessary by the political structure tended to absorb too much of the profit, especially as repression and exploitation bred revolt which increased military expenditures. 2 Political empires are a primitive means of economic domination. It is the social achievement of the modern world, if you will, to have invented the technology that makes it possible to increase the flow of the surplus from the lower strata to the upper strata, from the periphery to the center, from the majority to the minority, by eliminating the waste of too cumbersome a political superstructure. I have said that a world economy is an invention of the modern world. Not quite. There were world economies before. But they were always transformed into empires: China, Persia, Rome. The modern world economy might have gone in that same direction. Indeed, it has sporadically seemed as though it would accept that the techniques of modern capitalism and the technology of modern science, the two being somewhat linked as we know, enabled this world economy to thrive, produce, and expand without the emergence of a unified political structure. 3. What capitalism does is offer an alternative and more lucrative source of surplus appropriation, at least more lucrative over a long run. An empire is a mechanism for collecting tribute, which in Frederick Lane's pregnant image, means payments received for protection, but payments in excess of the cost of producing the protection. For in a capitalist world economy, political energy is used to secure monopoly rights, or as near to it as can be achieved. The state becomes less the central economic enterprise than the means of assuring certain terms of trade in other economic transactions. In this way, the operation of the market, not the free operation but nonetheless its operation, creates incentives to increased productivity and all the consequent accompaniment of modern economic development. The world economy is the arena within which these processes occur. A world economy seems to be limited in size. Ferdinand Fried observed that, if one takes account of all the factors, one reaches the conclusion that the space of the world economy in Roman antiquity could be covered in about 40 to 60 days, utilizing the best means of transport. Now, in our times 1939, it also takes 40 to 60 days to cover the space of the modern world economy, if one uses the normal channels of transportation for merchandise. 5. And Fernand Braudel adds that this could be said to be the time span of the Mediterranean world in the 16th century. 6. The origins and the functioning of such a 60-day European world economy 7 in the 16th century is our concern here. It is vital to remember, however, that Europe was not the only world economy at the time. There were others. 8 But Europe alone embarked on the path of capitalist development which enabled it to outstrip these others. How and why did this come about? Let us start by seeing what happened in the world in the 3 centuries prior to 1450. In the 12th century, the Eastern Hemisphere contained a series of empires and small worlds, many of which were interlinked at their edges with each other. At that time, the Mediterranean was one focus of trade where Byzantium, Italian city-states, and to some extent parts of northern Africa met. The Indian Ocean-Red Sea complex formed another such focus. The Chinese region was a third. The Central Asian land mass from Mongolia to Russia was a fourth. The Baltic area was on the verge of becoming a fifth. Northwest Europe was, however, a very marginal area in economic terms. The principal social mode or organization there was what has come to be called feudalism. We must be very clear what feudalism was not. It was not a natural economy, that is, an economy of self-subsistence. Western Europe feudalism grew out of the disintegration of an empire, a disintegration which was never total in reality or even de jure. 9 The myth of the Roman Empire still provided a certain cultural and even legal coherence to the area. Christianity served as a set of parameters within which social action took place. Feudal Europe was a civilization, but not a world system. It would not make sense to conceive of the areas in which feudalism existed as having two economies, a market economy of the towns and a subsistence economy of the rural manors. In the 20th century, with reference to the so-called underdeveloped world, this approach has gone under the label of the dual economy theory. Rather, as Daniel Thorner suggests, We are sure to deceive ourselves if we think of peasant economies as oriented exclusively towards their own subsistence and term capitalist any orientation towards the market. It is more reasonable to start by assuming that, for many centuries, peasant economies have had both orientations. Point 10. For many centuries? How many? B. H. Schleicher van Bath, in his major work on European agrarian history, marks the turning point at about 1150 AD. Even before then, he does not think Western Europe was engaged in subsistence farming, but rather from 500 AD to c. 1150 AD in what he calls direct agricultural consumption, that is, a system of partial self-sufficiency in which, while most people produce their own food, they also supply it to the non-agricultural population as barter. From 1150 AD on, he considers Western Europe to have reached that stage of indirect agricultural consumption, a stage we are still in today. Point 11. What we should envisage then, when we speak of Western European feudalism, is a series of tiny economic nodules whose population and productivity were slowly increasing, and in which the legal mechanisms ensured that the bulk of the surplus went to the landlords who had noble status and control of the juridical machinery. Since much of this surplus was in kind, it was of little benefit unless it could be sold. Towns grew up, supporting artisans who bought the surplus and exchanged it for their products. A merchant class came from two sources: on the one hand, agents of the landlords who sometimes became independent, as well as intermediate-size peasants who retained enough surplus after payments to the lord to sell it on the market. 12. On the other hand, resident agents of long-distance merchants, based often in northern Italian city-states and later in the Hanseatic cities, who capitalized on poor communications and hence high disparities of prices from one area to another, especially when certain areas suffered natural calamities. Point 13. As towns grew, of course, they offered a possible refuge and place of employment for peasants, which began to change some of the terms of relationship on the manor. Point 14. Feudalism as a system should not be thought of as something antithetical to trade. On the contrary, up to a certain point, feudalism and the expansion of trade go hand in hand. Claude Cohen suggests that if scholars have often observed this phenomenon in areas other than Western Europe. 15. Perhaps they have failed to notice the same phenomenon in Western feudalism because of ideological blinkers. Having thus noted the possibility of convergence, up to a certain stage of development only, of the development of feudalism and of commerce, we ought to reconsider, from this point of view, the history of the West itself. 16. Yet a feudal system could only support a limited amount of long-distance trade as opposed to local trade. This was because long-distance trade was a trade in luxuries, not in bulk goods. It was a trade which benefited from price disparities and depended on the political indulgence and economic possibilities of the truly wealthy. It is only with the expansion of production within the framework of a modern world economy that long-distance trade could convert itself in part into bulk trade, which would, in turn, feed the process of expanded production. Until then, as Owen Lattimore notes, it was not really what we mean today by trade. As late as the time of Marco Polo, at least, the trade of the merchant who ventured beyond his own district depended delicately on the whims of potentates. The distant venture was concerned less with the disposal of goods in bulk and more with curiosities, rarities, and luxuries. The merchant sought out those who could extend favor and protection. If he were unlucky, he might be plundered or taxed to ruination, but if he were lucky, he received for his goods not so much an economic price as a munificent largesse. The structure of the silk trade and that of much other trade was more a tribute structure than a trade structure. 17. Thus, the level of commercial activity was limited. The principal economic activity remained food and handicraft production traded within small economic regions. Nonetheless, the scale of this economic activity was slowly expanding. And the various economic nuclei expanded therewith. New frontier lands were cultivated. New towns were founded. Population grew. The Crusades provided some of the advantages of colonial plunder. And then sometime in the 14th century, this expansion ceased. The cultivated areas retracted. Population declined. And throughout feudal Europe and beyond it, there seemed to be a crisis, marked by war, disease, and economic hardship. Whence came this crisis and what were its consequences? First, in what sense was there a crisis? Here there is some disagreement, not so much as to the description of the process as to the emphasis in causal explanation. Édouard Perroy sees the issue primarily as one of an optimal point having been reached in an expansion process, of a saturation of population, an enormous density, given the still primitive state of agrarian and artisanal technology 18 and lacking better plows and fertilizer, little could be done to ameliorate the situation. This led to food shortages, which in turn led to epidemics. With a stable money supply, there was a moderate rise in prices, hurting the rentiers. The slow deterioration of the situation was then rendered acute by the beginnings of the Hundred Years' War in 1335–1345, which turned Western European state systems toward a war economy, with the particular result that there was an increased need for taxes. The taxes, coming on top of already heavy feudal dues, were too much for the producers, creating a liquidity crisis which in turn led to a return to indirect taxes and taxes in kind. Thus started a downward cycle. The fiscal burden led to a reduction in consumption, which led to a reduction in production and money circulation, which increased further the liquidity difficulties, which led to royal borrowing and eventually the insolvency of the limited royal treasuries, which in turn created a credit crisis, leading to hoarding of bullion, which in turn upset the pattern of international trade. A rapid rise in prices occurred, further reducing the margin of subsistence, and this began to take its toll in population. The landowner lost customers and tenants. The artisan lost customers. There was turn from arable to pasture land because it required less manpower. But there was a problem of customers for the wool. Wages rose, which was a particular burden for small and medium-sized landowners who turned to the state for protection against wage rises. The disaggregation to manorial production, which becomes ever more severe after 1350, is proof of a continuous slump of mediocrity in stagnation. 19. Stagnation is, on the face of it, a curious consequence. One might have expected the following scenario. Reduced population leads to higher wages, which, with rents relatively inelastic, would mean a change in the composition of demand, shifting part of the surplus from lord to peasant, and hence ensuring that less of it would be hoarded. Furthermore, a reduction of population in an economy that was largely agricultural should have led to parallel reductions in demand and supply. But since typically a producer will normally reduce production by eliminating the less fertile plots, there should have been an increased rate of productivity, which should have reduced prices. Both of these developments should have encouraged, not discouraged, trade. Nonetheless, trade stagnated in fact. What went wrong in the calculation is the implicit assumption about elasticity of demand. North and Thomas remind us that, given the state of the technology and the range of the volume of international trade, transactions costs were very high, and any reduction in volume, due to a decline in population, would set in train a process of rising costs which would lead to a further reduction in trade. They trace the process like this. Previously, merchants found it profitable to reduce transactions costs by stationing factors in a distant city to acquire information about prices and possible trading opportunities. As the volume of trade shrank, this was no longer expedient. Information flows dried up and trade volume was further reduced. It is thus not surprising that economic historians have found depression, for them meaning a decreased total volume of economic activity, even in the midst of this world where higher per capita income would presumably have followed the relatively increased real wage that peasant and worker must have been experiencing. 20. R. H. Hilton accepts Perroy's description of events. 21, but he takes exception to the form of analysis which makes the crisis comparable to one of the recurrent crises of a developed capitalist system, thus exaggerating the degree to which financial and monetary dilemmas affect a feudal system in which the cash flow element is so much smaller a part of human interaction than in capitalist society. 22. Furthermore, he suggests that Perroy omits any discussion of another phenomenon which resulted from the events Perroy describes, and which to Hilton is central, that of the unusual degree of social conflict, the climate of endemic discontent, the peasant insurrections which took the form of a revolt against the social system as such. 23 For Hilton, this was not therefore merely a conjunctural crisis, one point in an up and down of cyclical trends. Rather it was the culmination of 1,000 years of development, the decisive crisis of a system. During the last centuries of the Roman Empire as during the Middle Ages, society was paralyzed by the growing expense of a social and political superstructure, an expense to which corresponded no compensating increase in the productive resources of society. 24 Hilton agrees with Perroy that the immediate cause of the dilemma was to be found in technological limitations, the lack of fertilizer and the inability to expand fertilizer supply by expanding the number of cattle, because the climate limited the quantity of winter forage for cattle. But what we should underline is that there was no large reinvestment of profits in agriculture such that would significantly increase productivity. 25 This was because of the inherent limitations of the reward system of feudal social organization. What Hilton's emphasis on the general crisis of feudalism offers us over Perroy's sense of the conjunctural is that it can account for the social transformation these developments involved. For if the optimal degree of productivity had been passed in a system and the economic squeeze was leading to a generalized seigneur-peasant class war, as well as ruinous fights within the seigneurial classes, then the only solution that would extract Western Europe from decimation and stagnation would be one that would expand the economic pie to be shared, a solution which required, given the technology of the time, an expansion of the land area and population base to exploit. This is what in fact took place in the 15th and 16th centuries. That peasant revolts became widespread in Western Europe from the 13th century to the 15th century seems to be in little doubt. Hilton finds the immediate explanation for England in the fact that in the 13th century most of the great estate owners, lay and ecclesiastical, expanded their domain production in order to sell agricultural produce on the market. As a result, labor services were increased, even doubled. 26 Kosminski similarly talks of this period as being that of the most intense exploitation of the English peasantry. 27 On the continent, there were a series of peasant rebellions, in northern Italy and then in coastal Flanders at the turn of the 14th century, in Denmark in 1340, in Majorca in 1351, the Jacquerie in France in 1358, scattered rebellions in Germany long before the Great Peasant War of 1525. Peasant republics sprang up in Frisia in the 12th and 13th centuries, and in Switzerland in the 13th century. For B. H. Schleicher van Bath, peasant rebellions went with economic recession. 28 Dobb suggests that when such recession occurred, it fell particularly hard not on the lowest stratum of workers who probably never were very well off but on the upper stratum of well-to-do peasants, who were in position to extend cultivation onto new land and to improve it, and who accordingly tended to be the spearpoint of revolt. 29. The sudden decline of prosperity involved more than peasant discontent. The depopulation which accompanied it caused by wars, famines, and epidemics led to the Wustungen, the recession of settlements from marginal lands, the disappearance of whole villages sometimes. The desertion of villages should not be seen exclusively as a sign of recession. For there are at least two other major reasons for desertion. One, which was a continuing one, was the search for physical security whenever warfare overtook a region. 30 A second, less accidental and more structural, was a change in agrarian social structure, the enclosure or engrossing of land. It seems clear that this process too was going on in the late Middle Ages. 31 And it is somewhat difficult at this stage of our knowledge to disentangle the three. Two things seem clear about the cessation of clearings and the recession of settlements. It was, as Karl Helleiner remarks, a selective process with respect to size of holdings. The percentage of small holdings abandoned in the course of the late Middle Ages appears to have been higher than that of full-sized farms. 32 It was also selective by regions. The Wustungen seem to have been extensive not only in Germany and Central Europe. 33 but also in England. 34 It was on the other hand far more limited in France. 35 No doubt this is in part explained by the fact that France was more densely settled and earlier cleared than other areas of Europe for both historical and pedological reasons. At this time of contracting demand for agricultural products, urban wages and hence industrial prices were rising, because of the shortage of labor bred by population decline. This in turn raised the cost of agricultural labor while reducing rents, insofar as they were fixed while nominal prices were inflating. This led to what Mark Bloch has called the momentary impoverishment of the seigneurial class. 36 Not only were profits diminished but the costs of management rose, as they always do in difficult times. 37 Leading owners to consider shedding direct management. The economic squeeze led to increased exactions on the peasantry which were then counterproductive, and resulted in peasant flight. 38 One path to the restoration of income for the nobility, one often efficacious for the wealthiest stratum, was to involve themselves in new and remunerative careers with the princes. 39 It was not however sufficient to counteract the effects of recession and therefore to stem the decline of the domain. 40 And it may incidentally, by removing seigneurs from residence, have encouraged disinterest in management. What then happened to the large estates? They were sold or rented for money to the principal group ready and able to engage in such a transaction, the better off peasants, who were in a position to obtain favorable terms. 41. We must however remember that the social organization of agricultural production was not identical everywhere. The domains were the largest in Western Europe, in part because denser population had required the relative efficiency of larger units. In Central Europe, the effects of economic recession led to the same desertion of marginal lands, but the analysis of these Wustungen is complicated by the fact that they represented in part enclosures as well as abandonment. 42 Further to the east, in Brandenburg and Poland, as we shall discuss later, where population density was even thinner, the lords who collectively previously owned less land than the peasants saw their estates acquiring all the lands left deserted by the sudden demographic collapse. 43 How profitable this would be for them in the 16th century, how profoundly this would alter the social structure of Eastern Europe, how important this would be for the development of Western Europe. All this was doubtless outside the ken of the participants in the 14th and 15th centuries. But in the non-marginal arable land areas of Western Europe, the excessively large domain gives way to smaller land holdings. Thus, simultaneously, there is the rise of a medium-sized peasantry on arable land in Western Europe, the beginning of enclosures of less arable lands in Western Europe, which would be the basis of expanded animal husbandry, and the concentration of property into large estates in Eastern Europe, which would come to serve a new function as grain export areas. Was this period of economic collapse or stagnation good or bad for the development of a capitalist world economy? It depends on the length of one's perspective. Michael Poston sees the 15th century as a regression from the developments of the 14th. 44 A setback which to be sure was later overcome. Eugen Kosminski sees it as part of the liquidation of feudalism, hence a necessary step in the development of a capitalist economy. 45 The facts are the same. The theoretical perspective is different. Thus far, in this discussion, we have scarcely mentioned the developments in the political sphere, and in particular the slow rise of the centralized state bureaucracy. In the heyday of Western feudalism, when the state was weakest, the landowner, the lord of the manor thrived. However much, in a later era, the state machinery might be utilized by the nobility to further their interests, they were doubtless better served still by the weakness of kings and emperors. Not only were they personally freer of control and taxation but they were also freer to control and tax the peasants. In such societies, where there is no effective link between the central authority with its legal order and the masses, the effect of violence was double, since as Bloch noted, through the play of custom, an abuse might always by mutation become a precedent to right. 46. Lords of the manor then would never welcome the strengthening of the central machinery if they were not in a weakened condition in which they found it more difficult to resist the claims of central authority and more ready to welcome the benefits of imposed order. Such a situation was that posed by the economic difficulties of the 14th and 15th centuries, and the decline of seigneurial revenues. Alongside the economic dilemmas occurred a technological shift in the art of war, from the longbow to the cannon and the handgun, from the cavalry war to the one in which infantry charged and hence in which more training and discipline was required. All this meant that the cost of war increased, the number of men required rose, and the desirability of a standing army over ad hoc formations became ever more clear. Given the new requirements, neither the feudal lords individually nor the city-states could really foot the bill or recruit the manpower, especially in an era of depopulation. 47 Indeed, even the territorial states were having a hard job of maintaining order, as the frequency of peasant revolts shows. 48. The 15th century, however, saw the advent of the great restorers of internal order in Western Europe, Louis XI in France, Henry VII in England, and Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile in Spain. The major mechanisms at their disposition in this task, as for their less successful predecessors, were financial, by means of the arduous creation of a bureaucracy, civil and armed, strong enough to tax and thus to finance a still stronger bureaucratic structure. This process had started already in the 12th and 13th centuries. With the cessation of the invasions, which had previously preoccupied and exhausted the princes, the growth of population, the revival of trade and hence the more abundant circulation of money, there was a basis for the taxation which could pay for salaried officials and troops. 49 This was true not only in France, England, and Spain but in the principalities of Germany as well. Taxes are to be sure the key issue. And it is not easy to begin the upward cycle. 50 The obstacles to an effective taxation system in the late Middle Ages seem in retrospect overwhelming. Taxation can only in reality be on net production, and net production was low, as was the quantity of money, as well as its circulation. It was extremely difficult to verify taxes both because of a lack of personnel and because of the low level of quantified record keeping. It is no wonder that rulers constantly resorted to alternatives to taxation as sources of income, to confiscation, to borrowing, to selling state offices, to debasing the coinage. But each of these alternatives, while they may have solved financial dilemmas of the moment, had some negative long-term effects on the politico-economic strength of the king. 51 Still it would be false to emphasize the difficulties. It is the magnitude of the achievement that is impressive. The many compromises might be seen as essential steps on the road to success. Tax farming 52 and the venality of office 53 can be seen precisely as two such useful compromises. Furthermore, the increased flow of funds to the king not only hurt the nobility by strengthening the state, but also by weakening the nobility's own sources of revenue, especially in the tighter economy of the 14th and 15th centuries, and especially for those not linked to the new bureaucracies. As Dubé puts it, a large part of the revenues extracted from the soil by the peasants still found its way into the lords' hands, but the endless progress of taxation had greatly enlarged the share taken by the agents of the state. 54. And as the state grew stronger, monetary manipulation became more profitable. When in the 14th and 15th centuries, the financial crises of states beset by war were compounded by low profit margins in the countryside that could be taxed, the states had to find other sources of revenue, especially since depopulation meant that princes were offering exemptions from taxation to those who would recolonize devastated areas. Monetary manipulation thus had many advantages. Leopold Jenicot points out that there are three possible explanations for the frequent debasements of the period: the reduction of state debts, although debasement also thereby reduces fixed revenues, which constituted the bulk of income from royal domains, scarcity of means of payment, at a time when trade was growing more than the stocks of silver and when public disorder encouraged hoarding of bullion, or a deliberate economic policy of lowering the exchange rate to arrest deflation, combat hoarders, facilitate exports, and thus revive commerce. Whichever the explanation of the debasements, they were very largely inflationary and reduced in this way the real value of fixed revenues. 55 The principal recipients of fixed revenues were the seigneurial classes, and hence they were weakened vis-a-vis the state. The state? What was the state? At this time, it was the prince whose reputation was lauded, whose majesty was preserved, who little by little was removed from his subjects. 56 And it was the bureaucracy which emerged now as a distinctive social grouping with special characteristics and interests, the principal ally of the prince. 57 And yet one which, as we shall see, was to remain an ambivalent one. And it was the various parliamentary bodies the sovereigns created as mechanisms to assist them in the legislating of taxes, bodies composed largely of nobles, which the kings tried to use against the nobility and the nobility against the king. 58. This state was a creation which dates not from the 16th century but from the 13th century in Western Europe. Evelyn Ward has traced how the boundary lines that determine to this day the frontiers of France, England, and Spain were more or less definitively settled in a series of battles which occurred between 1212 and 1214.59. It was on the basis of these lines rather than some others, for example, a Mediterranean Occitanian state including Provence and Catalonia, or an Atlantic state including the western France of the Angevins as part of England, that later nationalist sentiments were constructed. First the boundaries, later the passions is as true of early modern Europe as, say, of 20th century Africa. It was at this period that not only were the boundary lines decided but, even more important, it was decided that there would be boundary lines. This is what Edouard Perroy calls the fundamental change in the political structure of Western Europe. 60. In his view, it is between the middle of the 12th century and the beginning of the 14th, in short at the height of commercial and agricultural prosperity of the Middle Ages, that we can date the transformation of Europe. Why nation-states and not empires? Here we must be prudent about our terminology. Perhaps we should think of France of the 13th and 14th centuries as a nation-state, of France of the 15th and 16th centuries as an empire, of the 17th century as a nation-state again. This is what Fernand Braudel seems to think. 61. Why this pattern of alternation? Braudel suggests that there was, with the economic expansion of the 15th and 16th centuries, a conjuncture stubbornly favorable to vast, even very vast states, to these thick states. In fact, history is, in turn, favorable and unfavorable to vast political structures. 62. Fritz Hartung and R. Mausnier suggest the need for a minimum size, but also a maximum, for the establishment of an absolute monarchy, a form which did not succeed in little states. Doubtless, the latter could not constitute military and economic units large enough to sustain an absolute monarchy. 63. These are but hints at answers to a problem worth considerable theoretical attention. V. G. Kiernan helps us perhaps the most with the following conceptual clarification. No dynasty set out to build a nation-state, each aimed at unlimited extension. And the more it prospered the more the outcome was a multifarious empire monk. It had to be large enough to survive and sharpen its claws on its neighbors, but small enough to be organized from one center and to feel itself as an entity. On the close-packed western edge of Europe, any excessive ballooning of territory was checked by competition and geographical limits. 64. Unless, of course, they extended their empires overseas. What would happen to those empires monk was that they would develop different raisons d'etat from empires, different ideologies. A nation-state is a territorial unit whose rulers seek, sometimes seek, often seek, surely not always seek, to make of it a national society for reasons we shall discuss later. The affair is even more confusing when we remember that from the 16th century on, the nation-states of Western Europe sought to create relatively homogeneous national societies at the core of empires, using the imperial venture as an aid, perhaps an indispensable one, to the creation of the national society. We have discussed the crisis of Western feudalism in the 14th and 15th centuries as the background for, prelude to, the expansion of Europe and its economic transformation since the 16th century. Thus far the discussion and the explanations have been largely in terms of the social structure, the organization of production, the state machinery, the relationship of various social groups. Yet many would feel that the crisis of the 14th century and the expansion of the 16th could be accounted for, let us say in significant part, by factors of the physical environment, climate, epidemiology, soil conditions. These arguments cannot be lightly dismissed and the factors should be assessed and given their due weight in accounting for the social change that did occur. The case for climate has been put most strongly by Gustav Utterström. The argument in summary goes like this. Thanks to industrialism, thanks not least to technical progress, man in our own day is less exposed to the whims of nature than he was in previous centuries. But how often is it considered that another factor is that we are living in an age in which the climate, especially in Northern Europe, is unusually mild. During the last 1,000 years, the periods of prosperity in human affairs have on the whole, though with important exceptions, occurred during the warm intervals between the great glaciations. It is in these same intervals that both economic life and the size of the populations have made the greatest advances. 65. To strengthen his case, Utterstrom reminds us that climatic change might have had special bearing on the earlier periods in the transformation of Europe. The primitive agriculture of the Middle Ages must have been much more dependent on favorable weather than is modern agriculture with its high technical standards. 66. Utterstrom points for example to the severe winters of the 14th and early 15th centuries, the mild winters from 1460 to the mid-16th century, the severe winters of the second half of the 17th 67, which corresponds grosso modo to economic recession, expansion, and recession. To regard population pressure as the decisive factor does not provide a satisfactory explanation of these economic developments. The fact that the population increased in the way it did raises a question which has not so far been asked: why did the population increase? The great increase in population was general throughout Europe. In Northern and Central Europe it got well underway during the period when the climate was unusually mild. This can scarcely be a chance coincidence, there must be a causal connection. 68. In addition, Utterstrom makes epidemiological factors intervening variables. He explains the Black Plague by hot summers, which led to the multiplication of the black rat, the host to the rat flea, one of the two carriers of the plague. 69. Georges Duby acknowledges that this hypothesis must be taken seriously. Certainly some of the 14th century abandonments of cultivation, cereals in Iceland, the Scandinavian colonies in Greenland, the lowered forest limit in Sudetenland, the end of viticulture in England and its regression in Germany, are all plausibly explained by climatic change. But there are alternative plausible explanations. Most importantly, Duby reminds us that agrarian recession, like the demographic collapse, started before the beginning of the 14th century, 70 hence before the presumed climatic changes. Instead, Duby would see climatic factors and then epidemiology as being cumulative woes which, in the 14th century, dealt a crushing blow to the already fragile demographic structure. 71. Similar skepticism about the temporal primacy of climatic change in explaining the ups and downs have been expressed by Helleiner 72, Schleicher van Bath 73 and Immanuel Leroy Lagery. 74. Obviously, to the extent that there was climatic change, it would affect the operations of a social system. Yet equally obviously, it would affect different systems differently. Though opinions differ, it is probable that such glaciation as did occur was spread over the whole northern hemisphere, yet social developments in Asia and North America were clearly divergent from those in Europe. It would be useful therefore to return to the chronic factor of resource strain involved in the feudal system of social organization, or overconsumption by a minority given the overall low level of productivity. Norman Pounds reminds us of how small the margin for security was for the medieval peasant even under conditions that might be termed normal or average. 75. Schleicher van Bath tends to corroborate this hypothesis of prolonged undernourishment by observing that it was precisely in protein-producing regions that men were most resistant to the plague. 76. If however there was first economic regression because of the chronic overexploitation and resulting rebellions discussed previously, and then climatic factors added on both food shortages and plagues, it is easy to see how the socio-physical conjuncture could achieve crisis proportions. The crisis would in turn be aggravated by the factor that the plague, once it spread, became endemic. 77. Furthermore, although fewer men should have meant more food since the landmass remained the same, it also meant a shift to pasturage and hence a reduction of caloric output. The demographic decline thus became endemic. 2.78. Pierre Chaunou adds that the collapse of rent, the diminution of profits and the aggravation of seigneurial burdens may have worsened the situation further by turning capital investment away from the land. 79. And Dobb suggests that the resulting phenomenon of commutation may have further increased the burden of the peasant, rather than mitigating it as usually assumed. thereby adding to the dilemma. Point 80. Thus, intruding the variables of the physical environment does not undo our previous analysis. It enriches it by adding a further element to help explain a historical conjuncture so consequential in the future history of the world, a further instance in which long-term stabilities and slow secular changes can account for conjunctures which have the power to change social structures which are intermediate from the perspective of temporal duration. The analysis thus far is as follows. In Europe in the late Middle Ages, there existed a Christian civilization but neither a world empire nor a world economy. Most of Europe was feudal, that is, consisted of relatively small, relatively self-sufficient economic nodules based on a form of exploitation which involved the relatively direct appropriation of the small agricultural surplus produced within a manorial economy by a small class of nobility. Within Europe, there were at least two smaller world economies, a medium-sized one based on the city-states of northern Italy and a smaller one based on the city-states of Flanders and northern Germany. Most of Europe was not directly involved in these networks. From about 1150 to 1300, there was an expansion in Europe within the framework of the feudal mode of production, an expansion at once geographic, commercial, and demographic. From about 1300 to 1450, what expanded contracted, again at the three levels of geography, commerce, and demography. This contraction following the expansion caused a crisis, one which was visible not only in the economic sphere but in the political sphere as well, internecine wars among the nobility and peasant revolts being the two main symptoms. It was also visible at the level of culture. The medieval Christian synthesis was coming under multitudinous attack in all the forms which later would be called the first stirrings of modern Western thought. There are three main explanations of the crisis. One is that it was the product essentially of cyclical economic trends. The optimal point of expansion given the technology having been reached, there followed a contraction. The second is that it was the product essentially of a secular trend. After 1,000 years of surplus appropriation under the feudal mode, a point of diminishing returns had been reached. While productivity remained stable, or even possibly declined as a result of soil exhaustion, because of the absence of structured motivation for technological advance, the burden to be borne by the producers of the surplus had been constantly expanding because of the growing size and level of expenditure of the ruling classes. There was no more to be squeezed out. The third explanation is climatological. The shift in European meteorological conditions was such that it lowered soil productivity and increased epidemics simultaneously. The first and the third explanation suffer from the fact that similar cyclical and climatological shifts occurred at other places and times without producing the consequence of creating a capitalist world economy as a solution to the problems. The secular explanation of crisis may well be correct, but it is inherently difficult to create the kind of serious statistical analysis that would demonstrate that it was a sufficient explanation of the social transformation. I believe it is most plausible to operate on the assumption that the crisis of feudalism represented a conjuncture of secular trends, an immediate cyclical crisis, and climatological decline. It was precisely the immense pressures of this conjuncture that made possible the enormity of the social change. For what Europe was to develop and sustain now was a new form of surplus appropriation, a capitalist world economy. It was to be based not on direct appropriation of agricultural surplus in the form either of tribute, as had been the case for world empires, or of feudal rents, as had been the system of European feudalism. Instead, what would develop now is the appropriation of a surplus which was based on more efficient and expanded productivity, first in agriculture and later in industry, by means of a world market mechanism with the artificial, that is, non-market, assist of state machineries, none of which controlled the world market in its entirety. It will be the argument of this book that three things were essential to the establishment of such a capitalist world economy: an expansion of the geographical size of the world in question, the development of variegated methods of labor control for different products and different zones of the world economy, and the creation of relatively strong state machineries in what would become the core states of this capitalist world economy. The second and third aspects were dependent in large part on the success of the first. The territorial expansion of Europe hence was theoretically a key prerequisite to a solution for the crisis of feudalism. Without it, the European situation could well have collapsed into relative constant anarchy and further contraction. How was it then that Europe seized upon the alternative that was to save it? The answer is that it was not Europe that did so but Portugal, or at least it was Portugal that took the lead. Let us look now at what it was in the social situation of Portugal that can account for the thrust toward overseas exploration which Portugal began right in the midst of the crisis. To understand this phenomenon, we must start by remembering that Europe's geographical expansion started, as we have already suggested, earlier. Archibald Lewis argues that from the 11th to the mid-13th century Western Europe followed an almost classical frontier development. 81 He refers to the gradual reconquest of Spain from the Moors, the recuperation by Christian Europe of the Balearic Islands, Sardinia, and Corsica, the Norman conquest of southern Italy and Sicily. He refers to the Crusades with its addition first of Cyprus, Palestine, and Syria, then of Crete and the Aegean Islands. In northwest Europe, there was English expansion into Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. And in Eastern Europe, Germans and Scandinavians penetrated the lands of, conquered, and converted to Christianity Balts and Slavs. The most important frontier however was an internal one of forest, swamp, marsh, moor, and fen. It was this wasteland which Europe's peasants settled and largely put into cultivation between the years 1000 and 1250. 82 Then, as we have seen, this expansion and this prosperity was brought to an end by a crisis which was also a contraction. In political terms, this involved the rally of the Moors in Granada, the expulsion of the Crusaders from the Levant, the reconquest of Constantinople by the Byzantines in 1261, the Mongol conquest of the Russian plain. Internally, in Europe, there were the Westungen. The great explorations, the Atlantic expansion, was thus not the first but the second thrust of Europe, one that succeeded because the momentum was greater, the social and technological base more solid, the motivation more intense. Why however a thrust whose initial center was Portugal? In 1250 or even 1350, few would have thought Portugal a likely candidate for this role. And retrospectively from the 20th century, it clashes with our sense of probability. Our bias against the minor power Portugal has been in modern times and indeed throughout all of history. We shall try to answer this question in terms of motivation and capabilities. The motivations were European in scope, though some of them may have been felt more acutely in Portugal. What were the explorers looking for? Precious metals and spices, the schoolboy textbooks tell us. And this was true, to be sure, up to a point. In the Middle Ages, Christian Europe and the Arab world were in a symbiotic relationship in terms of gold and silver. In Andrew Watson's phrase, in monetary matters, the two regions should be treated as a whole. 83 The former minted silver, the latter gold. As a result of a long-term disequilibrium in prices, whose origins are complex and need not concern us here, the silver flowed eastward leading to an abundance in the Arab world. Silver exports could no longer lead to gold imports. In 1252, Florence and Genoa therefore struck new gold coins. The motive was there. One fact which made it possible was the expansion of the trans-Saharan gold trade in the 13th century. 84 Watson thinks it is implausible to talk of a gold shortage, therefore, in Western Europe between 1250 and 1500, for it was a time of increasing supply. Still there remained a constant outflow of precious metals from Europe to India and China via Byzantium and the Arab world, although the disequilibrium was lessening. Watson talks, somewhat mysteriously, of the strong power of India and China to attract precious metals from other parts of the world. 85 The demand for bullion thus remained high. Between 1350 and 1450, the silver mines in Serbia and Bosnia began to develop. 86 and became an important source until the Turkish invasion of the 15th century cut them off from Western Europe. Similarly, beginning in 1460, there was a sudden rise of silver mining in Central Europe, made possible by technological improvements which permitted the exploitation of what had been theretofore marginal mines. Perroy estimates that between 1,460 and 1,530 silver production quintupled in Central Europe. 87 Nonetheless, the supply was not keeping pace with the demand, and the search for gold by the maritime route, thus, for Sudanic gold, circumventing North African intermediaries, was unquestionably one consideration for the early Portuguese navigators. 88 When, therefore, the discovery of the Americas was to give Europe a richer source of gold than the Sudan and especially a far richer source of silver than Central Europe, the economic consequences would be great. 89. The bullion was sought to provide a monetary base for circulation within Europe but even more to export it to the Orient. For what? Again, every schoolboy knows, for spices and jewels. For whom? For the wealthy, who used them as the symbols of their conspicuous consumption. The spices were made into aphrodisiacs, as though the aristocracy could not make love otherwise. At this epoch, the relationship of Europe and Asia might be summed up as the exchange of preciosities. The bullion flowed east to decorate the temples, palaces, and clothing of Asian aristocratic classes, and the jewels and spices flowed west. The accidents of cultural history, perhaps nothing more than physical scarcity, determined these complementary preferences. Henri Piron, and later Paul Sweezy, give this demand for luxuries a place of honor in the expansion of European commerce. 90 I am skeptical, however, that the exchange of preciosities, however large it loomed in the conscious thinking of the European upper classes, could have sustained so colossal an enterprise as the expansion of the Atlantic world, much less accounted for the creation of a European world economy. In the long run, staples account for more of men's economic thrusts than luxuries. What Western Europe needed in the 14th and 15th centuries was food, more calories and a better distribution of food values, and fuel. Expansion into Mediterranean and Atlantic islands, then to North and West Africa and across the Atlantic, as well as expansion into Eastern Europe, the Russian steppes and eventually Central Asia provided food and fuel. It expanded the territorial base of European consumption by constructing a political economy in which this resource base was unequally consumed, disproportionately by Western Europe. This was not the only way. There was also technological innovation which increased the yield of agriculture, innovation which began in Flanders as early as the 13th century and spread to England, but only in the 16th century. 91 But such technological innovation was most likely to occur precisely where there was dense population and industrial growth, as in medieval Flanders, which were the very places where it became more profitable to turn the land use to commercial crops, cattle breeding, and horticulture, which consequently required the import of corn wheat in large quantities. Only then could the complicated interlocking system of agriculture and industry function to its fullest advantage. 92 Hence, the process of agricultural innovation fed rather than foreclosed the necessity of expansion. Wheat was a central focus of new production and new commerce in the 15th and 16th centuries. At first, Europe found in northern forests and Mediterranean plains its internal Americas, in the perceptive phrase of Fernand Braudel. 93 But internal Americas were not enough. There was expansion at the edges, first of all to the islands. Vittorino Magalhães-Godinho has put forward as a working hypothesis that agriculture was the major motivation of Portuguese colonization of the Atlantic islands, a hypothesis pursued by Joel Serrao, who noted that the development of these islands was speedy and in terms of the tetralogy of cereals, sugar, dyes, and wine. There was always a tendency towards monoculture, one or the other of the four products always being preferred. 94 The new wheat that was grown began to flow throughout the European continent, from the Baltic area to the Low Countries beginning in the 14th century. 95 And as far as Portugal by the 15th. 96 From the Mediterranean to England and the Low Countries in the 14th and 15th centuries. 97 Foods may be placed in a hierarchy in terms of their cost per 1,000 calories. M. K. Bennett finds this hierarchy fairly stable over time and space. Milled grain products and starchy roots and tubers are at the bottom of his 8 tiers, that is, they are the cheapest, the most basic of the staples. 98 But on grains alone a good diet is not built. One of the most important complements in the European diet is sugar, useful both as a calorie source and as a substitute for fats. Furthermore, it can also be used for alcoholic drinks, particularly rum. And later on, it would be used for chocolate, a usage which the Spaniards learned from the Aztecs, and which would become a highly appreciated drink, at least in Spain, by the 17th century. 99. Sugar too was a principal motivation for island expansion. And, because of its mode of production, with sugar went slavery. This started in the eastern Mediterranean in the 12th century and then moved westward. 100 The Atlantic expansion was simply its logical continuation. Indeed, Rich traces African slavery in Portugal back to 1000 AD, the slaves being acquired by trade with Mohammedan raiders. 101 Sugar was a very lucrative and demanding product, pushing out WHEAT 102 but then exhausting the soil, so that it required ever new lands, not to speak of the manpower exhausted by its cultivation. Fish and meat are higher on Bennett's list of categories. But they were wanted as sources of protein. Godinho cites the expansion of fishing areas as one of the key dynamics of early Portuguese exploration. 103 Meat no doubt was less important than grain, and was considerably and steadily reduced in importance in the period from 1400 to 1750–104, a proof of a point to which we shall return, that European workers paid part of the costs of European economic development. 105 Nonetheless, the desire for meat was one of the motivations of the spice trade, not the Asian spices for the aphrodisiacs of the rich but the West African grains of paradise, Amoma maligaya, used as a pepper substitute as well as for the spiced wine known as hippocras. 106 These spices were barely capable of making thin gruel acceptable. 107 If food needs dictated the geographical expansion of Europe, the food benefits turned out to be even greater than could have been anticipated. World ecology was altered and in a way which, because of the social organization of the emergent European world economy, would primarily benefit Europe. 108 In addition to food, the other great basic need was wood for fuel, and wood for shipbuilding, and house building. The economic development of the Middle Ages, and one must assume its crude forestry techniques, had led to a slow but steady deforestation of Western Europe, Italy, and Spain, as well as Mediterranean islands. Oak became especially scarce. 109 By the 16th century, the Baltic area had begun to export wood in large quantities to Holland, England, and the Iberian Peninsula. One other need of provisioning should be mentioned, the need of clothing. There was of course the luxury trade, the demand for silks, whose ancient history was linked with the demand for jewels and spices. The growing textile industry, the first major industry in Europe's industrial development, was more than a luxury trade, however, and required materials for processing, dyestuffs for cotton and wool textiles and gum used to stiffen the silks in the finishing process. 110 Bullion was desired as a preciosity, for consumption in Europe and even more for trade with Asia, but it was also a necessity for the expansion of the European economy. We must ask ourselves why. After all, money as a means of payment can be made of anything, provided men will honor it. And indeed today we almost exclusively use non-bullion items as means of payment. Furthermore, Europe was beginning to do so in the late Middle Ages with the development of money of account, sometimes deceivingly called imaginary money. It would however take centuries before metallic money approached the status of symbolic money. 111 It is not yet totally there even today. As a result, Europe was beset by constant mutations of value through debasement, so constant that Mark Bloch calls it the universal thread of monetary history. 112 Yet no one seriously suggested then dispensing with bullion. There were various reasons why not. Those who advised the governments were self-interested in the system. 113 We must not forget that in the late Middle Ages, it was still the case that mints were commercial propositions serving private interests. 114 But more fundamental than self-interest was the collective psychology of fear, based on the structural reality of a weakly articulated economic system. The money of account might always collapse. It surely was in no man's hands, however wealthy, to control it either singly or in collusion with others. Indeed, who knew, the whole monetary economy might once again collapse. It had before. Bullion was a hedge. The money of payment might always be used as a commodity, provided only the two uses of money, as measurement of value and means of payment, did not get too far apart. 115 For this, the use of bullion was essential. And hence without it, Europe would have lacked the collective confidence to develop a capitalist system, wherein profit is based on various deferrals of realized value. This is a fortiori true given the system of a non-imperial world economy which, for other reasons, was essential. Given this phenomenon of collective psychology, an integral element of the social structure of the time, bullion must be seen as an essential crop for a prospering world economy. The motives for exploration were to be found not only in the products Europe wished to obtain but in the job requirements of various groups in Europe. As H. V. Livermore reminds us, it was the Iberian chroniclers of the time and shortly thereafter who first noted that the idea of carrying on the Reconquista in North Africa was suggested by the need to find useful employment for those who had lived on frontier raids for almost a quarter of a century. 116. We must recall the key problem of the decline in seigneurial income in the 14th and 15th centuries. Poston has called the consequent behavior of the English nobility gangsterism, the use of illegal violence to recover a lost standard of income. Similar phenomena occurred in Sweden, Denmark, and Germany. One of the forms of this violence was surely expansion. 117 The general principle that might be invoked is that if feudal nobles obtain less revenue from their land, they will actively seek to have more land from which to draw revenue, thus restoring real income to the level of social expectations. If then we ask why did Portugal expand overseas and not other European countries, one simple answer is that nobles in other countries were luckier. They had easier expansions to undertake, closer at home, using horses rather than ships. Portugal, because of its geography, had no choice. No doubt overseas expansion has been traditionally linked with the interests of merchants, who stood to profit by the expanded trade, and with the monarchs who sought to ensure both glory and revenue for the throne. But it may well have been that the initial motivation for Iberian explorations came primarily from the interests of the nobility, particularly from the notorious younger sons who lacked land, and that it was only once the trade network began functioning that the more prudent merchants, often less entrepreneurial than nobles threatened by being déclassés, became enthusiastic. 118. Was the cause of expansion overpopulation? This is one of those questions which confuse the issue. Braudel tells us that there was of course overpopulation in the western Mediterranean, and as proof he cites the repeated expulsion of Jews and later the Moriscos from various countries. 119 But E. Rich assures us that, as a motivation for expansion in the 15th and 16th centuries, overspill for redundant population was negligible. The probability, for it can be no more, is that the increasing population went to the wars or to the cities. 120 Yes, perhaps, but how were those who went to the cities, or to the wars, fed and clothed and housed, etc.? There was physical room for the population, even the growing population, in Europe. Indeed, that was part of the very problem that led to expansion. The physical room was one element in the strength of the peasantry vis-à-vis the nobility, and hence one factor in the decline of seigneurial revenues, in the crisis of feudalism. European societies could have responded in various ways. One way was to define themselves, at least implicitly, as overpopulated and therefore in need of a larger land base. 121 Actually, what the nobility, and the bourgeoisie, needed, and what they would get, was a more tractable labor force. The size of the population was not the issue, it was the social relations that governed the interaction between upper and lower classes. Finally, can overseas expansion be explained by the crusading spirit, the need to evangelize? Again, the question obscures the problem. No doubt Christianity took on a particularly militant form in the Iberian Peninsula where the national struggles had for so long been defined in religious terms. No doubt this was an era of Christian defeat by Muslim Turks in southeastern Europe, to the very gates of Vienna. An Atlantic expansion may well have reflected a psychological reaction to these events, a phenomenon of compensation, a sort of flight forward, as Shaunu suggests. 122. No doubt the passions of Christianity explain many of the particular decisions taken by the Portuguese and Spaniards, perhaps some of the intensity of commitment or overcommitment. But it seems more plausible to see this religious enthusiasm as rationalization, one no doubt internalized by many of the actors, hence reinforcing and sustaining and economically distorting. But history has seen passion turn to cynicism too regularly for one not to be suspicious of invoking such belief systems as primary factors in explaining the genesis and long-term persistence of large-scale social action. All that we have said of motivation does not conclusively answer, why the Portuguese? We have talked of Europe's material needs, a general crisis in seigneurial revenues. To be sure, we here adduced a particular interest of Portugal in solving this problem by Atlantic exploration, but it is not enough to be convincing. We must therefore turn from the issue of motivations to that of capabilities. Why was Portugal, of all the polities of Europe, most able to conduct the initial thrust? One obvious answer is found on any map. Portugal is located on the Atlantic, right next to Africa. In terms of the colonization of Atlantic islands and the exploration of the western coast of Africa, it was obviously closest. Furthermore, the oceanic currents are such that it was easiest, especially given the technology of the time, to set forth from Portuguese ports, as well as those of southwest Spain. 123. In addition, Portugal already had much experience with long-distance trade. Here, if Portugal cannot match the Venetians or the Genoese, recent research has demonstrated that their background was significant and probably the match of the cities of Northern Europe. 124. A third factor was the availability of capital. The Genoese, the great rivals of the Venetians, decided early on to invest in Iberian commercial enterprise and to encourage their efforts at overseas expansion. 125. By the end of the 15th century, the Genoese would prefer the Spaniards to the Portuguese, but that is largely because the latter could by then afford to divest themselves of Genoese sponsorship, tutelage, and cut in the profit. Verlinden calls Italy the only really colonizing nation during the Middle Ages. 126. In the 12th century, when Genoese and Pisans first appear in Catalonia. 127. In the 13th century, when they first reach Portugal. 128. This is part of the efforts of the Italians to draw the Iberian peoples into the international trade of the time. But once there, the Italians would proceed to play an initiating role in Iberian colonization efforts because, by having come so early, they were able to conquer the key positions of the Iberian Peninsula itself. 129. As of 1317, according to Virginia Raw, the city and the port of Lisbon would be the great center of Genoese trade. 130. To be sure, in the late 14th and early 15th centuries, Portuguese merchants began to complain about the undue intervention of the Italians in the retail trade of the realm, which threatened the dominant position of national merchants in that branch of trade. 131. The solution was simple, and to some extent classic. The Italians were absorbed by marriage and became landed aristocrats both in Portugal and on Madeira. There was one other aspect of the commercial economy that contributed to Portugal's venturesomeness, compared to say France or England. It was ironically that it was least absorbed in the zone that would become the European world economy, but rather tied in a significant degree to the Islamic Mediterranean zone. As a consequence, her economy was relatively more monetized, her population relatively more urbanized. 132. It was not geography nor mercantile strength alone, however, that accounted for Portugal's edge. It was also the strength of its state machinery. Portugal was in this regard very different from other West European states, different that is during the 15th century. She knew peace when they knew internal warfare. 133. The stability of the state was important not only because it created the climate in which entrepreneurs could flourish and because it encouraged nobility to find outlets for their energies other than internal or inter-European warfare. The stability of the state was crucial also because it itself was in many ways the chief entrepreneur. 134. When the state was stable, it could devote its energies to profitable commercial ventures. For Portugal, as we have seen, the logic of its geohistory dictated Atlantic expansion as the most sensible commercial venture for the state. Why Portugal? Because she alone of the European states maximized will and possibility. Europe needed a larger land base to support the expansion of its economy, one which could compensate for the critical decline in seigneurial revenues and which could cut short the nascent and potentially very violent class war which the crisis of feudalism implied. Europe needed many things: bullion, staples, proteins, means of preserving protein, foods, wood, materials to process textiles. And it needed a more tractable labor force. But Europe must not be reified. There was no central agency which acted in terms of these long-range objectives. The real decisions were taken by groups of men acting in terms of their immediate interests. In the case of Portugal, there seemed to be advantage in the discovery business for many groups: for the state, for the nobility, for the commercial bourgeoisie, indigenous and foreign, even for the semi-proletariat of the towns. For the state, a small state, the advantage was obvious. Expansion was the most likely route to the expansion of revenue and the accumulation of glory. And the Portuguese state, almost alone among the states of Europe of the time, was not distracted by internal conflict. It had achieved moderate political stability at least a century earlier than Spain, France, and England. It was precisely this stability which created the impulse for the nobility. Faced with the same financial squeeze as European nobles elsewhere, they were deprived of the soporific and financial potential, if they won, of internecine warfare. Nor could they hope to recoup their financial position by internal colonization. Portugal lacked the land. So they were sympathetic to the concept of oceanic expansion, and they offered their younger sons to provide the necessary leadership for the expeditions. The interests of the bourgeoisie for once did not conflict with those of the nobility. Prepared for modern capitalism by a long apprenticeship in long-distance trading and by the experience of living in one of the most highly monetized areas of Europe, because of the economic involvement with the Islamic Mediterranean world, the bourgeoisie too sought to escape the confines of the small Portuguese market. To the extent that they lacked the capital, they found it readily available from the Genoese who, for reasons of their own having to do with their rivalry with Venice, were ready to finance the Portuguese. And the potential conflict of the indigenous and foreign bourgeoisie was muted by the willingness of the Genoese to assimilate into Portuguese culture over time. Finally, exploration and the consequent trade currents provided job outlets for the urban semi-proletariat, many of whom had fled to the towns because of the increased exploitation consequent upon the seigneurial crisis. Once again, a potential for internal disorder was minimized by the external expansion. And if these conjunctures of will and possibility were not enough, Portugal was blessed by the best possible geographic location for the enterprise, best possible both because of its jutting out into the Atlantic and toward the south, but also because of the convergence of favorable oceanic currents. It does not seem surprising thus, in retrospect, that Portugal made the plunge. There is one last issue we must confront before we can proceed with the main part of the book. Thus far we have been concerned with explaining what it was that led Europe to the brink of creating a capitalist world economy. Since our emphasis will be on how capitalism is only feasible within the framework of a world economy and not within that of a world empire, we must explore briefly why this should be so. The apt comparison is of Europe and China, which had approximately the same total population from the 13th to 16th centuries. 135 As Pierre Chaunou elegantly states, that Christopher Columbus and Vasco da Gama weren't Chinese is something which is worth some moments of reflection. After all, at the end of the 15th century, insofar as the historical literature permits us to understand it, the Far East as an entity comparable to the Mediterranean is in no way inferior, superficially at least, to the far west of the Eurasian continent. 136. In no way inferior. This requires the traditional comparison of technologies, and here the scholars are divided. For Lynn White, Jr., Europe expanded in the 16th century because Europe outstripped the rest of the world in the technology of agriculture as early as the 9th century AD. Between the first half of the 6th century and the end of the 9th century, Northern Europe created or received a series of inventions which quickly coalesced into an entirely novel system of agriculture. In terms of a peasant's labor, this was by far the most productive the world has seen. White is referring to the heavy plough, the three-field rotation system, open fields for cattle, the modern harness and horseshoe. As the various elements in this new system were perfected and diffused, more food became available, and population rose. And the new productivity of each northern peasant enabled more of them to leave the land for the cities, industry, and commerce. 137. White also argues that Northern Europe pulled ahead in military technology in the 8th century and in industrial production in the 11th. If one asks why this should be so, White attributes this to the profound upheaval of the barbarian invasions, to which the West presumably had a Toynbean creative reaction. 138. Other scholars however disagree on the factual assessment. Take military technology. Carlo Cipolla argues. It is likely that Chinese guns were at least as good as Western guns, if not better, up to the beginning of the 15th century. However, in the course of the 15th century, European technology made noticeable progress. European artillery was incomparably more powerful than any kind of cannon ever made in Asia, and it is not difficult to find, in 16th century texts, echoes of the mixture of terror and surprise that arose at the appearance of European ordnance. 139. Similarly, Joseph Needham, who is still in the midst of his monumental account of the history of Chinese science and technology, dates the moment of European technological and industrial advantage over China only at 1450 AD. D. 140. What accounts for the European surge forward? Not one thing, says Needham, but an organic whole, a packet of change. The fact is that in the spontaneous autochthonous development of Chinese society no drastic change parallel to the Renaissance and the scientific revolution of the West occurred at all. I often like to sketch the Chinese evolution as represented by a relatively slowly rising curve, noticeably running at a much higher level than Europe between, say, the 2nd and 15th centuries AD. But then after the scientific renaissance had begun in the West with the Galilean Revolution, with what one might call the discovery of the basic technique of scientific discovery itself, then the curve of science and technology in Europe begins to rise in a violent, almost exponential manner, overtaking the level of the Asian societies. This violent disturbance is now beginning to right itself. 141. Some scholars insist on the crucial role of the development of the rudder in Europe in the 15th century. 142. But Needham argues the existence of a rudder in China since ±1st century AD, an invention probably diffused from China to Europe in the 12th century AD. D. 143. If Needham's account of Chinese technological competence and superiority over the West until the latter's sudden surge forward is correct, then it is even more striking that Chinese and Portuguese overseas exploration began virtually simultaneously, but that after a mere 28 years the Chinese pulled back into a continental shell and ceased all further attempts. Not for lack of success, either. The 7 voyages of the eunuch Admiral Cheng Ho between 1405 and 1433 were a great success. He travelled the breadth of the Indian Ocean from Java to Ceylon to East Africa in his 7 voyages, bringing back tribute and exotica to the Chinese court, which was highly appreciative. The voyages ceased when Cheng Ho died in 1434. Furthermore, when, in 1479, Wang Qin, also a eunuch, interested in launching a military expedition to Annam, applied to the archives to consult Cheng Ho's papers on Annam, he was refused access. The papers were suppressed, as if to blot out the very memory of Cheng Ho. 144. The origins of the expeditions and the causes of their cession are equally unclear. It seems to be the case that they were constantly opposed by the official bureaucracy of Confucian mandarins. 145. The question is why. They seem, on the contrary, to have been supported by the emperor. How else could they have been launched? Further evidence is found by Tien Tse-chong in the fact that, at the beginning of the 15th century, the function of the Bureau of Trading Junks, a state institution since the 8th century AD, was shifted from that of collecting customs, which now became a provincial function, to that of transmitting tribute, which was to be sure of considerable importance in the era of Cheng Ho. Chong asks of the decentralization of customs collections, which presumably permitted lowered barriers in some regions, did not the emperor have an eye to encouraging foreign trade, the importance of which to China was only too evident? 146. Only too evident, yet soon encouragement ceased. Why? For William Willets, this has something to do with the Weltanschauung of the Chinese. They lacked, it is argued, a sort of colonizing mission precisely because, in their arrogance, they were already the whole of the world. 147. In addition, Willets sees two more immediate explanations for the cessation of exploration: the pathological hatred felt by Confucian officialdom toward the eunuchs 148, and the drain on treasury funds occasioned by the fitting out of overseas missions 149. The latter seems a strange reason, since the drain would presumably have been compensated by the income colonial enterprises might have generated. At least so it seemed to European treasuries of the same epoch. There are other explanations which argue in terms of alternative foci of political attention diverting the initial interest in Indian Ocean exploration. For example, G. F. Hudson argues that the removal northward of the capital, from Nanking to Peking in 1421, which was the consequence of the growing menace of the Mongol nomad barbarians, may have diverted imperial attention. 150. Boxer sees the distraction as having been the menace from the east in the Wako or Japanese piratical marauding bands that preyed on the coast of China. 151. Map Meiling Kroloff suggests that the pull of withdrawal may have been abetted by the push of expulsion by Moslem traders in the Indian Ocean. 152. Even if all these things are true, it does not seem enough. Why was there not the internal motivation that would have treated these external difficulties as setbacks rather than as definitive obstacles? Was it, as some writers have suggested, that China simply did not want to expand? 153. Pierre Chaunu gives us a clue when he suggests that one of the things that was lacking to China was a lack of groups with convergent wills to expand. 154. This is more telling, since we remember that in Portugal what is striking is the parallel interests in overseas exploration and expansion shown by varied social groups. Let us review therefore the ways in which the European and Chinese world differed. There is first a significant difference in agronomy. We discussed the emphasis on meat consumption in Europe, an emphasis which increased with the crisis of the 14th century. And while meat consumption for the mass of the population would later decline from the 16th to the 19th century, this did not necessarily mean a decline in the use of land for cattle rather than for grain. The absolute size of the upper classes going up from the 16th century on in Europe because of the dramatic rise in population, the same land area might have been used for meat. This would not be inconsistent with a relative decline in meat consumption by the lower classes, who would obtain their grains by import from peripheral areas as well as by more intensive cultivation in Western Europe as the result of technological advance. China by contrast was seeking a stronger agricultural base by developing rice production in the southeastern parts of the country. The emphasis on cattle in Europe led to the extensive use of animal muscular power as an engine of production. Rice is far more fruitful in calories per acre but far more demanding of manpower. Thus, Chaunu notes, European use of animal power means that European man possessed in the 15th century a motor, more or less 5 times as powerful as that possessed by Chinese man, the next most favored in the world at the time of the discoveries. 155. But even more important than this technological advance for our problem is the implication of this different relationship of man to the land. As Chaunu puts it, the European wastes space. Even at the demographic low point of the beginning of the 15th century, Europe lacks space. But if Europe lacks space, China lacks men. The Western takeoff occurs seemingly at the same date, 11th to 13th centuries, as the Chinese takeoff of rice production, but it is infinitely more revolutionary, to the extent that it condemns the great Mediterranean area to the conquest of the earth. In every way, the Chinese failure of the 15th century results less from a relative paucity of means than of motivations. The principal motivation remains the need, often subconscious, for space. 156. Here at least we have a plausible explanation of why China might not want to expand overseas. China had in fact been expanding, but internally, extending its rice production within its frontiers. Europe's internal Americas in the 15th century were quickly exhausted, given an agronomy that depended on more space. Neither men nor societies engage in difficult tasks gratuitously. Exploration and colonization are difficult tasks. One last consideration might be that, for some reason, the 15th century marked for China what van der Sprenkel calls a counter-colonization, a shift of population out of the rice-producing areas. 157 While this may have relieved the overpopulation, a term always relative to social definition, it may have weakened China's industrializing potential without the compensating advantages of a colonial empire. The takeoff may have thus collapsed. There is a second great difference between Europe and China. China is a vast empire, as is the Turco-Muslim world at this time. Europe is not. It is a nascent world economy, composed of small empires, nation-states, and city-states. There are many ways in which this difference was important. Let us start with the arguments that Weber makes about the implications of the two forms of disintegration of an empire: feudalization, as in Western Europe, and prebendalization, as in China. 158 He argues that a newly centralized state is more likely to emerge from a feudal than from a prebendal system. Weber's case is as follows. The Occidental seigneury, like the Oriental Indian, developed through the disintegration of the central authority of the patrimonial state power, the disintegration of the Carolingian Empire in the Occident, the disintegration of the caliphs and the Maharaja or Great Moguls in India. In the Carolingian Empire, however, the new stratum developed on the basis of a rural subsistence economy. Hence, it was presumably at a lower level of economic development than its Oriental counterparts. Through oath-bound vassalage, patterned after the war following, the stratum of lords was joined to the king and interposed itself between the freeman and the king. Feudal relations were also to be found in India, but they were not decisive for the formation either of a nobility or landlordism. In India, as in the Orient generally, a characteristic seigneury developed rather out of tax farming, presumably because the central power was still strong enough to insist on taxes and the economy developed enough and with enough money circulation to furnish the basic surplus for taxation, as compared with the presumably less developed Occident of the early Middle Ages and the military and tax prebends of a far more bureaucratic state. The Oriental seigneury therefore remained in essence a prebend and did not become a fief. Not feudalization, but prebendalization of the patrimonial state occurred. The comparable, though undeveloped, Occidental parallel is not the medieval fief but the purchase of offices and prebends during the Papal Seicento or during the days of the French noblesse de robe. Also a purely military factor is important for the explanation of the different development of East and West. In Europe the horseman was technically a paramount force of feudalism. In India, in spite of their numbers, horsemen were relatively less important and efficient than the foot soldiers who held a primary role in the armies from Alexander to the Mughals. 159. The logic of Weber's argument runs something like this: a technical factor, the importance of horsemen, leads to the strength of the intermediate warriors vis-a-vis the center during the process of disintegration of an empire. Hence the new social form that emerges is feudalism rather than a prebendal state, in which the center is relatively stronger than in a feudal system. Also, the economy of a feudal system is less developed than that of a prebendal system. But is this cause or consequence? Weber is not clear. In the short run, feudalization is obviously better from the standpoint of landlords, since it gives them more power, and more income. In the long run, however, a prebendal land-controlling class can better resist the growth of a truly centralized monarchy than a feudal landowning class, because the feudal value system can be used by the king, insofar as he can make himself the apex of a single hierarchical system of feudal relations. It took the Capetians several centuries to accomplish this, to build a system of loyalty to himself which, once constructed, can simply shed the personal element and become loyalty to a nation, of which the king is the incarnation. Prebendalism, being a far more truly contractual system than feudalism, cannot be conned by such mystical ties. In which case, incidentally and in passing, we could see the growing prebendalism of 18th century France as regressive, and the French Revolution as an attempt to recoup the regression. Joseph Levinson, in a book devoted to the question, "Why not China?" comes up with an answer not too dissimilar from that of Weber. Ideally and logically, feudalism as a sociological ideal type is blankly opposed to capitalism. But historically and chronologically it gave it stimulation. The very absence of feudal restraints in China put a greater obstacle in the way of the expansion of capitalism, and capitalistic world expansion, than their presence in Europe. For the non-feudal bureaucratic society of China, a self-charging, persisting society, just insofar as it was ideally more congenial than feudal society to elementary capitalist forms, accommodated and blanketed the embryonic capitalism, and ruined its revolutionary potential. Is it any wonder, then, that even in Portugal, one of the least of the capitalist powers in the end, a social process quite the reverse of China's should release the force of expansion instead of contracting it? It was a process in Portugal and Western Europe generally, of a proto-capitalist extrication from feudalism and erosion of feudalism. And this was a process quite different from the persistence in China of a non-feudal, bureaucratic society, a depressant of feudalism and of capitalism. 2.160. Here we have an argument we shall encounter frequently: initial receptivity of a system to new forms does not lead to gradual continuous change but rather to the stifling of the change, whereas initial resistance often leads later on to a breakthrough. Feudalization brought with it the dismantling of the imperial structure, whereas prebendalization maintained it. Power and income was distributed in the one case to ever more autonomous landlords, rooted in an area, linked to a given peasantry, and in the other to an empire-wide stratum, deliberately not linked to the local area, semi-universalistic in recruitment but hence dependent upon the favor of the center. To strengthen the center of an empire was a colossal job, one only begun in the 20th century under the Chinese Communist Party. To create centralized units in smaller areas was impossible as long as the center maintained any coherence, which it did under the Ming and then the successor Manchu dynasty, whereas creating centralized units in a feudal system was, as we know, feasible if difficult. Weber outlined the reasons quite clearly. A general result of Oriental patrimonialism with its pecuniary prebends was that, typically, only military conquest or religious revolutions could shatter the firm structure of prebendary interests, thus creating new power distributions and in turn new economic conditions. Any attempt at internal innovation, however, was wrecked by the aforementioned obstacles. Modern Europe, as noted, is a great historical exception to this because, above all, pacification of a unified empire was lacking. We may recall that, in the warring states, the very stratum of state prebendaries who blocked administrative rationalization in the world empire were once its most powerful promoters. Then, the stimulus was gone. Just as competition for markets compelled the rationalization of private enterprise, so competition for political power compelled the rationalization of state economy and economic policy both in the Occident and in the China of the warring states. In the private economy, cartelization weakens ration, calculation which is the soul of capitalism, among states, power monopoly prostrates rational management in administration, finance, and economic policy. In addition to the aforementioned difference in the Occident, there were strong and independent forces. With these princely power could ally itself in order to shatter traditional fetters, or, under very special conditions, these forces could use their own military power to throw off the bonds of patrimonial power. 161. There is another factor to consider in envisaging the relationship of the regional center or the forward point of a system with the periphery in a world economy versus an empire. An empire is responsible for administering and defending a huge land and population mass. This drains attention, energy, and profits which could be invested in capital development. Take for example the issue of the Japanese wako and their presumed impact on Chinese expansion. In principle, the wako were less of a problem to China than the Turks to Europe. But when the Turks advanced in the east, there was no European emperor to recall the Portuguese expeditions. Portugal was not diverted from its overseas adventures to defend Vienna, because Portugal had no political obligation to do so, and there was no machinery by which it could be induced to do so, nor any Europe-wide social group in whose interests such diversion would be. Nor would expansion have seemed as immediately beneficial to a European emperor as it did to a Portuguese king. We discussed how the Chinese emperor may have seen, and the Chinese bureaucracy did see, Cheng Ho's expeditions as a drain on the treasury, whereas the need for increasing the finances of the state was one of the very motives of European expansion. An empire cannot be conceived of as an entrepreneur as can a state in a world economy. For an empire pretends to be the whole. It cannot enrich its economy by draining from other economies, since it is the only economy. This was surely the Chinese ideology and was probably their belief. One can of course increase the share of the emperor in the distribution of the economy. But this means the state seeks not entrepreneurial profits but increased tribute. And the very form of tribute may become economically self-defeating, as soon as political strength of the center wanes, because under such circumstances, the payment of tribute may be a disguised form of trade disadvantageous to the empire. 162. There is a link too between military technology and the presence of an imperial framework. Carlo Cipolla raises the question as to why the Chinese did not adopt the military technological advantages they saw the Portuguese had. He suggests the following explanation: fearing internal bandits no less than foreign enemies and internal uprisings no less than foreign invasion, the imperial court did its best to limit both the spread of the knowledge of gunnery and the proliferation of artisans versed in the art. 163 In Europe, with its multiplicity of sovereignties, there was no hope of limiting the spread of arms. In China, apparently, it was still possible, and hence the centralized system backed off a technological advance essential in the long run for the maintenance of its power. Once again, the imperial form may have served as a structural constraint, this time on technological development. One last puzzle remains. There emerged in China at this time an ideology of individualism, that of the Wang Yangming school, which William T. Dewberry sees as comparable to humanist doctrines in the West, and which he calls a near revolution in thought, that however failed to develop fully. 164 Did not individualism as an ideology signal the strength of an emergent bourgeoisie, and sustain it against traditionalist forces? Quite the contrary, it seems, according to Roland Mausnier. His analysis of the social conflicts of Ming China argues that individualism was the weapon of the Confucian mandarins, the bureaucratic class which was so modern in outlook, against the eunuchs, who were entrepreneurial and feudal at the same time, and who represented the nationalist thrust of Ming China. 165 Mausnier argues as follows. To advance their career in Ming China, a large part of the educated classes of middle-class origin voluntarily became castrates. Because of their education, they were able to play a preponderant role and the empire was in reality ruled by these eunuchs. Once having obtained high posts, they aided their families, created for themselves a clientele by distributing offices and fiefs, became veritable powers within the empire itself. The large role played by eunuchs seems to be therefore a function of the rise of the bourgeoisie. The princes of the blood and the men of importance les grands sought to defend themselves by creating a clientele also made up of educated men of middle-class origin whom they pushed forward in the civil service. This latter group were sometimes disciples of Wang Yangming and invoked his precepts to oppose the eunuchs who were established in power. The eunuchs were for Chu Hai, defender of tradition and authority to which the eunuchs had, at this point, primary access. These struggles were all the more serious since princes of the blood, men of importance, and eunuchs all had a power base as land controllers maîtres du sol. The Mings had sought to reinforce their position by creating a sort of feudalism of relatives and supporters. The victim of this state of affairs was the peasant. The expenses of the state grew ceaselessly. 166. So, of course, did they in Europe, but in Europe, these expenses supported a nascent bourgeoisie and an aristocracy that sought ultimately, as we shall see, to save itself by becoming bourgeois, as the bourgeois were becoming aristocratic. In Ming China, the ideology that served the Western bourgeoisie to achieve its ultimate conquest of power was directed against this very bourgeoisie who, having achieved some power too early, were cast in the role of defenders of tradition and authority. There is much that remains to be elucidated here, but it casts doubt on the too simple correlation of the ideology of individualism and the rise of capitalism. It surely casts doubt on any causal statement that would make the emergence of such an ideology primary. The argument on China comes down to the following. It is doubtful that there was any significant difference between Europe and China in the 15th century on certain base points: population, area, state of technology, both in agriculture and in naval engineering. To the extent that there were differences, it would be hard to use them to account for the magnitude of the difference of development in the coming centuries. Furthermore, the difference in value systems seems both grossly exaggerated and, to the extent it existed, once again not to account for the different consequences. For, as we tried to illustrate, idea systems are capable of being used in the service of contrary interests, capable of being associated with quite different structural thrusts. The tenets of the primacy of values, in their eagerness to refute materialist arguments, seem guilty themselves of assuming a far more literal correspondence of ideology and social structure, though they invert the causal order, than classical Marxism ever was. The essential difference between China and Europe reflects once again the conjuncture of a secular trend with a more immediate economic cycle. The long-term secular trend goes back to the ancient empires of Rome and China, the ways in which and the degree to which they disintegrated. While the Roman framework remained a thin memory whose medieval reality was mediated largely by a common church, the Chinese managed to retain an imperial political structure, albeit a weakened one. This was the difference between a feudal system and a world empire based on a prebendal bureaucracy. China could maintain a more advanced economy in many ways than Europe as a result of this. And quite possibly the degree of exploitation of the peasantry over 1,000 years was less. To this given, we must add the more recent agronomic thrusts of each, of Europe toward cattle and wheat, and of China toward rice. The latter requiring less space but more men, the secular pinch hit the two systems in different ways. Europe needed to expand geographically more than did China. And to the extent that some groups in China might have found expansion rewarding, they were restrained by the fact that crucial decisions were centralized in an imperial framework that had to concern itself first and foremost with short-run maintenance of the political equilibrium of its world system. So China, if anything, seemingly better placed prima facie to move forward to capitalism in terms of already having an extensive state bureaucracy, being further advanced in terms of the monetization of the economy and possibly of technology as well, was nonetheless less well placed after all. It was burdened by an imperial political structure. It was burdened by the rationality of its value system, which denied the state the leverage for change, had it wished to use it, that European monarchs found in the mysticality of European feudal loyalties. We are now ready to proceed with our argument. As of 1450, the stage was set in Europe but not elsewhere for the creation of a capitalist world economy. This system was based on two key institutions: a worldwide division of labor and bureaucratic state machineries in certain areas. We shall treat each successively and globally. Then we shall look at the three zones of the world economy, each in turn, what we shall call the semi-periphery, the core, and the periphery. We treat them in this order largely for reasons of historical sequence which will become clear in the exposition of the argument. It will then be possible to review the totality of the argument at a more abstract level. We choose to do this at the end rather than at the beginning, not only in the belief that the case will be more convincing once the empirical material has been presented, but also in the conviction that the final formulation of theory should result from the encounter with empirical reality, provided that the encounter has been informed by a basic perspective that makes it possible to perceive this reality. 2. The New European Division of Labor. C. 1450 to 1640. It was in the 16th century that there came to be a European world economy based upon the capitalist mode of production. The most curious aspect of this early period is that capitalists did not flaunt their colors before the world. The reigning ideology was not that of free enterprise, or even individualism or science or naturalism or nationalism. These would all take until the 18th or 19th century to mature as world views. To the extent that an ideology seemed to prevail, it was that of statism, the raison d'etat. Why should capitalism, a phenomenon that knew no frontiers, have been sustained by the development of strong states? This is a question which has no single answer. But it is not a paradox, quite the contrary. The distinctive feature of a capitalist world economy is that economic decisions are oriented primarily to the arena of the world economy, while political decisions are oriented primarily to the smaller structures that have legal control, the states, nation-states, city-states, empires, within the world economy. This double orientation, this distinction if you will, of the economic and political is the source of the confusion and mystification concerning the appropriate identification for groups to make, the reasonable and reasoned manifestations of group interest. Since, however, economic and political decisions cannot be meaningfully dissociated or discussed separately, this poses acute analytical problems. We shall handle them by attempting to treat them consecutively, alluding to the linkages, and pleading with the reader to suspend judgment until he can see the whole of the evidence in synthesis. No doubt we shall, wittingly and otherwise, violate our own rule of consecutiveness many times, but this at least is our organizing principle of presentation. If it seems that we deal with the larger system as an expression of capitalism and the smaller systems as expressions of statism, or, to use the current fashionable terminology, of national development, we never deny the unity of the concrete historical development. The states do not develop and cannot be understood except within the context of the development of the world system. The same is true of both social classes and ethnic, national, religious, groupings. They too came into social existence within the framework of states and of the world system, simultaneously and sometimes in contradictory fashions. They are a function of the social organization of the time. The modern class system began to take its shape in the 16th century. When, however, was the 16th century? Not so easy a question, if we remember that historical centuries are not necessarily chronological ones. Here I shall do no more than accept the judgment of Fernand Braudel, both because of the solidity of scholarship on which it is based, and because it seems to fit in so well with the data as I read them. Braudel says, I am skeptical of a 16th century about which one doesn't specify if it is one or several, about which one gives to understand that it is a unity. I see our century as divided in two, as did Lucien Febvre and my remarkable teacher Henri Hauser, a first century beginning about 1450 and ending about 1550, a second one starting up at that point and lasting until 1620 or 1640.1. The starting points and ending points vary according to the national perspective from which one views the century. However, for the European world economy as a whole, we consider 1450–1640 the meaningful time unit, during which was created a capitalist world economy, one to be sure that was, in Braudel's phrase, vast but weak too. And where was this European world economy? That too is difficult to answer. For the historical continents are not necessarily geographical ones. The European world economy included by the end of the 16th century not only Northwest Europe and the Christian Mediterranean, including Iberia, but also Central Europe and the Baltic region. It also included certain regions of the Americas, New Spain, the Antilles, Terra Firma, Peru, Chile, Brazil, or rather those parts of these regions which were under effective administrative control of the Spanish or Portuguese. Atlantic islands and perhaps a few enclaves on the African coast might also be included in it, but not the Indian Ocean areas, not the Far East, except perhaps, for a time, part of the Philippines, not the Ottoman Empire, and not Russia, or at most Russia was marginally included briefly. There are no clear and easy lines to draw, but I think it most fruitful to think of the 16th century European world as being constructed out of the linkage of two formerly more separate systems, the Christian Mediterranean system 3 centering on the northern Italian cities and the Flanders Hanseatic trade network of North and Northwest Europe, and the attachment to this new complex on the one hand of East Albia, Poland, and some other areas of Eastern Europe, and on the other hand of the Atlantic islands and parts of the New World. In sheer space, this was quite an expansion. Just taking into account formal overseas colonies of European powers, Chaunu notes that in the 5 years between 1535 and 1540, Spain achieved control over more than half the population of the Western Hemisphere, and that in the period between then and 1670–1680, the area under European control went from about 3 million square kilometers to about 7, to be stabilized at that point until the end of the 18th century. Point 4. However, expanding the space did not mean expanding the population. Shaunu speaks of a demographic scissors movement wherein demographic growth in Europe is largely nullified at the planetary level by the decline in immense extra-European sectors. 5. Hence, the land/labor ratio of the European world economy was immensely increased, one fundamental factor in Europe's ability to sustain continued economic growth in this critical early period of the modern era. But expansion involved more than an improved land/labor ratio. It made possible the large-scale accumulation of basic capital which was used to finance the rationalization of agricultural production. One of the most obvious characteristics of this 16th-century European world economy was a secular inflation, the so-called price revolution. The connection between this particular inflation and the process of capital accumulation has been a central theme of modern historiography. We propose to try to sift through the complexities of this debate in order that, in the light of the patterns we observe, we shall be able to explain the particular division of labor that the European world economy arrived at by the end of this epoch. The cyclical pattern of European prices has a voluminous history behind it, and although scholars differ about dates and even more about causes, the reality of the phenomenon is agreed. If we put together two recent summaries 6 of the prices of grains, we get the following picture. 1160–1260 rapid rise. 1260–1310, 1330, 1380, consistently high. 1310, 1330, 1380, 1480 gradual fall. 1480–1620, 1650, high. 1620, 1650, 1734, 1755, recession. 1734, 1755, 1817 rise. If we take the more narrow segment with which we are presently concerned, the 16th century, which appears on the above listing as high, there were of course economic fluctuations within that. Pierre Shaunu has uncovered the following cycle, based on his monumental study of the records of the Casa de Contratación in Seville, the key entrepot of transatlantic trade. By using measures of volume, both overall and for specific merchandises, and of value, Shaunu sees 4 periods. 1504–1550 steady rise. 1550–1562/3 relatively minor recession. 1562/3–1610 expansion. 1610–1650 recession. 7. Volume and value measures are not to be sure identical. The index of flow is likened, in an exaggerated fashion, to the fluctuation of prices. The peculiar price curve is flatter than that of trade flow. Shaunu considers his breaking point of 1610 to fit in with those of Elsass for Germany, 1627, and of Posthumus for the Low Countries, 1637, for, as we shall see, the decline set in at different times for different parts of Europe. 9. These time discrepancies remind us that the world economy was only in the process of emergence. Shaunu points out that in the 15th century, the 3 European trade areas, the Christian Mediterranean, the Northwest, and Eastern Europe, were at 3 different price levels, ranging respectively from expensive to inexpensive. The creation of a world economy can be precisely measured by the fantastic spread of prices at the beginning of the century, and in the long run the closing of the gap. 10 Though the long run is longer than the 16th century, progress in closing the gap can be seen. If in 1500, the price gap between the Christian Mediterranean and Eastern Europe was on the order of 6 to 1, by 1600 it was only 4 to 1,11 and by 1750 it was only 2 to 1. Henrique Samsnois says that from the early 16th century on, Prussian wages and prices came closer and closer to those in Western Europe despite the diametrically opposed directions of their social and economic development. 12 Despite? Should it not read because of? One major explanation of the price rise of the 16th century has been that of Earl J. Hamilton. He first argued it in relation to 16th century Andalusian prices, later applying it more generally to Western Europe. Throughout the period under investigation there was a close connection between the imports of American gold and silver and Andalusian prices. Commencing with the period 1503–1505 there was an upward trend in the arrivals of treasure until 1595, while from 1503 to 1597 there was a continuous rise in Andalusian prices. The greatest rises in prices coincide with the greatest increase in the imports of gold and silver. The correlation between imports of treasure and prices persists after 1600, when both are on the decline. 13. By 1960, Hamilton's theory had been subject to much attack, both empirical and theoretical. Nonetheless, he reasserted it even more vigorously. The increase of bullion supply since 1500 was probably much greater percentage-wise than the price upheaval. So rather than seek ancillary causes of the price revolution, one needs to explain the failure of prices to keep pace with the increase of stock of precious metals. Increased utilization of gold and silver for plate, ornamentation, jewelry, and other non-monetary purposes as they became relatively cheaper through rising commodity prices neutralized some of the new bullion. Liquidation of the unfavorable trade balance with the Orient absorbed large amounts of specie. Conversion of produce rents into money payments, a shift from wages partially in kind to monetary remuneration and a decline in barter also tended to counteract the augmentation of gold and silver supply. 14. As many of his critics have observed, Hamilton is working with Fisher's quantity theory of money, which states that PQ equals MV, and implicitly assuming that V and Q are remaining constant, P is equal to prices, Q is equal to the quantity of goods and services, M is equal to the quantity of money, and V is equal to the velocity of circulation. They have doubted the assumption and called for empirical inquiry. In a major attack on Hamilton, Ingrid Hammarström argued that Hamilton had gotten his sequence wrong, that it was an increase in economic activity which led to an increase in prices, which then accounts for the mining activities which produced the increased supply of bullion. To which Hamilton retorts: obviously the rise in prices usually resulting from economic activity which somehow comes about would curb, not increase, mining of the precious metal through rising costs of production in conjunction with fixed mint prices of precious metals. Furthermore, the rise in prices would decrease, not increase, the coinage of existing bullion by relatively cheapening it for non-monetary USE15. But why need the mint prices have been fixed? This was a policy decision, and it would scarcely have benefited those who would profit by the flow of bullion in expanding times, which included the Spanish crown, to discourage its production when such a large quantity was suddenly available at such low real cost, given the form of labor. As Hammarström points out, the fundamental question is what explains the use to which the bullion was put. Why did Western Europe need the American bullion? Not to be hoarded as treasure nor to be used as ornaments in the holy places, the use to which it was put in Asia and among the natives of America, but to form an important addition to its body of circulative coin, that is, as a medium of payment. 16. Y.S. Brenner argues that a look at English data confirms Hammarström. He finds that the changes in the commodity price level resulted less from an increase, or lack of increase, in the European stock of metal, than from the manner in which this stock was employed. 17. He notes that the price rise antedates the arrival of American treasure. 18. Brenner argues that one should perceive that all the factors in Fisher's equation were variable at this time. In conclusion, the rise in prices during the first half of the 16th century was due to a combination of an increased velocity and volume of currency in circulation with a relatively decreased supply of, and intensified tightness of demand for, agricultural products. The velocity, v, of the circulation was increased by the development of industry and the expansion of commerce, the sharp rise in the speculation in land and in the legalized market for funds, and by the transition of greater sections of society from rural self-sufficiency into urbanized communities dependent on markets, money supply, for their food. 19. Hence, Brenner is arguing, it was the general rise of capitalist activity that accounts for the use made of the bullion. The bullion theory of economic expansion presumes, if not fixed velocities, v, and quantities of goods, q, at least upper limits. Is there any evidence in support of this? On quantities of goods and services, it does not seem very plausible. For one thing, it implies, as Jorge Nadal reminds us, the hypothesis of full employment. Only then, when the volume of goods produced cannot be increased, will any increase in expenditure, equivalent to the product of the quantity of money and velocity la massa monetaria and circulation, be translated into a proportionate increase in prices. 20. Let us then not assume that an increase of bullion led to a price increase directly, but only via its ability to increase employment. Immanuel argues, for example, that the early mercantilist obsession with bullion flows made sense in that inflows of precious metals would presumably have set men and resources to work, and at the same time, tended to increase the funds available for government finance and thus lower the cost of fighting wars. In which case, we can analyze which countries utilized the bullion most effectively. In terms of each country's ability, whether institutionally or physically determined, to extend the full employment constraint in order to convert the influx of bullion into real economic growth. 21. What about limits on velocity? W.C. Robinson in his debate with Michael Poston takes up the question of whether bullion flows are capable of explaining the 14th century downturn. He argues that in an economy with primitive credit mechanisms, the V was something close to the actual physical turnover per coin per time period. Hence the 13th century expansion, which was stimulated by dehoarding and increases in velocity, was subject to inherent constraints. Eventually, the money supply reached its upper limit, save for modest annual increases, and velocity could increase no more. At this point, trade was constricted and downward pressure on prices was felt. The buoyant optimism and high profits of the earlier period was replaced by pessimism and retrenchment. Hoarding of money began as a hedge against falling prices. In short, the downturn could become self-reinforcing. 22. Poston, in his reply, argues that Robinson is factually wrong about a limit having been reached since dehoarding was continuing, that credit mechanisms were more flexible than Robinson suggests, and that the psychological attitudes of businessmen were a minor economic variable at that time. 23. But basically he does not challenge the concept of a limit. Immanuel does, and it seems to me effectively. It is also true, in all probability, that, given the level of development of credit institutions, there was a physical upper limit to the velocity of circulation of any given quantity of bullion, once it was struck into a finite number of coins. Debasement, however, by reducing the size of the units in which bullion circulated, would have the effect of raising the physical and institutional upper limits imposed on the velocity of circulation of bullion. Under the combined pressures arising from internal migration, urbanization, and specialization, it would appear possible, indeed likely, that when debasement raised the technical limits on velocity, the new freedom was used, and that the many European debasements of the 16th century acted through the velocity term to increase prices more than proportionally, relative to the level of debasement itself. 24. Hence we come back to the fact that it is the overall system with its structured pressures for certain kinds of political decisions, for example, debasement, which is crucial to explain the expansion. It was not bullion alone, but bullion in the context of a capitalist world economy, that was crucial. For Charles Verlinden, it was specifically the monopolistic forms of capitalism in this early stage that accounted largely for the continued inflation of prices. In the explanation of cyclical crises, we must reserve a large place for speculation. Monopoly did not regulate price movements. It deregulated them in the short run, except for certain luxury products, wine. It is responsible for the catastrophic aspect of these movements. Indirectly it affected doubtless the peculiar movement. After each rise, partially artificial, prices did not come down to the pre-crisis level. Monopoly thus contributed, to a certain degree, to the intensification and acceleration of the long-term rise. 25. Was the influx of bullion then good or bad? We are not posing a sort of abstract moral question. Rather, were the consequences of the bullion inflow salutary for the creation of the new capitalist world economy? Hamilton certainly seems to say yes. Joseph Schumpeter, however, thinks quite the opposite. Increase in the supply of monetary metals does not, any more than autonomous increase in the quantity of any other kind of money, produce any economically determined effects. It is obvious that these will be entirely contingent upon the use to which the new quantities are applied. The first thing to be observed about the 16th century is that, as far as Spain herself is concerned, the new wealth served to finance the Habsburg policy. The influx provided an alternative to the debasement of currency to which it otherwise would have been necessary to resort much earlier, and thus became the instrument of war inflation and the vehicle of the familiar process of impoverishment and social organization incident thereto. The spectacular rise of prices which ensued was a no less familiar link in that chain of events. In all these respects, the evolution of capitalism was indeed influenced, but in the end retarded rather than quickened, by that expansion of the circulating medium. The cases of France and England were different, but only because effects were more diluted. All the durable achievements of English industry and commerce can be accounted for without reference to the plethora of precious metals. 26. This argument is predicated on Schumpeter's firm conviction that the inflationary influence which the writer thinks, as a matter of both history and theory, has been exaggerated, but which he does not deny was almost wholly destructive. 27. Without accepting Schumpeter's bias for the rationally controlled as against the possibly impulsive and sometimes unpredictable consequences of inflation, his tirade does force upon us an awareness that the global effects of inflation were far less significant than the differential effects. 28. Let us look first at food supply. Why, given a general economic expansion, was there a decreased supply of agricultural products? Well, first, there was not in an absolute sense. 29. It is only if one considers the figures for countries like England or Spain separately rather than the European world economy as an entity that there is a decreased supply relative to increased population. In those countries where industry expanded, it was necessary to turn over a larger proportion of the land to the needs of horses. 30. But the men were still there, only now they were fed increasingly by Baltic grain. 31. It was, however, more expensive grain because of apparent shortage, transport, and the profits of middlemen. Was then the increased supply of bullion irrelevant? Not at all. For it performed important functions for the expanding European world economy. It sustained the thrust of the expansion, protecting this still weak system against the assaults of nature. Michel Marino points out that in medieval Europe, wheat prices rose and fell in direct response to harvests. What happened in the 16th century was not so much that bullion raised prices but that it prevented their fall. 32. Indeed, Carlo Cipolla is skeptical there was any real price rise at all. 33. Rather, he believes that what is truly significant about the financial structure of the 16th century was not the rise of prices but the decline of the interest rate. He argues that in the late Middle Ages, the interest rate was about 4–5%, rising to a high point between 1520 and 1570 of 5.5%, and then dropping suddenly between 1570 and 1620 to an average of 2%. Bullion cheapened money. 34. What this seems to indicate is that the critical factor was the emergence of a capitalist system which, as Marx said, could be said to date from the creation in the 16th century of a world-embracing commerce and a world-embracing market. 35. The key variable was the emergence of capitalism as the dominant mode of social organization of the economy. Probably we could say the only mode in the sense that, once established, other modes of production survived in function of how they fitted into a politico-social framework deriving from capitalism. Still, it is salutary to remember that, at least at this point, there was not one capitalism, but several European capitalisms, each with its zone and its circuits. 36. Indeed, it is precisely this existence of several capitalisms which gave importance to the increased stock of bullion, for the velocity of its circulation was precisely less in the beginning in Northwest Europe than in Mediterranean Europe. As Brodel and Spooner conclude, the quantity theory of money has meaning when taken with the velocity of circulation and in the context of the disparities of the European economy. 37. This brings us to the second half of the Hamilton argument. There was not only a price rise, but a wage lag. Here too the controversy about its existence and its causes is great. 38 Hamilton argued that as prices rose, wages and rents failed to keep abreast of prices because of institutional rigidities in England and France, but not in Spain. 39 This created a gap, a sort of windfall profit, which was the major source of capital accumulation in the 16th century. In England and France the vast discrepancy between prices and wages, born of the price revolution, deprived labourers of a large part of the incomes they had hitherto enjoyed, and diverted this wealth to the recipients of other distributive shares. Rents, as well as wages, lagged behind prices, so landlords gained nothing from labour's loss. The windfalls thus received, along with gains from the East India trade, furnished the means to build up capital equipment, and the stupendous profits obtainable supplied an incentive for the feverish pursuit of capitalistic enterprise. 40. The assertion that rents lagged behind prices has been subject to particularly heavy attack, notably by Eric Carriage for 16th century England. 41 as well as by others for other places and times. 42 By 1960, Hamilton had retreated on rents but asserted this did not affect the thrust of the argument. One may assume that at the beginning of the price revolution wage payments represented 3/5 of production costs. I guess that in 1500 the rent of land may have been 1/5 of national income in England and France, and that, with the tendency for rising agricultural prices to raise rents and the infrequent removals of rent contracts to lower them offsetting each other, rents rose as fast as prices during the price revolution. The remaining fifth of national income went to profits, including interest, with 3/5 of the costs lagging far behind soaring prices. Profits must have reached high levels in England and France in the 16th century, continued on a high plateau for 4 or 5 decades, and remained high, into the great, though declining, gap between prices and wages, until the close of the 17th century. 43. There have been other criticisms of Hamilton's wage lag hypothesis. 44 One important line of argument was contributed by John Neff, who suggested that recorded money wages were not equivalent to total wages, since there existed wages in kind which might have expanded to fill the gap, and also rises in wheat prices might not have been matched by rises in all basic commodity prices. In the first place, the index numbers hitherto compiled exaggerate the increase in the cost of subsistence during the price revolution. Secondly, the increase in the cost of the working man's diet was borne to some extent not by them but by their employers. Thirdly, many workmen held small plots of land from which they obtained some of their necessary supplies. It follows that they were probably able to spend a more than negligible portion of the money wages on commodities other than food. 45. Phelps, Brown and Hopkins agree that the deterioration in wages might have been less bad than it seemed, since grain prices did rise faster than manufactured products. Hence processed food products, increasingly important, rose less in price than basic grains, and improvements in manufacture further reduced the cost of such processed items. 46 Nonetheless, more recent, 1968, evidence, based on better data than Hamilton originally used, including evidence offered by Phelps, Brown and Hopkins, tends to confirm the general hypothesis that there was a decline in real wages in 16th century Western Europe. 47. The fall of real wages is strikingly exemplified in Table 1 compiled from Schleicher van Bath. 48 It is the real wages of an English carpenter, paid by the day, expressed in kilograms of wheat. 3 facts are to be derived from this table. The real wages of an English carpenter are not strikingly different in 1850 from 1251. The high point of wages, 155.1, was immediately preceding the long 16th century, and the low point, 48.3, was at its end. The drop during the 16th century was immense. This drop is all the more telling if we realize that English wages in the period 1601–1650 were by no means at the low end of the European urban wage scale. This dramatic drop in wages was itself the consequence of three structural factors which were the remains of features of a pre-capitalist economy not yet eliminated in the 16th century. Pierluigi Ciacca spells out in careful detail how these structures operated to reduce real wages in an era of sharp inflation and why each of these structural factors was largely eliminated in later centuries. The three factors are money illusions, as well as the discontinuity of wage demands, wage fixing by custom, contract, or statute, and delay in payment. By money illusions, Ciacca means the inability to perceive accurately gradual inflationary rises except at discontinuous points in time. Even, however, if they were perceived, wages could only be negotiated at intervals. Furthermore, in the 16th century, the state often intervened, where custom or contract broke down, to forbid wage raises. Finally, at that time, many workers were only paid once a year, which in an inflationary era meant depreciated money. By the 20th century, money illusions would be counteracted by the organization of trade unions, the spread of education, the existence of price indexes, and the accumulation of experience with inflation. Furthermore, the political organization of workers makes it more difficult for the state to restrain wages. And of course, frequency of wage payment is a long-acquired right. But in this early capitalist era, workers did not have the same ability to maneuver. 49. What strengthens the plausibility of this analysis, that there was a wage lag because of structural factors in the 16th century European world economy based on early forms of world capitalism, is not only the empirical data which confirms it but the two known empirical exceptions, the cities of central and northern Italy, and of Flanders. Carlo Cipolla notes that in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, labor costs seem to have been too high in Italy in relation to the wage levels in competing countries. The reason, according to Cipolla, was that the workers' organizations succeeded in imposing wage levels which were disproportionate to the productivity of labor itself. 50. Similarly, Charles Verlinden finds that in the Belgian cities, wages followed the price of wheat products closely in the 16th century. 51. Why these two exceptions? Precisely because they were the old centers of trade. 52. And thus the workers were relatively strong as a politico-economic force. For this reason, these workers could better resist the galloping profiteering. In addition, the advance of capitalist mores had broken the old structures partially. It was, however, precisely as a result of the strength of the workers and the progress of capitalist mores that both northern Italian and Flemish cities would decline as industrial centers in the 16th century to make way for the newcomers who would win out, those of Holland, England and, to a lesser extent, France. The thought that some workers, precisely those in the most advanced sectors, could resist the deterioration of wages better than others leads us to consider what were the differentials in losses. 53. Occasioned by the long-term inflation. Pierre Villard suggests a simple core-periphery alternation. 54. This is however too simple a dichotomy. For it is not only the workers of the periphery, those who engage as we shall see in labor in Hispanic America and Eastern Europe in the 16th century, who lost. Simultaneously the wage workers in most of Western Europe lost as well, if not perhaps as much do we know, as the workers in Eastern Europe, the loss being immeasurable for the workers of Hispanic America, since they had not previously been in the same economic system at all. N.J.H. Eliot argues that the position of the Spanish worker in this decline more nearly approximates that of the East European worker rather than that of England. 55. Thus if on some sort of continuum the Polish worker earned least and the Spanish next and let us say the Venetian most, where exactly was the English worker, representing the semi-peripheral areas that were in the process of becoming core areas? Phelps, Brown and Hopkins suggest that one way to think of what was happening in these countries is to see that the contraction of the English wage earners' basketful was mostly due to the changed terms of trade between workshop and farm. 56. On the one hand, the changed terms of trade falls most heavily on the wage earner, either landless or whose income from land is subsidiary. Phelps, Brown and Hopkins estimate the number of such wage earners as already 1/3 of the occupied population in England in the first half of the 16th century. As they say, The other side of the medal of the impoverishment of the wage earner is the enrichment of those who sold farm produce or leased farms at rents they could raise. 57. This throws some doubt on Hamilton's argument that the wage lag was a direct source of capital accumulation, or at least alerts us to the fact that the landowner in Western Europe was a key intermediary in the accumulation of capital. Still, Hamilton's fundamental point, endorsed by John Maynard Keynes, is well taken. The inflation created a redistribution of incomes, a complicated one, because of the multiple layers of the European world economy. It was nonetheless a method of taxing the politically weakest sectors to provide a capital accumulation fund which could then be invested by someone. 58. The landlords in particular kept finding new ways to extract payments from the peasants. 59. The argument, remember, is not only that there was a profit windfall, but that inflation encouraged investment. 60. This brings us to one further objection to the wage lag hypothesis, that of John Neff. He claims the argument falls because of the case of France, where, although it had the same wage lag as England, it did not make significant progress in industry at this time. 61. Furthermore, Neff points out that he is not dealing merely with a France-England comparison, for in terms of the industrial development, France's situation was, he asserts, comparable to that of southern Germany and the Spanish Netherlands, whereas England was comparable to Holland, Scotland, Sweden, and Liege. That is, the former all slowed down by comparison with the age of the Renaissance and the latter all speeded up. Yet wood and labour were cheaper, not dearer, in France than in England. Possibly the problem is that they were too cheap. 62. But this comparison of Neff only undoes the Hamilton thesis if England and France are compared in vacuo. If, however, they are taken within the context of the European world economy, this comparison merely places the French real wage level somewhere between that of Spain and England. What we could then argue is that within the world economy as a whole there was an acute reduction of the distribution of produced income to the workers. The rates varied according to the country. The optimal situation for a local investing class would be to have access to profits from low wages in the periphery and further profits from medium, as opposed to high, wages in their own area. A medium wage level was optimum since whereas on the one hand a too high wage level, Venice, cut too far into the profit margin, on the other a too low wage level, France, a fortiori Spain, cut into the size of the local market for new industries. England and Holland came closest to this optimum situation in the Europe-wide system. The fact that it was a world economy, however, was the sine qua non for the likelihood that inflationary profits could be profitably invested in new industries. Inflation thus was important both because it was a mechanism of forced savings and hence of capital accumulation and because it served to distribute these profits unevenly through the system, disproportionately into what we have been calling the emerging core of the world economy away from its periphery and its semi-periphery of old developed areas. The other side of this picture, as the reader may already have gleaned from the discussion on the impact of inflation, is that there emerged within the world economy a division of labor not only between agricultural and industrial tasks but among agricultural tasks as well. And along with this specialization went differing forms of labor control and differing patterns of stratification which in turn had different political consequences for the states, that is, the arenas of political action. Thus far we have tried to explain why it was that Europe expanded, rather than, say, China, why within Europe Portugal took the lead, and why this expansion should have been accompanied by inflation. We have not really faced up to the question of why this expansion should be so significant. That is to say, why was the creation of this world economy the harbinger of modern industrial development, whereas previous imperial creations in the history of the world, apparently based on a relatively productive agricultural sector and a relatively strong bureaucratic political machinery, failed to go in this direction? To say it was technology is only to push us to ask what kind of system was it that encouraged so much technological advance. Remember Needham's metaphor of the sudden spurt of Western technology. E. L. Jones and S. J. Wolfe see the distinctive features of the 16th century precisely as the fact that, for the first time in history, an expansion of agricultural productivity opened the way to the expansion of real income. One of the less palatable lessons of history is that technically advanced and physically productive agricultures do not inevitably bring about a sustained growth of per capita real income, much less promote industrialization. The civilizations of antiquity, with their elaborate agricultures, provide a starting point. None of them, in the Middle East, Rome, China, Mesoamerica, led on to an industrial economy. Technically their farming organization was superb. Equally, the physical volume of grain they produced was impressive. Yet their social histories are appalling tales of production cycles without a lasting rise in real incomes for the mass of people in either the upswings or the downswings. The common fact, notably of the empires with irrigated agricultures, was the immense power of a state apparatus based on a bureaucracy concerned with defense against external threat and the internal maintenance of its own position. Taking a grand view of history, it would be fair to conclude that these bureaucracies aimed at, and succeeded in maintaining, vast peasant societies through long ages and at all population densities in a state of virtual homeostasis. 63. The authors argue that in such a system, increase in gross production results simply in static expansion. 64. That is, an increase in the supportable population with a maintenance of the same absolute distribution of goods in the same relative proportions to different classes of society. What was it about the social structure of the 16th century world economy that accounts for social transformation of a different kind, one that could scarcely be called homeostasis? No doubt the bureaucracies of the 16th century did not have motivations very different from those Jones and Wolfe ascribed to earlier ones. If the result was different, it must be that the world economy was organized differently from earlier empires, and in such a way that there existed social pressures of a different kind. Specifically, we might look at the kinds of tensions such a system generated among the ruling classes and consequently the kinds of opportunities it provided for the mass of the population. We have already outlined what we consider to be the pressures on Europe to expand. Expansion involves its own imperatives. The ability to expand successfully is a function both of the ability to maintain relative social solidarity at home, in turn a function of the mechanisms of the distribution of reward, and the arrangements that can be made to use cheap labor far away, it being all the more important that it be cheap the further it is away, because of transport costs. Expansion also involves unequal development and therefore differential rewards, and unequal development in a multilayered format of layers within layers, each one polarized in terms of a bimodal distribution of rewards. Thus, concretely, in the 16th century, there was the differential of the core of the European world economy versus its peripheral areas, within the European core between states, within states between regions and strata, within regions between city and country, and ultimately within more local units. 65. The solidarity of the system was based ultimately on this phenomenon of unequal development, since the multilayered complexity provided the possibility of multilayered identification and the constant realignment of political forces, which provided at one and the same time the underlying turbulence that permitted technological development and political transformations, and also the ideological confusion that contained the rebellions, whether they were rebellions of slowdown, of force, or of flight. Such a system of multiple layers of social status and social reward is roughly correlated with a complex system of distribution of productive tasks. Crudely, those who breed manpower sustain those who grow food, who sustain those who grow other raw materials, who sustain those involved in industrial production, and of course, as industrialism progresses, this hierarchy of productive services gets more complex as this last category is ever further refined. The world economy at this time had various kinds of workers. There were slaves who worked on sugar plantations and in easy kinds of mining operations which involved skimming off the surface. There were serfs who worked on large domains where grain was cultivated and wood harvested. There were tenant farmers on various kinds of cash crop operations, including grain, and wage laborers in some agricultural production. This accounted for 90–95% of the population in the European world economy. There was a new class of yeoman farmers. In addition, there was a small layer of intermediate personnel, supervisors of laborers, independent artisans, a few skilled workmen, and a thin layer of ruling classes, occupied in overseeing large land operations, operating major institutions of the social order, and to some extent pursuing their own leisure. This last group included both the existing nobility and the patrician bourgeoisie, as well as, of course, the Christian clergy and the state bureaucracy. A moment's thought will reveal that these occupational categories were not randomly distributed either geographically or ethnically within the burgeoning world economy. After some false starts, the picture rapidly evolved of a slave class of African origins located in the Western Hemisphere, a serf class divided into two segments, a major one in Eastern Europe and a smaller one of American Indians in the Western Hemisphere. The peasants of Western and Southern Europe were for the most part tenants. The wage workers were almost all West Europeans. The yeoman farmers were drawn largely even more narrowly, principally from Northwest Europe. The intermediate classes were pan-European in origin, plus mestizos and mulattoes, and distributed geographically throughout the arena. The ruling classes were also pan-European, but I believe one can demonstrate disproportionately from Western Europe. Why different modes of organizing labor: slavery, feudalism, wage labor, self-employment at the same point in time within the world economy. Because each mode of labor control is best suited for particular types of production. And why were these modes concentrated in different zones of the world economy: slavery and feudalism in the periphery, wage labor and self-employment in the core, and as we shall see, sharecropping in the semi-periphery? Because the modes of labor control greatly affect the political system, in particular the strength of the state apparatus, and the possibilities for an indigenous bourgeoisie to thrive. The world economy was based precisely on the assumption that there were in fact these three zones and that they did in fact have different modes of labor control. Were this not so, it would not have been possible to assure the kind of flow of the surplus which enabled the capitalist system to come into existence. Let us review the modes of labor control and see their relation to product and productivity. We can then see how this affects the rise of the capitalist elements. We begin with slavery. Slavery was not unknown in Europe in the Middle Ages 66, but it was unimportant by comparison with its role in the European world economy from the 16th to the 18th century. One reason was Europe's previous military weakness. As Marc Bloch has put it, experience has proved it, of all forms of breeding, that of human cattle is one of the hardest. If slavery is to pay when applied to large-scale enterprises, there must be plenty of cheap human flesh on the market. You can only get it by war or slave raiding. So a society can hardly base much of its economy on domesticated human beings unless it has at hand feebler societies to defeat or to raid. 67. Such an inferior mode of production is only profitable if the market is large, so that the small per capita profit is compensated by the large quantity of production. This is why slavery could flourish in the Roman Empire and why it is preeminently a capitalist institution, geared to the early pre-industrial stages of a capitalist world economy. 68. Slaves, however, are not useful in large-scale enterprises whenever skill is required. Slaves cannot be expected to do more than what they are forced to do. Once skill is involved, it is more economic to find alternative methods of labor control, since the low cost is otherwise matched by very low productivity. Products that can be truly called labor-intensive are those which, because they require little skill to harvest, require little investment in supervision. It was principally sugar, and later cotton, that lent themselves to the assembling of unskilled laborers under brutal overseers. 69. Sugar cultivation began on the Mediterranean islands, later moved to the Atlantic islands, then crossed the Atlantic to Brazil and the West Indies. Slavery followed the sugar. 70. As it moved, the ethnic composition of the slave class was transformed. 71. But why Africans as the new slaves? Because of exhaustion of the supply of laborers indigenous to the region of the plantations, because Europe needed a source of labor from a reasonably well-populated region that was accessible and relatively near the region of usage. But it had to be from a region that was outside its world economy so that Europe could feel unconcerned about the economic consequences for the breeding region of wide-scale removal of manpower as slaves. Western Africa filled the bill best. 72. The exhaustion of alternative supplies of labor is clear. The monocultures imposed on the Mediterranean and Atlantic islands ravaged them, pedologically and in terms of human population. Their soils were despoiled, their populations died out. For example, the Guanches of the Canary Islands, or emigrated, to escape the pressure. 73 Indian populations on Caribbean islands disappeared entirely. New Spain, Mexico, had a dramatic fall in population from approximately 11 million in 1519 to about 1.5 million in circa 1650.74. Brazil and Peru seem to have had an equally dramatic decline. 75 The two immediate explanations of this demographic decline seem to be disease and damage to Indian cultivation caused by the domestic animals that the Europeans bred. 76 But sheer exhaustion of manpower, especially in the mines, must also have been significant. Consequently, at a relatively early point, the Spaniards and Portuguese ceased trying to recruit Indians as slave labor in the Western Hemisphere and began to rely exclusively on imported Africans for plantation slaves. Presumably, the cost of transport still did not bring the cost to a higher point than the potential cost of preventing runaways by the remaining indigenous population. Besides, the latter were rapidly dying off. And yet slavery was not used everywhere. Not in Eastern Europe, which saw a second serfdom. Not in Western Europe, which saw new forms of rent and the rise of wage labor. Not even in many sectors of the economy of Hispanic America where, instead of slave plantations, the Spaniards used a system known as encomienda. Why not slavery in all production in Hispanic America? Probably because the supply of African slaves, however large, was not unlimited. And because the economies of supervising an indigenous slave population, the amount of world available non-indigenous slave labor making this the only reasonable other possibility, given the high likelihood of revolts, made it not worthwhile. This was especially the case since grain production, cattle raising, and mining required a higher level of skill among the basic production workers than did sugar production. These workers therefore had to be compensated for by a slightly less onerous form of labor control. 77. Since both the second serfdom in Eastern Europe and the encomienda system in Hispanic America synchronous be it noted have been termed by many persons as feudalism, much useless controversy has been generated as to whether and in what way these systems are or are not comparable to the classic feudalism of medieval Europe. The debate essentially revolves around whether the defining characteristic of feudalism is the hierarchical relationship of ownership, the awarding of a fief to a vassal, an exchange of protection for rents and services, the political jurisdiction of a seigneur over his peasantry, or the existence of large domains of land upon which a peasant is somehow constrained to work at least part of his year in return for some kind of minimal payment, whether in the form of cash, kind, or the right to use the land for his own production for use or sale. Obviously, all sorts of combinations are possible. 78 Furthermore, not only the form of the subordinate's obligation to the superordinate may vary, but the degree of subordination may vary also, and as Dobb notes, a change in the former is by no means always yoked with a change in the latter. 79. From the point of view we are developing here, there is a fundamental difference between the feudalism of medieval Europe and the feudalisms of 16th century Eastern Europe and Hispanic America. In the former, the landowner, seigneur, was producing primarily for a local economy and derived his power from the weakness of the central authority. The economic limits of his exploitative pressure was determined by his need to furnish his household with the limited degree of luxury determined as socially optimal and by the costs of warfare, which varied over time. In the latter, the landowner, seigneur, was producing for a capitalist world economy. The economic limits of his exploitative pressure were determined by the demand-supply curve of a market. He was maintained in power by the strength rather than the weakness of the central authority, at least its strength vis-à-vis the farm laborer. To avoid any confusion, we shall call this form of serfdom by the name coerced cash crop labor, although the term is imperfect and awkward. Coerced cash crop labor is a system of agricultural labor control wherein the peasants are required by some legal process enforced by the state to labor at least part of the time on a large domain producing some product for sale on the world market. Normally, the domain was the possession of an individual, usually by designation of the state, but not necessarily a heritable property. The state could be itself the direct owner of such a domain, but in this case there was a tendency to transform the mechanism of labor control. 80 Using such a definition, this form of labor control became the dominant one in agricultural production in the peripheral areas of the 16th century European world economy. Henri H. Stahl makes very clear the way in which East Elbia's, and more generally Eastern Europe's, second serfdom is capitalist in origin. 81 A number of other authors recognize that we are calling coerced cash crop labor is a form of labor control in a capitalist and not a feudal economy. Sergio Bagu, speaking of Hispanic America, calls it colonial capitalism. 82 Luigi Bulferetti, speaking of 17th century Lombardy, calls it feudal capitalism. 83 Luis Vital, speaking of the Spanish latifundias, insists they are very capitalist enterprises. 84 Eric Wolf sees no inconsistency between a lord maintaining patrimonial controls within the boundaries of his domain and running his domain as a capitalist enterprise. 85 The pattern already began with the Venetians in Crete and elsewhere in the 14th century. 86 And became widespread by the 16th century throughout the periphery and semi-periphery of the European world economy. The crucial aspects from our perspective are twofold. One is to see that coerced cash crop labor is not, as Pietro Vaccari puts it, of a form that may be defined as a true reconstitution of the former feudal servitude. 87 It is a new form of social organization. And second, it is not the case that two forms of social organization, capitalist and feudal, existed side by side, or could ever so exist. The world economy has one form or the other. Once it is capitalist, relationships that bear certain formal resemblances to feudal relationships are necessarily redefined in terms of the governing principles of a capitalist system. 88 This was true both of the encomienda in Hispanic America and the so-called second feudalism in Eastern Europe. The encomienda in Hispanic America was a direct creation of the crown. Its ideological justification was Christianization. Its chief function was to supply a labor force for the mines and cattle ranches, as well as to raise silk and to supply agricultural products for the encomenderos and the workers in towns and mines. 89 The encomienda was originally a feudal privilege, the right to obtain labor services from the Indians. 90 When the exaggeration of early encomenderos threatened the supply of labor, for example, the Indians on the West Indian Islands died off a royal cedula of 1549 changed the obligations of encomienda from labor to tribute, thus shifting from a system akin to slavery to one we may call coerced cash crop labor. As Silvio Zavala points out, the new version of encomienda was free, but the threat of coercion lay in the background. 91 When freedom resulted in a significant drop in the labor supply, a further legal shift occurred, the institution of forced wage labor, called the Guayaquil in New Spain and the Mita in Peru. 92 Consequently, although it is true that the encomienda in Hispanic America, as well as the donataria in Brazil, might have originated as feudal grants, they were soon transformed into capitalist enterprises by legal reforms. 93 This seems to be confirmed by the fact that it was precisely to avoid the centrifugal character of a feudal system that the Guayaquil and Mita were installed. 94 Not only did the landowner have the Spanish crown behind him in creating his capital, in coercing the peasant labor, he normally had an arrangement with the traditional chief of the Indian community in which the latter added his authority to that of the colonial rulers to the process of coercion. 95 The strength of chieftaincy was of course a function of pre-colonial patterns to a large extent. 96 The interest of the chief or cacique becomes quite clear when we realize how laborers were in fact paid. Alvaro Guerra describes the system established in 1559 as it worked in Chile. There the Indians working on gold washing received a sixth of its value. This payment, called the sesmo, was however made not to individual Indians but to the collectivity of which they were members. 97 One can guess at the kinds of unequal division that were consequent upon this kind of global payment system. The creation of coerced cash crop labor in Eastern Europe was more gradual than in Hispanic America, where it had been instituted as a result of conquest. In the 12th and 13th centuries, much of Eastern Europe, that is, East Elbia, Poland, Bohemia, Silesia, Hungary, Lithuania, went through the same process of growing concessions to the peasantry and growing transformation of feudal labor obligations into money obligations as did Western Europe, and also Russia. 98 The process was gone through everywhere for the same reasons, the impact of prosperity and economic expansion on the bargaining relationship of serf and lord. 99 The recession of the 14th and 15th centuries however led to opposite consequences in Western and Eastern Europe. In the West, as we have seen, it led to a crisis of the feudal system. In the East, it led to a manorial reaction 100 which culminated in the 16th century with the second serfdom and a new landlord class. 101. The reason why these opposite reactions to the same phenomenon, economic recession, occurred was because, for the reasons we previously explicated, the two areas became complementary parts of a more complex single system, the European world economy, in which Eastern Europe played the role of raw materials producer for the industrializing West, thus coming to have, in Maoist's phrase, an economy which, at bottom, was close to the classic colonial pattern. 102 A look at the nature of Baltic trade is sufficient to verify this. From the 15th century on, the products flowing from east to west were primarily bulk goods, cereals, timber, and later on, wool, although the older exports of fur and wax continued. And from west to east flowed textiles, both of luxury and of middling quality, salt, wines, silks. By the end of the 15th century, Holland was dependent on Baltic grain, Dutch and English shipping unthinkable without East European timber, hemp, pitch, and grease. Conversely, wheat had become the East's most important export, reaching even the Iberian Peninsula and Italy. 103. To be sure, this kind of colonial pattern of trade existed previously in terms of trade relations in Europe. There was the relationship of Venice and her colonies plus her sphere of influence. 104 There was Catalonia as a trade centre in the late Middle Ages. 105 In the 13th and 14th centuries Portugal was a primary producer for Flanders. 106 As England was for the Hansa. 107 The production of primary products to exchange for the manufactured products of more advanced areas was always, as Brodel says of grain, a marginal phenomenon subject to frequent geographical revisions. And, as he says, each time, the bait was cash. 108 What was different in the 16th century was the existence of a market for primary products that encompassed a large world economy. Schleicher von Bath dates the creation of the international cereals market, centering in the Low Countries, only in 1544.109. If we take seriously Brodel's notion of frequent revisions, then we must ask how an area gets defined as periphery rather than as core. In the Middle Ages, even the late Middle Ages, it was not at all clear that Eastern Europe was destined to be the periphery of a European world economy. A number of writers have emphasized the comparability of developments, East and West. Reginald R. Betts, for example, says of the 14th century, curiously sick, payments in specie were preferred not only by French and English large landowners, but by Czech, Polish, and Hungarian landowners as well. 110 Similarly, ZSS Patch argues that as late as the 15th century, the trend of rural development in Hungary was fundamentally concordant with that of the West European countries. 111. Why then the divergence? One can answer in terms of the factors geographical and social which accounted for the spurt of Western Europe. To some extent, we have already done this. One can also answer in part in terms of specific characteristics of Eastern Europe. For one thing, the weakness of the towns was an important factor. 112 This was a small difference in the 13th century which became a big one in the 16th, since, as a result of the complementary divergence, Western towns grew stronger and Eastern ones relatively weaker. Or one can emphasize the fact that there already was a relatively more extensive cultivation of land in Western Europe by the end of the 13th century, whereas there remained much more vacant space in Eastern Europe. 113 A process of coerced cash crop labor was relatively easier to institute on new lands. But then we have to ask why even the slight differences between West and East? There is perhaps a single geopolitical explanation, the Turkish and Mongol Tartar invasions of the late Middle Ages, which destroyed much, caused emigrations and various declines, and above all weakened the relative authority of the kings and great princes. 114. What is at operation here is the general principle that in the course of social interaction small initial differences are reinforced, stabilized, and defined as traditional. The traditional was then, and always is, an aspect of and creation of the present, never of the past. Speaking of the modern world, Andre Gunder Frank argues, economic development and underdevelopment are the opposite face of the same coin. Both are the necessary result and contemporary manifestations of internal contradictions in the world capitalist system. 115 But the process is far more general than Frank indicates. As Owen Lattimore puts it, civilization gave birth to barbarism. 116 Speaking of the relationship between the sedentary and the nomadic at the frontiers of the world, Lattimore argues that the way to conceive of their origin and their relationship is to observe the formation of two diverging types out of what had originally been a unified society. These we may call, for convenience, progressive, agriculture becoming primary, hunting and gathering becoming secondary, and backward, hunting and gathering remaining primary, agriculture becoming secondary, in some cases not advancing beyond a desultory stage. 117. Thus if, at a given moment in time, because of a series of factors at a previous time, one region has a slight edge over another in terms of one key factor, and there is a conjuncture of events which make this slight edge of central importance in terms of determining social action, then the slight edge is converted into a large disparity and the advantage holds even after the conjuncture has passed. 118 This was the case in the 15th and 16th centuries in Europe. Given the great expansion of the geographic and demographic scope of the world of commerce and industry, some areas of Europe could amass the profits of this expansion all the more if they could specialize in the activities essential to reaping this profit. They thus had to spend less of their time, manpower, land, and other natural resources on sustaining themselves in basic necessities. Either Eastern Europe would become the breadbasket of Western Europe or vice versa. Either solution would have served the needs of the situation in the conjuncture. The slight edge determined which of the two alternatives would prevail. At which point, the slight edge of the 15th century became the great disparity of the 17th and the monumental difference of the 19th. 119. The crucial considerations in the form of labor control adopted in Eastern Europe were the opportunity of large profit if production were increased, because of the existence of a world market, plus the combination of a relative shortage of labor and a large amount of unused land. 120 In the 16th century Eastern Europe and in parts of the economy of Hispanic America, coerced cash crop labor was thus desirable, profitable, necessary, in terms of the landowner's self-interest, and possible. In terms of the kind of work required, slavery was impracticable because of the relative shortage of labor. Indigenous labor is always in short supply as slaves, as it is too difficult to control, and long-distance importation of slaves was not profitable for products that required as much supervision as wheat. After all, the cost of slaves was not negligible. While presumably the peasant prefers a system of coerced cash crop labor to slavery because of the minimal dignity and privileges involved in formal freedom, it is not necessarily the case that the material conditions of the coerced cash crop laborer were better than those of the slave. Indeed, Fernando Guillen Martinez argues that in Hispanic America, the Indian on the encomienda was more poorly treated than the slave, largely because of the insecure social situation of the encomendero. 121 Alvaro Guerra argues similarly that the standard of living of the Indians on the encomienda, in this case in Chile, was at a minimum level, using this concept in its strictest sense. 122. Thus, in the geo-economically peripheral areas of the emerging world economy, there were two primary activities: mines, principally for bullion, and agriculture, principally for certain foods. In the 16th century, Hispanic America provided primarily the former. 123 while Eastern Europe provided primarily the latter. In both cases, the technology was labor-intensive and the social system labor-exploitative. The surplus went overall disproportionately to supply the needs of the population of the core areas. The immediate profits of the enterprise were shared, as we shall see, between groups in the core areas, international trading groups, and local supervisory personnel, which include, for example, both aristocrats in Poland, and civil servants and encomenderos in Hispanic America. The mass of the population was engaged in coerced labor, a system defined, circumscribed, and enforced by the state and its judicial apparatus. Slaves were used to the extent that it was profitable to do so, and where such juridical extremism was too costly, the alternative of formally free but legally coerced agricultural labor was employed on the cash crop domains. 124. In the core of the world economy, in Western Europe, including the Mediterranean Christian world, the situation was different in a number of respects. The population density was basically much higher, even in periods of demographic decline such as the 14th and 15th centuries. 125 The agriculture was hence more intensive. 126 In addition, part of the land was shifted from arable to pastoral use. The result was less coercion. In part, more skilled labor can insist on less juridical coercion. Or rather, the coercion has to be more indirect, via market mechanisms. In part, it was that in cattle breeding, it was always a temptation, especially in winter, to shift food from cattle to men. A manorial system was not able to deal with this problem effectively. 127 But the 16th century was a time of increased demand for meat, the demand for meat being elastic and expanding with a rising standard of living. 128 Also, given the expansion of population, there was more demand for grain as well. The consequences were simple. Cattle raising, which was profitable, required a different social organization of work. When it did not develop, for whatever reasons, pastoralism actually decreased. 129 Hence, Europe-wide, it became a matter of increased division of labor. In the core area, towns flourished, industries were born, the merchants became a significant economic and political force. Agriculture, to be sure, remained throughout the 16th century the activity of the majority of the population. Indeed, this was true until the 19th century for Northwest Europe and until the 20th for Southern Europe. Nonetheless, the inclusion of Eastern Europe and Hispanic America into a European world economy in the 16th century not only provided capital, through booty and high profit margins, but also liberated some labor in the core areas for specialization in other tasks. The occupational range of tasks in the core areas was a very complex one. It included a large remnant parallel to those in the periphery, for example, grain production. But the trend in the core was toward variety and specialization, while the trend in the periphery was toward monoculture. The expansion of the 16th century was not only a geographical expansion. It was an economic expansion, a period of demographic growth, increased agricultural productivity, and the first industrial revolution. It marked the establishment of regular trade between Europe and the rest of the inhabited world. 130 By the end of the century, the economy simply looked different and better. 131 Thus far we have described the emergent forms of production and of labor control in the periphery and treated it in explicit and implicit contrast to the core areas. In fact, the core area structure is more complicated than we have indicated to this point. However, before we treat this complexity, we should look at the agricultural production of that third structural zone, the semi-periphery. We have not yet explicated the function of the semi-periphery for the workings of the world system. Suffice it to say at this point that on a number of economic criteria, but not all, the semi-periphery represents a midway point on a continuum running from the core to the periphery. This is, in particular, true of the complexity of economic institutions, the degree of economic reward, both in terms of average level and range, and most of all in the form of labor control. The periphery, Eastern Europe and Hispanic America, used forced labor, slavery and coerced cash crop labor. The core, as we shall see, increasingly used free labor. The semi-periphery, former core areas turning in the direction of peripheral structures, developed an in-between form, sharecropping, as a widespread alternative. To be sure, sharecropping was known in other areas. But it took primacy of place at this time only in the semi-periphery. The mesodraia in Italy and the factory in Provence were already known from the 13th century on, metaeage elsewhere in southern France from the 14th. And as economic difficulties of lords of the manor increased in the 14th and 15th centuries, the domains were increasingly leased in this form, not as an entity but in smaller units, capable of sustaining a family rather than a whole village. Dubé notes that by the mid-15th century the large-scale cereal-producing enterprises that were still able to exist in Western Europe disappeared. He calls this one of the fundamental transformations of country life. 132. Why did the transformation, however, take this particular form? That is, why, if a transformation was threatened, did not the seigneur turn to the state to force the peasants to stay on the land, as in Eastern Europe? And, on the other hand, why, if there were concessions, did it take the form of sharecropping rather than the transfer of land to small farmers who either bought the land outright or paid a fixed rent, the principal, not, of course, the only, solution in Northwest Europe? Dobb, in comparing Western and Eastern Europe in terms of the seigneurial reaction to the phenomena of desertion and depopulation, and considering Western Europe the arena of concession and Eastern Europe that of renewed coercion, attributes the different reactions to the strength of peasant resistance. 133. Ian Blanchard on the other hand agrees that the degree of peasant unrest is a factor but in a less direct way. The crucial factor was labor availability. He argues that up to the 1520s there was a labor shortage in England and that legislators did indeed seek to coerce labourers to remain on the land while landowners reluctantly enclosed faute de mieux. 134. Thus coercion, Blanchard argues, was used in England as well, as long as there was depopulation. It was only when population was growing that the peasants erupted, demanding in effect land. Whatever the case, the amount of peasant resistance explains little, since we would want to know why peasants resisted more in England than in Poland. Does Dobb really believe this? 135. Why lords were stronger or weaker, why kings strengthened seigneurial authority or weakened it? We are most likely to discover the reasons in the fact of the complementary divergence within a single world economy, for which we suggested two explanations: the comparative strength of the towns at the beginning point of the divergence, and the degree of vacancy of land. Vacancy of land can be restated in terms of a land/labor ratio. If there is plenty of land, one can make do with relatively inefficient means of production. One can engage in extensive agriculture. One can use slaves or coerced cash crop laborers. Intensive agriculture requires free laborers. But why then sharecropping? Obviously because the situation is somewhere in between. Let us note that from the peasant's point of view, sharecropping is perhaps to be preferred to coerced cash crop labor, but not by too much. The net return is low, although in times of prosperity it may rise. The coercion via debt mechanisms is often as real as legal coercion. 4HK. Takahashi, métayers are semi-serfs, working for usurious landowners. 136. Bloch sees developments in France as a process of slipping back from the gradual liberation of the peasant from the seigneur which had been taking place in the late Middle Ages. If absurd hypothesis the French Revolution had broken out in about 1480, it would have turned over the land, via the suppression of seigneurial receipts, charges seigneuriales, almost exclusively to a mass of small farmers. But, from 1480 to 1789, 3 centuries passed in which large estates were reconstituted. 137. Why sharecropping however and not tenantry on the one hand or coerced cash crop labor on the other? Although sharecropping had the disadvantage, compared to coerced cash cropping, of greater difficulty in supervision, it had the advantage of encouraging the peasants' efforts to increased productivity, provided of course the peasant would continue to work for the seigneur without legal compulsion. 138. In short, when labor is plentiful, sharecropping is probably more profitable than coerced cash cropping. 139. As for tenantry, no doubt by this logic it is more profitable still than cash cropping. However, there is a proviso. Tenants have fixed contracts and gain at moments of inflation, at least to the extent that the contracts are relatively long-term. Of course, the reverse is true when the market declines. Sharecropping thus is a mode of risk minimization. 140 It follows that sharecropping is most likely to be considered in areas of specialized agriculture where the risks of variance outweigh the transaction's costs. But this was precisely a moment of high risk. Continued price inflation is very unsettling. Sharecropping seemed the remedy. 141 In some areas, peasants were lucky enough to have legal defenses which make the enforcement of sharecropping too expensive for the landowner, who then found straight rental preferable. Such an instance was England. Chung suggests that the key was freehold tenure, known in England but not for example in France. 142. Legal factors are not alone determining. For we must still explain the discrepancy between northern France, which moved extensively toward lease arrangements, and southern France, where sharecropping was the pervasive mode. The law in both areas was substantially the same. Dubé locates the key differential in the relative affluence of the farmer in the north as contrasted to the depressed economic conditions of the southern peasant working on land whose productivity had probably not been increased by improvement in techniques as in the north. 143. If, however, it was just a question of technology, we are only pushed one step back, to ask why technological advances made in one area were adopted in another area not that distant either geographically or culturally. Brodel suggests that soil conditions in Mediterranean Europe and Northwest Europe were fundamentally different, the former being poorer. 144 Porchnea suggests that a further consideration is degree of involvement in the world economy, the existence of large estates, hence the absence of sharecropping, being correlated with high involvement. 145. May we not then consider sharecropping as a sort of second best? Unable to move all the way to large estates based either on enclosure and tenancy as in England or coerced cash crop labor as in Eastern Europe, the landed classes of southern France and northern Italy chose the halfway house 146 of sharecropping, as a partial response to the creation of a capitalist world economy, in the form of semi-capitalist enterprises, appropriate indeed to semi-peripheral areas. If the semi-peripheral areas remained semi-peripheral and did not become the total satellites into which peripheral areas developed, it was not only because of the high land/labor ratio. It may also have been because the existence of a strong indigenous bourgeoisie has a particular impact on the development of agricultural production in times of distress. Dubé points out that in areas where city merchants had been numerous and relatively powerful, many of the estates fell into the hands of these townsmen seeking protection against famine and the social status attached to land ownership, but not the trouble of actual farming. Giving out the land to sharecropping was a reasonable compromise. 147 How reasonable the compromise was from the point of view of the peasants is put into considerable doubt by G. de Falgaroles, since the orientation of these town bourgeois was toward short-run profit from their investment, which had the effect of desolating the land over the following century. 148. A second paradox, then, about the most advanced area. We already noted the strength of town workers keeping up the wage level, thus putting northern Italy at an industrial disadvantage vis-à-vis northwest Europe. Perhaps this same strength of workers accounted for maintaining disproportionate numbers of laborers in the rural areas by using guild restrictions to prevent their entry into urban employment, that is, in the 16th century period of demographic upsurge. This would have the result of weakening the bargaining position of the peasant. In any case, the strength of the town bourgeoisie seems to have led to a higher likelihood of sharecropping, and thus to the non-emergence of the yeoman farmer who would play such a large role in the economic advance of Northwest Europe. Let us now turn to those areas which would by 1640 be ensconced at the core of the European world economy, England, the Netherlands, and to some extent northern France. These areas developed a combination of pasturage and arable production based on free or freer labor and units of relatively efficient size. As may be noted, Spain started down this path and then turned off it to become part of the semi-periphery. The reasons for this shift in economic role we shall expound at length in a later chapter. In the crisis of the late Middle Ages, when a decline in population led to a lowered demand for agricultural products as well as higher wages for urban workers, and hence a better bargaining position for rural workers, the great domains declined in Western Europe, as we have already seen. They could not become cash crop estates as in 16th century Eastern Europe because there was no international market in a generally dismal economic scene. They had only two significant alternatives. On the one hand, they could convert feudal obligations into money rent 149, which would reduce costs and increase income to the domain owner, but involved a gradual transfer of control over the land. That is, it made possible the rise of the small-scale yeoman farmer, either as tenant on fixed rents or, if better off, as independent owner, who can be seen as someone who has, in the purchase of the land, paid a lump sum of rent for a number of years. 150 The alternative then open to the landlord was to convert his land to pasture, cattle or sheep. In the 15th century, both wool prices and meat prices had seemed to resist the effects of depression more, and in addition the costs in then scarce, hence expensive, labor were less. 151. At this time, both England and Spain increased pasturage. With the expanding economy of the 16th century, wheat seemed to gain an advantage over wool. 152 but not over cattle, which gave not only meat but tallow, leather, and dairy products, the consumption of all of which expanded with prosperity. 153 The most important thing to note about pasturage in the 16th century, especially livestock, was that it was becoming increasingly a regionally specialized activity. More cattle here, an advantage to large landowners, also meant less cattle elsewhere, which often meant a reduction in peasant consumption of meat and dairy products, a deterioration in his diet. 154 This overemphasis on livestock occurred in Spain, precisely. The two options, conversion of domains to leased land, and arable land to pasture, went hand in hand. For the latter made arable land all the scarcer, which made its rental value higher. 155 Furthermore, as arable land became scarcer, cultivation had to be more intensive, which meant that the quality of labor was very important, a further inducement to moving from labor services to money rent. 156. The rise of sheep farming in the 16th century led to the Great Enclosures movement in England and Spain. But paradoxically it was not the large-scale proprietor who sought the enclosures but a new type, the small-scale independent proprietor. 157 It was of course the economic renewal of the 16th century that made possible the continued growth of these small-scale independent farmers. For sheep ate men, as the saying went, the rise of sheep farming thus creating the food shortages that had to be compensated both by more efficient arable production in England, the yeoman, and by Baltic grain, coerced cash cropping. 158. Furthermore, the increased enclosures made possible the growth in the rural areas of handicraft industries. 159 In Spain, however, the Mesta was too entrenched for the small-scale proprietor to make too much headway. And as we shall see later, the imperial policies of Charles V gave some added strength to these large landowners. Instead of using its rural unemployed for industrial development, Spain would expel them and export them. We must persist a little longer on this question of the development of Western European agriculture and why it could not take the route of Eastern Europe, large estates with coerced cash crop labor. It was, in the end, because a capitalist world economy was coming into existence. Paul Sweezy argues a sort of ecological continuum, near the centers of trade, the effect on feudal economy of trade expansion is strongly disintegrating. Further away the effect tends to be just the opposite. 160 This is really too simple a formulation, as Poston argues and Dobb agrees. 161 The Sweezy case is based on the alternatives for the peasant, the ability to escape to the city, the civilizing proximity of urban life. 162 He neglects the possibility that in many peripheral regions, for example Eastern Europe, the peasant had the alternative of frontier areas, often quite as attractive as cities. Indeed, it was precisely because the peasant used this alternative that juridical means were introduced in the 16th century to bind him to the land. The difference was less in the peasant's alternatives, though this played a role, than in the landowner's alternatives. Where was he to draw the largest and most immediate profit? On the one hand, he could turn his land over to other uses, pasture land at a higher rate of profit or lease for money to small farmers, both of which meant dispensing with the feudal labor service requirements, and using the new profit for investment in trade and industry and/or in aristocratic luxury. On the other hand, he could seek to obtain larger profits by intensifying production of staple cash crops, especially grain, and then investing the new profits in trade, but not industry and/or aristocratic luxury. Point 163. The former alternative was more plausible in Northwest Europe, the latter in Eastern Europe, largely because the slight differential already established in production specialties meant that profit maximization was achieved, or at least thought to be achieved, by doing more extensively and more efficiently what one already did best. Point 164. Hence, the state authorities encouraged enclosures for pasturing, and truck farming, in England, but the creation of large domains for wheat growing in Eastern Europe. As for why labor was contractual in Northwest Europe and coerced in Eastern Europe, it is insufficient to point to pasturage versus arable land use. For in that case, Hispanic America would have had contractual labor. Rather, demography plays the critical role, as we have already suggested. The Western European alternative was one which assumed that there would be enough of a manpower pool at cheap enough rates to satisfy the landowner's needs without costing too much. Point 165. In Eastern Europe and Hispanic America, there was a shortage of labor by comparison with the amount of land it was profitable to exploit, given the existence of world economy. And in the presence of such a shortage, the expansion of markets and the growth of production is as likely to lead to the increase of labor services as to their decline. 166. Indeed, in Hispanic America, the decline in population was the very fact which explained the rise of cattle and sheep raising, both of which became widespread in the 16th century, and which took the form of large-scale enterprises with an important component of forced labor because of the labor shortage. Point 167. Finally, let us look at what the rise of money tenancy meant. Remember that in Western Europe the conversion of feudal dues to money rent became widespread in the late Middle Ages, as we discussed in the last chapter, because of population decline. One must not think of this as an either/or proposition. Feudal dues could be paid in labor services, in kind, or in money. It was often to the landowner's advantage to switch back and forth. Point 168. For this reason, the mere change in the form of feudal rent was not by itself critical. Indeed, Takahashi goes in so far as to argue that it is epiphenomenal. 169. But this seems to me to be quite overstating the issue. Even if it might be true for the 13th and 14th centuries to some extent, the rise of payment of dues in money terms certainly evolved into a meaningful difference by the 16th century, precisely because the extra economic coercive forces were pressuring not the rural laborers but instead the landowners to go further than they intended. Point 170. Or at least they were pushing some landowners. At a time of expansion, there was competition for labor. The richest landowners could afford to buy the labor away from others. The smallest often had little choice but to settle for obtaining tenants on his land. It was those of in-between size who may have held on the longest to the old feudal relationships. Point 171. England and France had followed the same path in the late Middle Ages. In both there was manumission of serfdom, the rise of money tenancy, and correlatively the rise of wage labor. Yet a curious thing happened in the 16th century. England continued on this path. Eastern Europe moved toward the second serfdom. Southern France moved toward sharecropping. In northern France, transformation seemed to stop short. As Bloch notes, villages which had not by the 16th century been able to obtain their liberty found it harder and harder to do so. 172. One way to look at this is as a limitation on the ability of the serf to free himself. Bloch regards it rather as a limitation on the ability of the seigneur to force the serf into a tenancy arrangement. Point 173. Bloch explains this crucial French-English differential in terms of prior differences. France was more economically developed than England, in the sense that the money economy had spread earlier and more extensively. England was more politically developed than France, in the sense that it had stronger central institutions, deriving ultimately from the fact that royal power originated in England in a conquest situation, whereas French kings had to slowly piece together their authority amidst true feudal dispersion. Let us see the logic of each of these arguments. First, France was more centrally located to the currents of European trade and technology than England, and therefore its landed classes developed earlier, the process of conversion of feudal dues to money rents also occurring earlier. 174 But since the counter-pressures to the breaking up of manors occurred more or less simultaneously in England and France, it follows that English manors still remained relatively more intact than French at the onset of the long 16th century. Therefore, Bloch implies, English landlords were relatively more free to take advantage of new commercialization possibilities of large domains than French landlords. The English moved to a system of wage labor and continued manumission. The French had to make the best of a bad situation, and landlords sought to increase their incomes by renewed old-style pressures. The second argument deals with the relationship of the king and the nobility as early as the 12th century. The English had established a strong central control on the judiciary. The other side of this achievement, however, was that within the manor the lord, although he lost power over criminal offences, obtained full authority to do whatever he wished about tenure. In the 14th and 15th centuries, the manorial courts downplayed copyhold in their interpretation of customary law. When royal justice finally was able to intervene in such questions toward the end of the 15th century, they discovered that customary law permitted variable rents. In France, however, there was no central criminal justice. On the other hand, the lord of the manor never had exclusive authority over land law. Hence patrimoniality could not be so easily undermined. Who the true owner was became an obscure legal question. By the 16th century, there were jurists who were willing to argue the tenant could not be dislodged. Unable, therefore, to change the rents, the seigneur had to reacquire the land by judicial manipulation of documents, and by expanding via rediscovery the obligations of feudal dues. 175 Over the long run, this difference would be crucial. 176. Hence, what Bloch seems to be arguing is that because the English legal system allowed more flexibility to the landlord, money tenancy and wage labour continued to expand, allowing both great pastoral estates and the yeoman farmer becoming gentry to flourish. It also would force more rural labour into urban areas to form the proletariat with which to industrialize. In France, paradoxically, the very strength of the monarchy forced the seigneurial class to maintain less economically functional, more feudal, forms of land tenure, which would hold France back. Resolving the tenure issue had in turn great consequences for the role a country would play in the world system. A system of estate management as in Eastern Europe requires large amounts of supervisory personnel. Had English landlords moved in this direction, there might not have been sufficient personnel to man the many new administrative posts required in the emerging world economy: commercial managers, eventually overseas personnel, etc. It is not that landowners ceded their personnel for these other uses, but that as these other uses expanded, there were fewer persons left for supervisory positions on estates. Tenancy was a way out. Note then the overall picture. Northwest Europe is in the process of dividing the use of her land for pastoral and arable products. This was only possible as the widening market created an ever larger market for the pastoral products. 177 And as the periphery of the world economy provided cereal supplements for the core areas. The semi-periphery was turning away from industry, a task increasingly confided to the core, and toward relative self-sufficiency in agriculture. The agricultural specialization of the core encouraged the monetization of rural work relationships, as the work was more skilled and as landowners wished to rid themselves of the burden of surplus agricultural workers. Wage labor and money rents became the means of labor control. In this system, a stratum of independent small-scale farmers could emerge and indeed grow strong both on their agricultural products and on their links to the new handicraft industries. Given the increase in population and the decline in wages, it would then follow, as Marx said, that these yeoman farmers grew rich at the expense both of their laborers and their landlords. 178 They usurped, by enclosure, the lands of the former, arguing publicly the need to guarantee the country's food supply. 179 And then hired them at low wages, while obtaining at fixed rentals more and more land from the owners of large domains. We do not wish to overstate the strength of this new yeoman class. It is enough to realize they became a significant economic, and hence political, force. Their economic strength lay in the fact that they had every incentive to be entrepreneurial. They were seeking wealth and upward mobility. The route to success lay through economic efficiency. But they were not yet burdened down either by traditional obligations of largesse or status obligations of luxury spending or town life. 180. Obviously, such a redistribution of rural economic effort had a great impact on the character of the urban areas. What was going on in the towns? We know that the 16th century was a time of growing population in general and of growing town sizes, in absolute terms everywhere, but relatively in core areas. We know it follows, logically and from empirical evidence, as Heliner says, that one has to assume that, in the 16th century, the pressure of population on its land resources was mounting. 181 In Eastern Europe, some people moved into frontier lands. From the Iberian Peninsula, some went to the Americas, and some were expelled, Jews, later Moriscos, to other areas of the Mediterranean. In Western Europe generally, there was emigration to the towns and a growing vagabondage that was endemic. 182 There was not only the rural exodus, both the enclosed and ejected rural laborer, and the migratory laborer who came down from the mountains to the plains for a few weeks at harvest time, the true rural proletarians for brothel. 183 There was also the vagabondage caused by the decline of feudal bodies of retainers and the disbanding of the swollen armies which had flocked to serve the kings against their vassals. 184. What did all these wanderers do? They of course provided the unskilled labor for the new industries. In Marx's view, the rapid rise of manufactures, particularly in England, absorbed them gradually. 185 And as we have seen, their availability was one of the conditions of the willingness of landlords to commute feudal services to rents. 186. This picture of an expanding labor force, not producing food, is hard to reconcile, however, with another fact. Jones and Wolff argue that a precondition to industrial development, and one that was historically met for the first time in 16th century Northwest Europe, is that, along with an increase in productivity and a wider market, there was a breathing space from intense population pressure during which income rather than men might be multiplied. 187. But what about the surplus population then that swelled the towns of the core states, that wandered the countryside as vagabonds? Well, for one thing, they kept dying off in large quantity. Some were hanged for being vagabonds. 188 Famines were frequent, especially given the slowness and prohibitive price of transport, and the irregularity of harvests. 189 As Brodel and Spooner put it, an analysis of this economy must take into account the youth of this vagabond population whose lifespan was on the average short because of famines and epidemics. 190. This would then account for an otherwise puzzling phenomenon noted by Brodel: the proletariat of the towns could not have maintained its size, still less have grown, were it not for constant waves of immigration. 191 It also helps to explain the puzzling circumstance noted by Phelps, Brown and Hopkins, that, despite the significant fall in wages of the workers, there was so relatively little social upheaval. They say, part of the answer may be that it was a fall from a high level of the 15th century, so that great though it was it still left the wage earner with a subsistence. 192. But this subsistence survival of the Northwest European workers' wage level was only made possible by having a periphery from which to import wheat, having bullion to make the flow possible, and allowing part of the population to die off, which part would be a fascinating subject to pursue. Is it not probable that, already in the 16th century, there were systematic ethnic distinctions of rank within the working class in the various cities of Europe? For example, Kazimierz Tymieniecki notes precisely this phenomenon in the towns of 16th century East Elbia, where German workers excluded Slavic migrants from higher occupations. 193 Not much research seems to have been done on the ethnic distribution of the urban working class of early modern Europe, but my guess would be that Tymieniecki's description might be shown to be typical of the whole of the world economy. It is not only that, within this world economy, towns were unevenly distributed, but that within the towns, ethnic groups were probably unevenly distributed. We must not forget here the concept of layers within layers. If we must be careful to look at whom we mean by urban workers, we must be careful when we look at the upper classes. In medieval Europe, high status was held by warrior landowners called nobles. For the most part, they were an occupationally homogeneous group, distinguished largely by rank, which correlated roughly with size of domain and the number of vassals. To be sure, individuals and families moved up and down the rank scale. There were also a few towns in which emerged an urban patriciate. We have already discussed in the previous chapter some of the conceptual confusions of identity to which this gave rise. But, in the 16th century, was the landowner merchant aristocrat or bourgeois? It is clear that both generically and specifically this was unclear. The picture had become murky with the creation of a world economy based on commerce and capitalist agriculture. Let us look successively at the international merchants and then the industrialists, and see both their geographic distribution and their links to landowning classes. In many ways the techniques of commercial gain used in the 16th century were merely an extension of the methods the towns learned to use vis-à-vis their immediate hinterland in the late Middle Ages. The problem of the towns collectively was to control their own market, that is, be able both to reduce the cost of items purchased from the countryside and to minimize the role of stranger merchants. 194 Two techniques were used. On the one hand, towns sought to obtain not only legal rights to tax market operations but also the right to regulate the trading operation, who should trade, when it should take place, what should be traded. Furthermore, they sought to restrict the possibilities of their countryside engaging in trade other than via their town. The result was what Dobb calls a sort of urban colonialism. 195 Over time, these various mechanisms shifted their terms of trade in favor of the townsmen, in favor thus of the urban commercial classes against both the landowning and peasant classes. But the profits in this, while important, were small by comparison with what might be earned by long-distance trade, especially colonial or semi-colonial trade. Henri C. estimates the profit margins of the early colonial commercial operations as being very high, sometimes in excess of 200 or 300% from dealings that were little more than piracy. 196 There were really two separate aspects to this high profit ratio. One was the monopsony situation in the colonial area, that is, monopsony in the purchase of land and labor. This was arranged, as we have seen, by the use of legal force, whether in Hispanic America or in Eastern Europe. The second was the effective lack of competition in the areas of sales of the primary products, Western Europe. This lack of competition was the consequence, in part, of the lack of technological development, and in part of vertical linkage chains of merchandising. To be sure, the technology of business transactions had seen some very important advances in the late 13th and early 14th centuries: deposit banking, the bill of exchange, brokers, branch offices of central commercial organizations. Chaunu estimates that these techniques enabled commercial capitalism to increase, perhaps tenfold, its ability to skim surplus and thus have the ships, the men, the means needed to feed the adventure of exploration and then of exploitation of new space, in close liaison with the state. 197 Nonetheless, the sum total of these commercial innovations was insufficient to make it possible for long-distance traders to enter the world market without substantial capital and usually some state assistance. Hence, not many could so enter, and those who were already in did not actively seek to alter this situation. 198. Even more important were the vertical links. The sources of capital were limited. Let us remember, even the state apparatuses were large-scale borrowers. The profits of Portuguese sugar plantations based on slave labor, for example, went not merely to the Portuguese directly involved, but to persons in the more advanced European economies, who provided both initial capital and an industrial outlet. 199 It was not merely that Northwest Europe could develop the factories, but that their vertical commercial links encouraged a financial dependence. Indeed, it would not be extreme to talk of a system of international debt peonage, first perfected by Hanseatic merchants vis-à-vis Norwegian fishermen and fur trappers in the late Middle Ages 200 and later by the Germanic merchants of such towns as Riga, Reval, and Gdansk vis-à-vis the East European hinterland. The technique was known elsewhere, being used by the merchants of Toulouse, the Genoese in the Iberian Peninsula, and in parts of the wool trade of England and Spain. What was the method? Very simple: it involved the purchase of goods in advance of their production, that is, payments in advance for supplies to be delivered in the future. This prevented sale on an open market. It allowed the merchants rather than the producers to decide the optimum moment for world resale. And since the money lent tended to be expended by the time of delivery of the goods, if not overspent, the producer was always tempted to perpetuate the arrangement. In theory forbidden by law, this system could only be applied by merchants who had the means and influence to be able to sustain the practice, that is foreign merchants, or rich merchants who had easy access to foreign markets. 201 These merchants could thereby take the profits of the price revolution and multiply them. The way in which this system involved a vertical network of exploitation and profit-making is clearly described by Malowist as it operated in Poland. In the 16th and beginning of the 17th centuries, when the Gdansk merchants were paying less attention to the sea trade, they began to exert an increasing influence on agriculture in all parts of Poland. Towards the end of the 16th century, when conditions for the export of grain were particularly favorable, agents of the Gdansk merchants were regularly to be seen at the markets in the towns and villages of Poland, where they bought up grain. In the 17th century, the rich merchants of Gdansk, like the merchants of Riga, made advance payments not only to the lesser gentry, but even to the wealthy nobles of Poland and Lithuania. This great flourishing of Gdansk trade in the extensive hinterlands can be explained by the immense increase in the wealth of the Gdansk merchants during the time of the revolution in prices. The Gdansk merchants received advance payments from the Dutch, and the latter sometimes collected for that purpose certain sums from merchants in Antwerp. 202. This system of international debt peonage enabled a cadre of international merchants to bypass, and thus eventually destroy, the indigenous merchant classes of Eastern Europe, and to some extent those of Southern Europe, and enter into direct links with landlord entrepreneurs, nobility included, who were essentially capitalist farmers, producing the goods and keeping control of them until they reached the first major port area, after which they were taken in hand by some merchants of West European, or North Italian, nationality. 203 who in turn worked through and with a burgeoning financial class centered in a few cities. If the international merchants in the European world economy were largely of certain nationalities, was this also true of industrialists, and what was the relation of these two groups? Industrial production existed already in the Middle Ages, but it was scattered, small-scale, and mostly geared to a luxury market. It was only with the rise of a capitalist system within the framework of a world economy that there could emerge industrial entrepreneurs. 204. It was precisely in the areas of greater agricultural specialization that there was a thrust to industrialize, not only in moments of expansion but in moments of contraction as well. Marian Malowist talks to the conjuncture in these areas of the growth of a cloth industry and agricultural crisis of the 14th and 15th centuries. 205 Joan Thirsk notes how the rural thrust, the need to find alternate employment possibilities for ejected rural labor, continued to operate in 16th century England. 206. This rural pressure, however, did not operate in the most advanced areas because the fact that many of these industries were then located in rural areas was a function not only of the rural search for employment, but of the urban rejection. Many of the centers of the medieval textile industry in Flanders and northern Italy had their capital invested in luxury good production and were unable or unwilling to shift to the new market first made necessary by the monetary crisis of the 14th and 15th centuries and then made profitable by the creation of a world economy in the 16th century. These entrepreneurs were not concerned in this case about frontiers. 207 One famous and key move of this kind was the flight of Flemish capitalists to England. What we must bear in mind is that at this stage the industries all had a shaky base. They rose and fell. They were like wanderers searching for a haven, they resembled 1,000 fires lighted at the same time, each fragile, in a vast field of dry grasses. 208 It is clear that the old advanced centers, the controllers of international trade, were not necessarily the centers of imagination and daring. It seems to bear out Henri Piron's belief in the non-continuity of capitalist entrepreneurs. 209. We are thus led to be prudent in the use of our terminology. Bourgeois and feudal classes, in an explanation which uses class categories to explain social change, should not be read, as it usually is, to mean merchants and landowners. During the long period of the creation of the European world economy, in the core countries of this world economy, there were some merchants and some landowners who stood to gain from retaining those forms of production associated with feudalism, namely ones in which peasant labor was in some way systematically and legally made to turn over the largest part of its product to the landowner, e.g., corvée, feudal rents, etc. And there were some merchants and some landowners who stood to gain from the rise of new forms of industrial production, based on contractual labor. In the 16th century, this division often corresponded, as a first approximation, to big and small. Big merchants and big landowners profited more from the old feudal system, small, medium size, rising, ones from the new capitalist forms. But the big-small dichotomy should be used with caution and nuance, and it only holds at this point of historical time. Theoretically, of course, it makes a lot of sense. New forms of social organization usually tend to have less appeal to those doing well under an existing system than to those who are energetic and ambitious, but not yet arrive. Empirically, it is complicated by other considerations. Whatever their origins, this new class of industrialists, some coming out of the yeoman farmer ranks and some reconverted merchants, were committed to what Villard terms the essential characteristic of a modern economy, the achievement of medium-sized profits in much larger markets, selling in quantity, while earning less on a per-unit basis. 210 part of the profit came from the wage lag. 211 part were windfall profits. Part were low real interest rates. Part were profits borrowed against the future in terms of non-calculated depreciation. 212 but profit there was. And the amount of profit not only created a political base for this class, it had an immediate impact on the overall economy. This was felt in many ways, as a stimulus to the production of raw materials and the mobilization of manpower, as a way of meeting a growing demand which became a mass demand. But in addition, it made possible the industry responsible for the creation of many external economies, roads, flood control devices, ports. 213. It is clear, too, that the 16th century saw a remarkable shift of locus of the textile industry. During the late 15th and early 16th centuries, these industries expanded in the old centers, northern Italy, southern Germany, Lorraine, Franche-Comté, Spanish Netherlands, and in England only in the southwest and only in woolen cloth. Then, new centers arose, principally in England and the northern Netherlands, in countries that had been, as Neff observed, industrially backward at the beginning of the 16th century. 214. We have sought to present the case in this chapter of the emergence of a new economic framework of action in the 16th century, the European world economy based on capitalist methods. It involved a division of productive labor that can only be properly appreciated by taking into account the world economy as a whole. The emergence of an industrial sector was important, but what made this possible was the transformation of agricultural activity from feudal to capitalist forms. Not all these capitalist forms were based on free labor, only those in the core of the economy. But the motivations of landlord and laborer in the non-free sector were as capitalist as those in the core. We should not leave this theme without looking at the objections to this analysis. Ernesto Laca has taken André Gunder Frank to task for arguing that 16th-century Hispanic America had a capitalist economy. He argues that this is both incorrect and un-Marxist. Without diverting ourselves into a long excursus on Marxian exegetics, let me say simply that I think Laca is right in terms of the letter of Marx's arguments but not in terms of its spirit. On the substance of the issue itself, Laca's main argument is that Frank's definition of capitalism as production for profit for a market in which the profit does not go to the direct producer and feudalism as a closed-off subsistence economy are both conceptually wrong. He argues that Frank's definition, in omitting relations of production, that is, essentially whether or not labor is free, makes it possible not only to include 16th-century Hispanic America but also the slave on a Roman latifundium or the glebe serf of the European Middle Ages, at least in those cases the overwhelming majority where the lord assigned part my italics of the economic surplus extracted from the serf for sale. 215. He then suggests that, if Frank is right, we would have To conclude that Elizabethan England or Renaissance France was ripe for socialism. 216 Finally he says far from feudalism being incompatible with capitalism, the expansion of the external market in Hispanic America served to accentuate and consolidate feudalism. 217 Lacan precisely beclouds the issue. First, the difference between the glebe serf of the Middle Ages and the slave or worker on an encomienda in 16th century Hispanic America, or a serf in Poland, was threefold: the difference between assigning part of the surplus to a market and assigning most of the surplus, the difference between production for a local market and a world market, the difference between the exploiting classes spending the profits, and being motivated to maximize them and partially reinvest them. As for Lacan's inference about Elizabethan England, it is absurd and polemical. As for involvement in a capitalist world market accentuating feudalism, precisely so, but feudalism of this new variety. The point is that the relations of production that define a system are the relations of production of the whole system, and the system at this point in time is the European world economy. Free labor is indeed a defining feature of capitalism, but not free labor throughout the productive enterprises. Free labor is the form of labor control used for skilled work in core countries, whereas coerced labor is used for less skilled work in peripheral areas. The combination thereof is the essence of capitalism. When labor is everywhere free, we shall have socialism. But capitalism cannot flourish within the framework of a world empire. This is one reason why it never emerged in Rome. The various advantages merchants had in the emergent world economy were all politically easier to obtain than if they had sought them within the framework of a single state, whose rulers would have to respond to multiple interests and pressures. 218 That is why the secret of capitalism was in the establishment of the division of labor within the framework of a world economy that was not an empire rather than within the framework of a single national state. In underdeveloped countries in the 20th century, K. Barrell notes that international trade is often much cheaper and easier than internal trade, and specialization between countries is often much easier and earlier than specialization between regions in a country. 219 This was also true in 16th century Europe. We shall try to demonstrate how and why this worked in the course of this volume. In summary, what were the economic accomplishments of the 16th century and how have we accounted for them? It was not a century of great technological advance, except for the introduction of coal as a fuel in England and northern France. A. Rupert Hall sees both industry and agriculture as in the last phases of a series of changes, both technological and organizational, which had begun in the 14th century, with the crisis. But, he notes, it was in the 16th century that there was a diffusion of techniques from the core to the periphery of European civilization. 220 Four things are striking about the 16th century. Europe expanded into the Americas. This may not have been determinative by itself, but it was important. 221 The crucial fact about the expansion was captured by Braudel: the gold and silver of the New World enabled Europe to live above its means, to invest beyond its savings. 222 To invest beyond its savings, and to increase its savings, by the price revolution and wage lag. Whether or not the expansion of bullion was responsible for the expansion of production, and to whatever extent demographic expansion was the cause or consequence, the bullion itself was merchandise, and a general expansion of trade underlay the prosperity of the 16th century, which was neither a game nor a mirage, not a monetary illusion. 223 The third striking change was the pattern of rural labor, the rise of coerced cash crop labor in the periphery and of the yeoman farmer in the core. Takahashi may exaggerate when he calls the yeoman farmer the prime mover. 224 In the end of feudalism, but it is doubtful that one could have had a capitalist system without him. But also not without the coerced cash crop labor. Jean Neer attacks Dobb for putting exclusive emphasis on the availability of proletarian labor in explaining the rise of capitalism. He says one has to put this factor together with secular price movements. 225 Braudel and Spooner, on the other hand, caution against confusing accidental fluctuations, the price revolution, for structural changes. 226 What is clear is that in the 16th century a capitalist era 227 emerges and that it takes the form of a world economy. No doubt, the fragility of this first unity of the world. 228 is a critical explanatory variable in the political evolution. But the fact is that this unity survives and, in the 17th and 18th centuries, did come to be consolidated. One of the principal features of the European world system of the 16th century is that there was no simple answer to the question of who was dominating whom. One might make a good case for the Low Countries exploiting Poland via Gdansk, and certainly Spain exploiting its American possessions. The core dominated the periphery. But the core was so large. Did Genoese merchants and bankers use Spain, or did Spanish imperialism absorb parts of Italy? Did Florence dominate Lyon, or France Lombardy, or both? How should one describe the true links between Antwerp, later Amsterdam, and England? Note that in all these cases we deal with a merchant city-state on the one hand and a larger nation-state on the other. If we are to untangle the picture any further, we must look to the political side, the ways in which various groups sought to use the state structures to protect and advance their interests. It is to this question we now turn. 3. The absolute monarchy and statism. It is evident that the rise of the absolute monarchy in Western Europe is coordinate in time with the emergence of a European world economy. But is it cause or consequence? A good case can be made for both. On the one hand, were it not for the expansion of commerce and the rise of capitalist agriculture, there would scarcely have been the economic base to finance the expanded bureaucratic state structures. 1. But on the other hand, the state structures were themselves a major economic underpinning of the new capitalist system, not to speak of being its political guarantee. As Brodel says, whether or not they wanted to be, the states were the biggest entrepreneurs of the century. 2. Furthermore, they were essential customers of the merchants. 3. There are several different arguments about the role of the state in capitalist enterprise. One concerns its extent, a second, its economic impact, and a third, its class content. The third argument we shall discuss later. First, while there is much disagreement about the extent of state involvement in the world economy of the 19th century, there seems to be widespread consensus that in the earlier periods of the modern world system, beginning at least in the 16th century and lasting at least until the 18th, the states were central economic actors in the European world economy. But if most agree that the states did play this role, some feel it was an unnecessary and undesirable role. For example, Schumpeter, true to his belief in the long-range superior efficiency of private enterprise, denies that the state was good for business as purchaser of goods or credit. He says it is an unpardonable error to think that in the absence of the extravagance of courts there would not have been equivalent goods from the peasants and the bourgeois from whom the corresponding means were taken. For unpardonable it may be, but error perhaps not. Why is it not conceivable that, to meet tax demands, a peasant produces a surplus which he might otherwise either consume or not produce? Does Schumpeter really assume that in the 16th century the peasants of Europe were totally oriented to a commercial market? As for the thesis that court expenditures were vital in the creation of credit, Schumpeter has two responses. One is that any benefit obtained in developing a credit engineering machine must be weighed against all the destruction wrought and all the paralysis of economic activity spread, both by the methods of raising that revenue and by the uses it financed. 5. This involves a tremendous counterfactual argument, whose validity can only be assessed in terms of the entire argument of this book. The view expounded herein will be that the development of strong states in the core areas of the European world was an essential component of the development of modern capitalism. His second response is that the counterpart of loans to courts was economic privileges which were most probably economically unsound from the perspective of the interests of the larger community. 6. No doubt this is true, but to me this seems a description of the essence of capitalism, not an accidental distortion of its operations, and hence an assertion which in fact provides a good part of the refutation of Schumpeter's previous one. We have already reviewed previously the various aspects of the economic crisis of the 14th and 15th centuries which contributed to the slow but steady growth of state bureaucracies. We have also mentioned the evolution of military technology which made obsolete the medieval knight and thereby strengthened the hand of central authorities who could control large numbers of infantrymen. The main political objective of the monarchs was the restoration of order, a prerequisite to economic resurgence. In Jennicott's succinct summary, by revealing the evil effects of a breakdown in authority, the troubled times established the case for centralization. 7. But why should such political regimes come to the fore at this particular time? One classic response is to talk in terms of the centrifugal phenomena of new states, an argument often used about 20th century new states. 8. The initial thrust of the 15th century restorers of order came out of the crisis of feudalism. The economic squeeze on the seigneurs had led to increased exploitation of peasants and consequently to peasant rebellions. It had also led to internecine warfare among the nobility. The weakened nobility looked to the kings to preserve them from the threats of greater disorder still. The kings profited from the circumstances to enhance their own wealth and power vis-a-vis this very nobility. This was the price of their provision of security, what Frederick Lane calls their protection rent, and which he reminds us were at that time both a major source of the fortunes made in trade and a more important source of profits than superiority in industrial technique or industrial organization. 9. Of course, the king's advance was not merely a function of opportunity but of the pressures he was under himself. Eisenstadt argues that what he calls bureaucratic politics come into existence when the political rulers cannot rely on the facilities available to them through their own resources, e.g., the king's domains, or through the unquestioning commitments of other groups. 10. But were commitments ever unquestioning? And as for the availability of resources, the fact that the king's personal resources were insufficient for their objectives was a function of more ambitious objectives. We must then look to the pressures that led rulers to seek to implement more ambitious objectives. One suggestion comes from Archibald Lewis, who ties it to the availability of land. When the sovereign has given out all the free land and none remains, it is necessary for him to begin to tax, taking back in another form the wealth he earlier showered out upon his people. 11. This need for national taxation did not immediately lead to absolutism. Rather, the sovereign had to create parliaments to obtain the assistance of the nobility in the taxation process, but only until such time as the rulers felt powerful enough to dispense with such assistance. 12. Dobb has a different emphasis. He sees the pressure on the king as having come not from the shortage of land but from labor scarcity. The growth of the state machinery served to promote control of the labor market. 13. It might follow from this analysis that if economic crisis led to greater power for the monarchs, the economic expansion of the 16th century would have had the inverse effect. To a certain extent, as we shall see, this was true. The first 16th century was the era of imperial strivings, not of strong states, as we shall discuss in the next chapter. It was not until the failure of empire, of which we shall speak then, that strong states once again came to the fore. And indeed it would only be the 18th century that historians would deem the age of absolutism. 14. In fact, however, despite fluctuations in the curve, we are faced with a secular increase in state power throughout the modern era. The capitalist world economy seems to have required and facilitated this secular process of increased centralization and internal control, at least within the core states. How did kings, who were the managers of the state machinery in the 16th century, strengthen themselves? They used four major mechanisms: bureaucratization, monopolization of force, creation of legitimacy, and homogenization of the subject population. We shall treat each in turn. If the king grew stronger, it was unquestionably due to the fact that he acquired new machinery to use, a corps of permanent and dependent officials. 15. Of course, in this respect, Europe was just catching up with China. Hence we know that a bureaucratic state structure is by itself insufficient to demarcate the great changes of the 16th century, much less account for them. Nevertheless, the development of the state bureaucracy was crucial, because it was to alter fundamentally the rules of the political game, by ensuring that henceforth decisions of economic policy could not be easily made without going through the state structure. It meant that the energy of men of all strata had to turn in significant part to the conquest of the political kingdom. To be sure, we are still talking in this era of a relatively small bureaucracy, certainly by comparison with contemporary Europe. 16. But the difference of size and structure by comparison with the late Middle Ages represented nonetheless a qualitative jump. How did a king acquire these men? He bought them. The problem of the king was not that he had no agents. There were persons who performed administrative and military functions in the realm, but they were not previously for the most part dependent on him, and hence were not bound to carry out his dispositions in the face of adverse pressure deriving from their own interests or from that of their peers and families. The king turned to persons, usually of modest origin, 17 to become a paid, full-time staff. The major institution which made this possible has come to be known as the venality of office. By contrast with bureaucracies based on a norm of financial disinterestedness and universalistic recruitment, no doubt these forms underline the limited power of the king, and the likelihood that state income would be diverted to increased payments to this venal bureaucracy. But by contrast with the preceding feudal system, venality made possible the relative supremacy of the state system. As Hartung and Mausnier say, despite appearances, the venality of offices was most often favorable to the absolute monarch. 18. The political choice was made by the king between realistic alternatives. In order to establish a rational bureaucracy, the state needed a sure source of prior funds other than that which the bureaucracy would bring in. K.W. Swart suggests that what monarchs lacked in the 16th century, unlike later governments, was the possibility to issue loans without assigning a special part of their income as security for the interest. 19. They were caught in a cycle because in order to acquire this possibility they first had to create a stronger state machinery. Venality of office had the virtue of providing both immediate income, sale of office, and a staff. Of course this then went hand in hand with the development of a self-interested corporate group of venal officers. 20. To be sure, venality creates a vicious circle, as Richard Ehrenberg points out, in which the increased bureaucracy eats up revenue and creates debts, leading to still larger fiscal needs by the state. 21. The trick was to transform the circle into an upward spiral wherein the bureaucracy was sufficiently efficient to squeeze out of the population a surplus larger than the costs of maintaining the apparatus. Some states succeeded at this. Others did not. The crucial distinguishing factor would be their role in the world economy. The upward spiral operated something like this: the momentary advantages acquired by the king in the late Middle Ages because of the economic squeeze on the nobility created the funds that made it possible to begin to buy a bureaucracy. This in turn made it possible both to tax more and to borrow more. In those areas of the world economy where economic transformation was proceeding in such a way as to ensure a disproportionate share of the world surplus, states found it easier to tax and to borrow, a sheer reflex of future-oriented confidence of money-possessing elements. The states used these increased revenues to increase their coercive power, which in turn increased what might be termed confidence in the coercive potential of the state. This made it possible for national debts to come into existence, that is, deficitary state budgets. National debts were unknown in the ancient world, and impossible in the Middle Ages because of the weakness of the central governments and the uncertainty of succession. It is only with the regime of Francis I in France in the 16th century that we first encounter this economic phenomenon. 22 For national debts can only exist when the state can force people to delay collecting them or at opportune moments refuse to pay them, while simultaneously forcing groups to lend, in specie or by various paper transactions, the current excess. It is part of the drive to ensure increasing revenues to the crown. The crown needed money with which to build up its state machinery, and had enough state machinery to obtain the money. The system employed was not yet mercantilism, a policy aimed at strengthening the long-run tax base of the state, so much as fiscalism, in Martin Wolf's phrase 23, a policy aimed at increasing the immediate income of the state. At this point in time, nonetheless, the lack of serious financial state machinery was still striking, another sign of weakness, as Brodel calls it, of the 16th century state, compared to later states. 24 Still, the weakness of the state as financial manipulator does not detract from the fact that national debts reflected the growing autonomous interests of the states as economic actors, however with a special ability to pursue their economic ends. Perhaps the most important use to which the surplus of money was put, once one deducted the cost of the administrative machinery used in collecting it, was in the creation of standing armies. Once again, the way states got personnel initially was to buy them. The counterpart of venal bureaucrats was mercenary soldiers, who however was available to be purchased. Not just anyone, since being a mercenary was a dangerous albeit occasionally rewarding occupation. It was not an occupation generally speaking of choice. Those who could do better did so with alacrity. It was consequently an occupation whose recruitment was geographically and socially skewed, part and parcel of the new European division of labor. The population growth in Western Europe led, as we have mentioned, to the phenomenon of vagabondage. There was a growth everywhere of a lumpenproletariat. They were a threat to the not too well established order of the new states. Incorporating some of them into the armies served multiple functions. It provided employment to some, and used this group to suppress the others. 25 It gave the kings new weapons to control the lords, but also to sustain them. V. G. Kiernan has indicated how many of the mercenaries came from the less developed corners of Western Europe, from Gascony, Picardy, Brittany, Wales, Corsica, Sardinia, Dalmatia. Altogether, a striking number of these recruiting grounds lay in mountainous regions on the fringes of Europe, inhabited by alien peoples such as Celts or Basques. 26 And, it seems, above all, from Switzerland. 27. Kiernan argues that this pattern of recruitment was not only directly responsible for controlling the social explosion of the 16th century, 28 it also had a second subtler impact, albeit one just as important, if we remember that, in our terms, we are dealing with a world economy. The reservoirs of mercenary recruitment remained politically stagnant, compared with their neighbours, somewhat as Nepal and the Punjab, two great recruiting grounds for the British Army, long did. For Switzerland, the 3 centuries of symbiosis with despotic France had evil consequences. Cantonal politics were corrupted by the fees received for licensing the export of soldiers, and rings of patricians increased their power at the expense of common people. As Alfieri was to remark bitterly, these free men of the hills became the chief watchdogs of tyranny. European history might have taken a different turn if the Swiss had still been as revolutionary a force in 1524, when the Peasants' War was fought, as 50 years earlier. 29. The mercenaries were not even recruited directly by the state in most cases. The existing machinery did not permit it. Rather, the state contracted with military entrepreneurs, who sought profit. Redlich is dubious that this was an optimal means of capital accumulation, since if their income was extraordinarily high, typically their expenditures were tremendous. 30 But it is one more piece of evidence on how state building affected the rise of capitalism. In the short run at least, in a society where there is chronic underemployment of resources, increased military expenditure has often stimulated more production of other kinds, so that the amount of surplus rose in time of war. 31 But more than commerce and production was involved in the military enterprise. The system was credit-creating. For not only did princes borrow from bankers, so did the military entrepreneurs, whose capital was supplied by the large merchant bankers such as the Fuggers. This would remain true as late as the 30 Years' War. 32. Furthermore, it is not only that mercenary armies offered employment for the poor and entrepreneurial opportunities. Armies had to be fed. Typically, food merchants accompanied armies in the field, also serving as intermediaries for the booty. 33 Alan Everett argues that army victualling was a major stimulus to regional grain specialization in Tudor England. 34 And that it even stimulated the export trade. 35 This is all the more plausible if one takes into account that states also felt a responsibility to make sure that their growing bureaucracies had sufficient food as well. 36 The expansion of capitalism came thus to serve the short-run needs of the state. Here, as with the civil bureaucracy, the monarch was in a dilemma. The military entrepreneur was a necessary adjunct in the monarch's search for power. He also drained a goodly part of the surplus. No doubt the military entrepreneur was a more reliable agent of the prince than a noble vassal, but ultimately he too pursued his own interests primarily. Woe to the prince whose liquidity failed. 37 The likelihood, however, of this happening was once again a direct function of the state's role in the world economy. Up to a point, in any case, the armies paid for themselves. For they made possible more taxes. Since the weight of these taxes fell almost entirely on the people, especially those who lived in the country, 38 the people chafed, and to the extent that they could, they rebelled. 39 The armies were then there to suppress these rebellions, to the extent that they could. The easiest form of rebellion, because the most difficult for the states to counteract, was banditry, which was of course the easier the more mountainous the region. 40 The police of the state was still too thin to do too much about it, except in central areas, and this banditry often found a resonant chord in the opposition of some traditional seigneurs to the new states. 41 No doubt, as Delumiao puts it, banditry was often the insurrection of the country against the city. 42 But who in the country, and most importantly when? It is clear that peasant involvement in banditry seems to be highly correlated with moments of grain shortage. 43 Of course, when a food riot occurred, the very poor were involved, but in banditry as a movement, especially in the Mediterranean area, it was not the very poor who made up the heart of the movement. It was more clearly the nascent yeoman farmers, who in the late 16th century, found in banditry their form of protest against the refeudalization that was occurring, against the semi-peripheralization of their countries. 44 In such countries, it was particularly the small entrepreneurs, like the Massari of southern Italy, who, having fewer means of resistance to poor harvest years than larger landowners, feared a precipitous fall into the ranks of the rural poor, and hence employed banditry against these large landowners whom they saw as their immediate enemy. 45 The other element involved in banditry was a part of the nobility, but again which ones? It seems to be those who were squeezed out by the economic upheaval. In our discussion of mercenaries, we pointed out that the growth of population along with various thrusts toward enclosure created the problem of vagabondage, and that the rise of mercenary armies served, among other purposes, to employ some of these vagabonds to hold the rest in line. Mercenary armies strengthened the princes. By the same token, they weakened the traditional nobility, not only by establishing forces strong enough to enforce the royal will, but also by creating an employment vacuum for the lesser nobility. 46 There was of course an alternative for impoverished knights in many areas. They could join the king's service. Furthermore, where the king was stronger, banditry was more difficult. But in areas where the prince was weak, his weakness made banditry more profitable and alternative service less available. It is in this sense that banditry implicitly was a demand for a stronger state rather than a flight into traditional resistance. It was a form of opposition, in some cases the greatest force of opposition existing within the kingdom. 47 But an opposition within the framework of the modern state. It would hence be a serious error to see banditry as a form of traditional feudal opposition to state authority. 48 It was the consequence of the inadequate growth of state authority, the inability of the state to compensate for the dislocations caused by the economic and social turbulence, the unwillingness of the state to ensure some greater equalization of distribution in times of inflation, population growth, and food shortages. Banditry was in this sense created by the state itself, both by depriving some nobles of traditional rights, and hence sources of wealth, and some peasants of their produce to feed the new bureaucracies, and by creating in the state itself a larger concentration of wealth such that it became more tempting to try to seize part of it. Banditry was a symptom of the dislocations caused by the tremendous economic reallocations resulting from the creation of a European world economy. Political organisms are always more stable to the extent that they achieve even partial legitimacy. There is much mystification in the analyses of the process of legitimation caused by an almost exclusive look at the relationship of governments and the mass of the population. It is doubtful if very many governments in human history have been considered legitimate by the majority of those exploited, oppressed, and mistreated by their governments. The masses may be resigned to their fate, or sullenly restive, or amazed at their temporary good fortune, or actively insubordinate. But governments tend to be endured, not appreciated, or admired, or loved, or even supported. So it surely was in 16th century Europe. Legitimation does not concern the masses but the cadres. The question of political stability revolves around the extent to which the small group of managers of the state machinery is able to convince the larger group of central staff and regional potentates both that the regime was formed and functions on the basis of whatever consensual values these cadres can be made to believe exist, and that it is in the interest of these cadres that this regime continue to function without major disturbance. When such circumstances obtain, we may call a regime legitimate. Legitimacy, furthermore, is not a once-and-for-all matter. It is a matter of constant compromise. In the 16th century, the ideology which arose as a means of legitimating the new authority of the monarchs was the divine right of kings, the system we have come to call absolute monarchy. Since absolutism was an ideology, we must beware of taking its claims at face value. It would be useful to examine therefore exactly what were the claims and how they corresponded to the realities of the social structure. First, to what extent did absolute mean absolute? The theory that there were no human agencies that could, under most circumstances, make any legitimate claim of refusing to implement the proclaimed will of the monarch was not altogether new. However, it did get more widespread exposition and intellectual acceptance in this era than in earlier and later epochs. Absolute is a misnomer, however, both as to theory and as to fact. In theory, absolute did not mean unlimited, since as Hartung and Mausnier point out, it was limited by divine law and natural law. They argue that absolute should not be read as unlimited but rather as unsupervised, pas contrôlé. The monarchy was absolute by opposition to the past feudal scattering of power. It did not signify despotism and tyranny. 49 Similarly, Maraval says that in neither the initial nor subsequent phases of the modern state did absolute monarchy mean unlimited monarchy. It was a relative absoluteness. 50. The key operational claim was that the monarch should not be limited by the constraints of law, obligibus solutus. Whatever the claims, the powers of the monarch were in fact quite limited, not only in theory but in reality. In most ways, the power of the king was far less than that of the executive of a 20th-century liberal democracy, despite the institutional and moral constraints on the latter. For one thing, the state apparatus of the 20th century has a degree of organizational capacity behind it that more than compensates for the increased constraints. To understand the real power of an absolute monarch, we must put it in the context of the political realities of the time and place. A monarch was absolute to the extent that he had a reasonable probability of prevailing against other forces within the state when policy confrontations occurred. 51 But even the strongest states in the 16th century were hard-pressed to demonstrate clear predominance within their frontiers of the means of force, or command over the sources of wealth. 52 Not to speak of primacy of the loyalty of their subjects. The rise of the state as a social force, and absolutism as its ideology, should not be confused with the nation and nationalism. The creation of strong states within a world system was a historical prerequisite to the rise of nationalism both within the strong states and in the periphery. Nationalism is the acceptance of the members of a state as members of a status group, as citizens, with all the requirements of collective solidarity that implies. Absolutism is the assertion of the prime importance of the survival of the state as such. The former is by definition a mass sentiment, the latter by definition the sentiment of a small group of persons directly interested in the state machinery. No doubt the proponents of a strong state over time would come to cultivate national sentiment as a solid reinforcement for their objectives. And to some extent they had something to work with in the 16th century already. 53 But this collective sentiment was usually primarily geared, to the extent it existed, to the person of the prince rather than to the collectivity as a whole. 54 The absolute monarch was a heroic figure. 55 The process of deification getting ever more intense as time went on. This was the era in which the elaborate court ceremonial was developed, the better to remove the monarch from contact with the banal work, and incidentally the better to provide employment for court aristocrats, keeping them thereby close enough to be supervised and checked. It was only in the late 17th and 18th centuries within the framework of mercantilism that nationalism would find its first real advocates amongst the bourgeoisie. 56 But in the 16th century, the interests of the bourgeoisie were not yet surely fixed on the state. Too large a number were more interested in open than in closed economies. And for state builders, premature nationalism risked its crystallization around too small an ethno-territorial entity. At an early point, statism could almost be said to be anti-nationalist, since the boundaries of nationalist sentiment were often narrower than the bounds of the monarch's state. 57 Only much later would the managers of the state machinery seek to create integrated states. 58 In which the dominant ethnic group would assimilate the outlying areas. In the 16th century, a few states made substantial progress in centralizing power and achieving acceptance at least partially of the legitimacy of this centralization. It is not too difficult to outline the conditions under which this was likely to occur. Whenever the various cadres, the various groups who controlled resources, felt that their class interests were better served politically by attempting to persuade and influence the monarch than by seeking their political ends in alternative channels of action, then we can talk of a relatively effective monarchical system, a relatively absolute state. Absolute conveys the wrong tone, the one of course kings hoped to convey. Absolutism was a rhetorical injunction, not a serious assertion. It might be perhaps wise to de-emphasize the concentration on the person of the king and simply talk of a strengthened state, or more stateness. 59 We might better call the ideology statism. Statism is a claim for increased power in the hands of the state machinery. In the 16th century, this meant power in the hands of the absolute monarch. It was a claim to power, the claim being part of the attempt to achieve it. Nobody, then or now, took it or should take it as a description of the real world of the time. This claim was validated up to a point in certain states, those that would make up the core of the European world economy. It failed elsewhere, for reasons we shall elucidate later. One of the major indications of success as well as one important mechanism in the process of centralizing power was the degree to which the population could be transformed, by one means or another, into a culturally homogeneous group. Once again it is less the masses that are relevant than the cadres in the broadest sense, the king, his bureaucracy and courtiers, the rural landowners, large and small, the merchants. In the 16th century, while core states are moving toward greater ethnic homogeneity among these strata, peripheral areas are moving precisely in the opposite direction. Let us start by looking at the attitude of the state machinery toward the trader who belonged to a minority group. First, there were the Jews, a group which played a large role in trading activities throughout the Middle Ages. One of the things to note is that in both social and economic terms, there was a steady deterioration of the Jewish status in the late Middle Ages. 60 On the one hand, as England, France, and Spain created stronger centralized structures, they began to expel the Jews, England in 1290, France at the close of the 14th century, Spain in 1492. But this phenomenon also occurred in Germany, where, if not expelled, the Jews were in many ways weakened in their role as trading groups. It was Jews who had conducted much of the international trade between Western and Eastern Europe along the northern transcontinental route between 800–1200 AD, and were its mainstay. 61 During this period, in both regions, their legal status was reasonably favorable. 62 In the 13th and 14th century, there is a general decline in both the legal status and the economic role of the Jews throughout Europe. 63 However, by the 16th century, we can speak of a geographical imbalance. Their virtually total absence in Western Europe but, on the other hand, their presence in increased numbers in Eastern and parts of Southern Europe, that is an absence in the core and an increase in the periphery and semi-periphery. 64 Although Jews played an ever-increasing role in East Europe's economic life, they were permitted only the role of merchant among professions above the status of working class. For them alone, the classic route of entrepreneur to rentier was impossible. 65 Similarly in northern Italy, as a result of the decline of the financial strength of the city-states, which was due in part to their small size with consequent small tax base and inability to protect their citizens outside the country. 66 The position of the Jews began to improve somewhat, once again playing principally the role of merchants. 67 The Jewish issue, as it presented itself to rulers, was a dilemma of fiscalism versus nascent mercantilism. On the one hand, these Jewish merchants were an important source of state revenue, on the other hand, non-Jewish merchants saw them as competitors and landowners as creditors, both groups often combining in pressure on the ruler to eliminate the Jews. The former consideration prevailed at first, as often as the kings were in a position to arrange it. 68 As the indigenous bourgeoisie grew stronger in the core states, intolerance to Jews made substantial legal progress. The Jews were an easy target for their competitors because an ideological cause could be made of them. One could argue against their economic role on religious grounds. One way monarchs handled this in Western Europe was to expel the Jews, but substitute another group which was less vulnerable on religious grounds, although, from the point of view of the indigenous merchants, an equal competitor. For example, P. Ellman describes how, when the English monarch was finally forced to expel the Jews in 1290, he welcomed Italian moneylenders in their place. Since the king often did not repay loans, for practical purposes, the Italian loans may not have differed greatly from Jewish tallage. 69 Still, by the 16th century, the Italians were ousted from their role as entrepreneurs inside England. 70 If not in Spain. 71 But the Jews were ousting Poles in Poland. 72 How was this possible? In Western Europe, the increasingly diversified agricultural base along with the nascent industries strengthened the commercial bourgeoisie to the point where the king was obliged to take them politically into account. The other side of it was that they were able to serve as fiscal underpinning of the monarchy as taxpayer, moneylender, and commercial partner as well, if not better than foreign merchants. The nationalist reflex was thus natural. 73 In Eastern Europe, however, the issue presented itself very differently. The monarchs were weaker, the merchants weaker, the agricultural producers stronger. The issue in Eastern Europe in the 16th century, as in all other parts of the capitalist world system who came increasingly to specialize in the production of cash crops, was not the existence or non-existence of a commercial bourgeoisie. If there is a money economy, there must be people to serve as funnels for the complex exchange of goods and services which the use of money encourages. The issue was whether this commercial bourgeoisie was to be largely foreign or largely indigenous. If it were indigenous, it added an additional important factor in internal politics. If it were foreign, their interests were linked primarily to those of the emerging poles of development, what in time would be called metropoles. Was not a critical reason for the welcome given to the Jews in Eastern Europe in the 16th century the fact that the indigenous landowners, and perhaps also merchants in Western Europe, preferred to have Jews as the indispensable local merchants in Eastern Europe rather than an indigenous commercial bourgeoisie? 74 The latter, if it gained strength, would have a political base, totally absent for Jews, and might have sought to become a manufacturing bourgeoisie. The route they would doubtless have chosen would have involved reducing the openness of the national economy, which would threaten the symbiotic interests of the East European landowner merchant. While we know that the early modern period was a time of decline for the indigenous bourgeoisie in Eastern Europe. 75 In the countryside, on the other hand, Jews played an increasing role as both the agents of the landlords and the traders and craftsmen in the small hamlets. 76 This illustrates a more general phenomenon of a world economy. The class alliances within the political system of the state are a function of whether the ruling group is dominated primarily by those persons whose interest is tied to sale of primary products on a world market or by those whose interests are in commercial industrial profits. It is not the Jews alone who were the plaything of these transnational politico-economic alliances. Merchants in Catholic countries were often Protestants. The central pan-European ideological controversy of the 16th and 17th centuries Reformation versus Counter-Reformation was inextricably intertwined with the creation both of the strong states and of the capitalist system. It is no accident that those parts of Europe which were re-agrarianized in the 16th century were also those parts of Europe in which the Counter-Reformation triumphed, while, for the most part, the industrializing countries remained Protestant. Germany, France, and Belgium were somewhere in between, the long-term result being an ideological compromise. Germany divided between Protestants and Catholics. France and Belgium came to have few Protestants but developed an anti-clerical, free-thinking tradition to which certain groups could adhere. This is no accident, not because, following Weber, we think Protestant theology is somehow more consonant with capitalism than Catholic theology. No doubt one can make a case for this argument. On the other hand, it seems to be true in general that any complex system of ideas can be manipulated to serve any particular social or political objective. Surely Catholic theology, too, has proved its capacity to be adaptable to its social milieu. There is little reason at the abstract level of ideas why one couldn't have written a plausible book entitled The Catholic Ethic and the Rise of Capitalism. And Calvinist theology could be taken to have anti-capitalist implications. 77 The point I am making is a different one. By a series of intellectually accidental 78 historical developments, Protestantism became identified to a large extent in the period of the Reformation with the forces favoring the expansion of commercial capitalism within the framework of strong national states, and with the countries in which these forces were dominant. Thus when such forces lost out in Poland, or Spain, or Italy, or Hungary, Protestantism declined too, and often rapidly. The factors which favored the expansion of export agriculture favored the reassertion of Catholicism. One must look at the Reformation as it developed. As Christopher Hill notes, the Church had long been a source of power, patronage, and wealth to rulers of major powers like France and Spain. Those governments which broke with Rome in the early 16th century were on the fringes of Catholic civilization, secondary powers whose rulers had not been strong enough to drive so hard a bargain with the papacy like England, Sweden, Denmark, Switzerland, Scotland. 79. There was clearly at this point an element of the chafing of Northern Europe against the economic weight of the more advanced Christian Mediterranean world. 80 But as we know, by the end of the extended 16th century, Northwest Europe had become the core of the world economy, Eastern Europe the periphery, and Southern Europe slipping fast in that direction. P.C. Gordon Walker seeks to tie the evolution of Protestantism, first Luther, then Calvin, to the two phases of the Price Revolution, 1520–1540–50, mild and limited to Germany and the Netherlands, Central European silver production, 1545 on for about a century, American silver. He argues that the paired phases are further linked to the successive structural needs of the new capitalist system. The social problem, presented by the Price Revolution, was really a problem with two parts. The first need was primary accumulation. The second, subsequent, and really basic need was the acclimatization of the classes of capitalist society into the new positions made necessary by the resources of primitive accumulation. These two phases controlled the importance of various parts of Europe. From 1520–40 the leading areas were Spain, which inherited no strong middle class from the Middle Ages, 81, and Germany, which had a strong feudal bourgeoisie. From 1545–80, both Spain and Germany fell away, and the lead was taken by England, the Netherlands, and parts of France and Scotland. The parallelism between these areas and the areas of the Reformation is striking, as also the parallel in time between the first phase of the Price Revolution and Luther, both about 1520–40, and between the second phase and Calvin, both about 1545–80. 82. One does not have to accept all the historical details to see that it is a relevant hypothesis. What is more, we have further evidence on the close tie of religious and politico-economic conjunctures when we turn to the triumph of the Counter-Reformation in Poland. Stefan Czarnowski makes a careful analysis of why Poland shifted back to Catholicism from a Reformation that seemed to be gaining ground, and why it shifted with great rapidity. He notes a synchronization between the moment when the landed nobility, noblesse territoriale, took over political power in what he terms a class dictatorship and the moment of the Catholic offensive. In his analysis, he distinguishes between the aristocracy, the landed nobility, and the lesser, petite, nobility. He argues that it was in the ranks of the aristocracy, as well as the bourgeoisie, that the partisans of the Reformation were located. He sees the aristocracy as lusting after church lands. The smaller landowners found it more difficult to fight the local curate, supported as he was by the still powerful Catholic episcopacy. So there was less advantage to them in embracing Protestantism and, hence they tended not to do so. Czarnowski and others point out that in Poland, while it was the seigneurs who favored Calvinism, the king and the bourgeoisie were inclined to Lutheranism. 83 This is quite a twist on the Weberian theme, but reminds us of the argument of Erich Molnar, who saw an alliance of the monarchy, lesser nobility, and bourgeoisie against the aristocracy. Zarnowski further argues that the bourgeoisie was in this case split. The upper bourgeoisie of the towns, especially of Krakow, an old commercial center, was allied to the aristocracy. He is speaking here of the town patriciate, those who from the end of the 15th century to about the middle of the 16th century were part of that class of money handlers and merchants which came into existence with the rise of nascent capitalism 84. But Poland was not destined to take the path of England as a locus of the bourgeoisie of the European world economy. The great crisis of 1557, of which we shall speak later, ruined not only financiers in Lyon, in Antwerp, in southern Germany, but the bankers of Krakow as well. From that moment on, the ally of the aristocracy and of Calvinism was weakened. The goods which allowed the great commercialism of previous times to flourish, the silver of Ocas, Hungarian copper, industrial products, continuously declined in value. The money with which the peasants paid their rent depreciated with a despairing rapidity. Meanwhile, the international demand for Polish wheat, potassium, oak bark, skins, and horned beasts grew greater. The more that the producer of these latter goods could do without coins, use forced unpaid labor of serfs, and barter his products against those he needed, the better he resisted the effects of the financial crisis. This was precisely what the small and medium-sized landowners/nobility were able to do. 85. This did not mean, notes Zarnowski, that there was no bourgeoisie in Poland. The Krakowian bourgeoisie may have been ruined, but they were replaced by Italians, Armenians, and Germans. In 1557, one international network fell and the Polish bourgeoisie aristocracy who were tied into it fell with it. After that, another came into existence. The Poles who worked with it, the nobility, accepted Poland's new role in the world economy. They gave their children to the Jesuits to educate, to keep them out of the influence of the old aristocracy. Thus the Church of Poland ended by being, one might say, the religious expression of the nobility. 86. And this nobility, now triumphant, could define Polish national sentiment as virtually indistinguishable from Catholic piety. Thus it was that Poland became securely Catholic because she became definitively a peripheral area in the world economy. The Counter-Reformation symbolized, not caused, the social regression that Protestants viewed it as being. But their pious shock was misplaced. For the social advance of northwestern Europe was made possible by the regression of Eastern and Southern Europe as well, of course, as by the domination of the Americas. The Counter-Reformation was directed not merely at Protestantism but at all the various forces of humanism we associate with the Renaissance. This is illustrated by the tensions between Venice and Rome in the 16th century. The controversy culminated in 1605 when Venetian actions in limiting certain rights of the Church led to an excommunication by Rome of the Venetian Senate. The Counter-Reformation was in Italy a counter-Renaissance. 87 and its triumph there was a function of the transformation of northern Italy into a semi-peripheral arena of the world economy. It is because the Church as a transnational institution was threatened by the emergence of an equally transnational economic system which found its political strength in the creation of strong state machineries of certain, core, states, a development which threatened the Church's position in these states, that it threw itself wholeheartedly into the opposition of modernity. But paradoxically, it was its very success in the peripheral countries that ensured the long-run success of the European world economy. The ultimate abatement of the passions of the Battle of the Reformation after 1648 may not have been because both sides were exhausted and there was a stalemate, but rather because the geographical division of Europe was the natural fulfillment of the underlying thrusts of the world economy. As to the role of the Protestant ethic, I agree with C.H. Wilson. If Protestantism and the Protestant ethic seem to explain less of economic phenomena than they seemed at one time to do, it also appears there is, in the Reformation era, less to be explained. Leadership in economic matters passed slowly from the Mediterranean to the north, and as the Italian cities declined, those of the Netherlands rose, but there was little in the way of business or industrial technique in use in northern economies that would have been unfamiliar to a Venetian merchant or a Florentine clothier of the 15th century. 88. In the 16th century, some monarchs achieved great strength by means of venal bureaucracies, mercenary armies, the divine right of kings and religious uniformity, cuius regio. Others failed. This is closely related, as we have suggested, to the role of the area in the division of labor within the world economy. The different roles led to different class structures which led to different politics. This brings us to the classic question of the role of the state vis-a-vis the leading classes of the new capitalist era, the capitalist landlords and the capitalist merchants, sometimes not too helpfully abbreviated as aristocracy and bourgeoisie, since some aristocrats were capitalists and others not. Unfortunately, what role the state played, whose agent it was, the degree to which it could be thought to be a third force, all are questions upon which no consensus exists. Pierre Vilar has well stated the basic underlying theoretical issue. A question of particular relevance is how feudal revenues were divided, by means of a system of adjudications and in other ways, between an idle aristocracy and an intermediary class of merchant cultivators or similar types who transformed seigneurial revenues and held them ready for new types of investment, in other words how feudal revenues came to be mobilized for capitalist investment. 89. One aspect of this is the degree to which the absolute state should be seen to be the last resort of a feudal aristocracy facing the crisis of feudalism, the reduction of seigneurial revenues, and the onslaught of other classes, the commercial bourgeoisie, the yeoman farmers, the agricultural laborers. One view is that of Takahashi, who sees absolutism as nothing but a system of concentrated force for counteracting the crisis of feudalism arising out of this inevitable development in the direction of the liberation and the independence of the peasants. 90. This view is substantially shared by Christopher Hill 91, V. G. Kiernan 92, Eric Molnar 93 and Boris Porchna. 94. A second point of view argues that the politics of the absolute monarchy is one upon which the aristocracy had a considerable, perhaps determining, influence, but one in which the monarch was more than a simple extension of the needs of this aristocracy. For example, Joseph Schumpeter argues. Thus the aristocracy under the absolute monarchs as a whole was still a powerful factor that had to be taken into account. Its submission to the crown was more in the nature of a settlement than a surrender. It resembled an election, a compulsory one, to be sure, of the king as the leader and executive organ of the nobility. The reason the nobles did not resist, even passively, the regime was, in essence, because the king did what they wanted and placed the domestic resources of the state at their disposal. It was a class rather than an individual that was actually master of the state. 95. Braudel similarly insists that the conflict of king and aristocracy was a limited one, which included an effort by the king, on the one hand, to bring the nobility under his discipline, but, on the other hand, to protect its privileges against popular pressure. 96. The position of A. D. Lublinskaya seems very close to Braudel. 97. J. Hustfield emphasizes the dilemma of the monarchies which found it hard to rule without the nobility, but they found it equally difficult to rule with them. 98. A third point of view, perhaps the most traditional one, is that of Roland Mausnier, in which the monarchy is viewed as an autonomous force, often allied with the bourgeoisie against the aristocracy, occasionally mediating the two. 99. But is there a necessary conjuncture of these two propositions, that of the relatively autonomous role of the state machinery and that of seeing the class struggle as one between aristocracy and bourgeoisie? Molnar does not seem to think so. In the first place, he uses more categories. He talks of a feudal aristocracy to whom the monarch was in clear opposition. In addition, there was a nobility and a bourgeoisie, both potential allies. The nobility seems to be smaller landowners and those more oriented to capitalist agriculture, but it is not entirely clear. He points out that while absolutism seemed to involve heavy taxation upon the peasantry, it is less clear how the money was distributed. On the one hand, the increased state budget was used to pay the tax collectors and the bureaucracy, pay off the state loans, and purchase military equipment, all of which benefited the bourgeoisie. But on the other hand, all the current expenses of the state, that is, the maintenance of court and army, were payments to the nobility. He sees this as a tactic of maneuvering between the nobility and the bourgeoisie. 100. Engels similarly points to the ways Indiana which the state machinery comes to play, in some ways against its inner will, a mediating function, at least during exceptional periods. 101. One source of this unclarity about the relationship of monarch and aristocracy is the vagueness that exists about the composition of the nobility. No doubt family membership in the nobility varies over time. The situation is one of perpetual mobility in all societies with a nobility. But the 16th century was an era in which there was not only family mobility but occupational mobility. For example, the status of noble was presumably incompatible in Western feudalism with the occupation of entrepreneur. This was probably already a myth to a considerable extent in the municipalities of the late Middle Ages. By the 16th century, this was simply untrue in the whole of Europe, and in both urban and rural areas. Everywhere in Italy, Hungary, Poland, East Albia, Sweden, England, members of the nobility had become entrepreneurs. 102. This was so much the case that the nobility successfully sought to eliminate any formal impediments to this occupational role wherever it existed, as happened in Spain. 103. Nor should we forget that, although in Protestant countries the Church was seeing its lands confiscated, the 16th century was an era of the Church as a capitalist agricultural entrepreneur, especially in Italy. 104. The other side of this coin was that the successful bourgeois was constantly becoming a landowner and a noble, and 30 years later, it surely became difficult to draw clear lines separating the two. R. H. Tawney sees it as a normal process which was however much accelerated in the 16th century. 105. Both Brodel 106 and Poston 107 agree with the perception of a continuing pattern of transition from entrepreneur to rentier for those of non-noble status, and see in it a search for long-run security. What is crucial, however, is to appreciate that despite this occupational mobility, the strength of the landowning class did not disintegrate. As Mark Bloch put it, the seigneurial regime had not been undermined. Indeed, it would soon take on a renewed vigor. Rather, seigneurial property, to a large extent, changed hands. 108. It was the absolutism of the monarch which created the stability that permitted this large-scale shift of personnel and occupation without at the same time, at least at this point in time, undoing the basic hierarchical division of status and reward. What then of the presumed key role of the state in assisting the commercial bourgeoisie to assert itself, to obtain its profits and keep them? The liaison was surely there, but it was a question of degree and timing, the mutual support of the early liaison developing into the stifling control of later years. It is no accident that the symbiotic relationship of merchant and king would come in the 17th and 18th centuries to seem one of direct opposition. Hartung and Mausnier see signs of this tension already in the 16th century. 109. Douglas C. North and Robert Paul Thomas, in seeking to outline the rise of various judicial and economic institutions which had the effect of encouraging entrepreneurial activity based on rising productivity as opposed to forms of commerce which merely redistributed income. 110. Try to elucidate the conditions under which it made sense to have emphasized the institutional role of the state. They argue that alongside the economic distortions that state intervention brings to the market and hence to the likelihood of innovation, one must place the fact of coercive power which permits government to undertake policies even though they may be strongly objected to by a part of the society. 111. This way of formulating the issue alerts us to seeing the functions of statism for capitalism in terms of a cost-benefit analysis. Whereas for the aristocracy the absolute monarchy represented a sort of last-ditch defense of privilege, for those deriving their income through the maximization of the economic efficiency of the firm the state machinery was sometimes extremely useful. 112. Sometimes a major impediment. We have now outlined the two main constituent elements of the modern world system. On the one hand, the capitalist world economy was built on a worldwide division of labor in which various zones of this economy, that which we have termed the core, the semi-periphery, and the periphery, were assigned specific economic roles, developed different class structures, used consequently different modes of labor control, and profited unequally from the workings of the system. On the other hand, political action occurred primarily within the framework of states which, as a consequence of their different roles in the world economy, were structured differently, the core states being the most centralized. We shall now review the entire 16th century in terms of a process, one in which certain areas became peripheral or semi-peripheral or the core of this world economy. We shall thereby try to give flesh and blood to what has risked thus far being abstract analysis. We shall also hopefully thereby demonstrate the unity of the whole process. The developments were not accidental but, rather, within a certain range of possible variation, structurally determined. 4. From Seville to Amsterdam. The failure of empire. The European world economy in creation was a great prize, and it is understandable that men should seek to control it. The route of imperial domination was the classical route, familiar to the men of the era. Many dreamed of the possibility. The Habsburgs under Charles V made a valiant attempt to absorb all of Europe into itself. By 1557, the attempt had failed. And Spain steadily lost not only its political imperium but its economic centrality as well. Many cities aspired to be the hub of the European world economy. Seville, Lisbon, Antwerp, Lyon, Genoa, and Hamburg all had aspirations if not claims. But in fact it would be Amsterdam, an unlikely candidate in 1450, which by 1600 had achieved preeminence. We turn now to this story of the failure of empire, entailing the decline of Spain and all of her allied city-states in favor of the successful rebels of Amsterdam. The upward economic swing beginning circa 1450 created a buzzing prosperity first of all in all the old centers of trade, in what has been called the dorsal spine of Europe: Flanders, southern Germany, northern Italy and, of course, as a result of the discoveries, Spain. It is striking how precisely these areas came to make up the Habsburg Empire under Charles V. In this expansion, the newest significant element was the 16th-century transatlantic trade of Spain, centering on Seville and her Casa de Contratación de las Indias, a trade which became so important that all of European life and the life of the entire world, to the degree that there existed a world, could be said to have depended on this traffic. Seville and her accounts should tell us the rhythm of the world. 1. How did Spain come to play such a central role? After all, as we discussed in Chapter 1, it was Portugal, not Spain, which took the lead in the 15th century overseas expansion of Europe. Furthermore, the 15th century was not a tranquil era in the history of Spain. Indeed, Jaime Vicens Vives says that the word crisis sums up the history of Spain in the 15th century too. The crisis was political, a period of rebellion and of internal warfare, and economic, the Europe-wide recession. Spain's reaction to the crisis in economic terms was to develop her sheep industry and to gain, as a result of low prices, a considerable share of the reduced world market. 3. The strength of the combine of wool producers in Spain, the Mesta, was such that attempts by potential Castilian bourgeois to have the king adopt protectionist policies in the 14th and 15th centuries all failed. 4. Even under the Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella, presumed partisans of industrial activity. Vicens finds that the industries mentioned produced either luxury items or had only a local market. 5. Unlike England, Spain was not moving toward developing an important textile industry. 6. Ironically, it may have been the very fact of Castilian competition, combined with the depression of the late Middle Ages, that encouraged England to move on the road to industrial growth. The fact was, however, that Spain did not take this road. But then, if the Spanish economy was structurally so weak, how do we explain the central economic position of Spain in the first half of the 16th century? Partly because the weaknesses were long-term, not short-run, and partly because at some levels the political system was strong. Castile had a clear national task throughout the Middle Ages. On the one hand, there was the Reconquista, the gradual expulsion of the Moors from the Iberian Peninsula, which culminated in the fall of Muslim Granada and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, both in 1492, the year of Columbus. On the other hand, there was the drive to unify the Christian states of Hispania. This drive culminated in the union at the summit only, Aragon retaining a separate legislature, state budget, and socio-legal system. Because Spain was built on a reconquest, feudalism as a political form was weak. 7 Consequently, as José Maraval states it, having a political and social order which was not based on the feudal structure provided favorable terrain for the development of state forms. 8 A first-rate road system made political and economic liaison of the center and the periphery relatively easy. 9 Ferdinand and Isabella aided the Mesta to create a strong system of national markets. 10 They provided a system of individual mobility, albeit within a context of maintaining the values of rank and hierarchy. 11 They strengthened the bureaucracy, making of it one that was rooted in the community of which it is. Pars rei publici. 12 They nationalized, so to speak, the Catholic clergy. 13 Above all, they created conditions in which Castile's existing economic potential could be amply realized. 14 If the bullion flowed through Spain, if Castile could soar into the center of the European sky, it was, says Pierre Villar, consequence as well as cause. 15 But consequence of exactly what? Of in fact a long series of facts centering around the economic role of metals, the weak bullion base of the Mediterranean world, the previous centrality of the Sudan as supplier of gold, the impact of Portuguese expansion on the northern African intermediaries of the Italian city-states, the role of the Genoese in Spain, and the Genoese drive to find a non-Portuguese source of bullion, a drive which only Spain was in a position to implement. Let us trace this complex story. We have already spoken of the role of bullion in medieval trade, and how Sudanic gold came to Europe via North Africa to the Christian Mediterranean world. Suddenly in the middle of the 15th century, the North African role diminished greatly. The extent of this diminution seems to be a matter of some debate. Brodel speaks of a collapse of the North African position. 16 Maoist acknowledges reduction but calls it not catastrophic. 17 The sudden shortage of bullion aggravated the Spanish state's financial burden, which had been rising steadily because of growing military and court expenses, by leading to a fall of value in the money of account, the Maravedi. 18 The financial crisis was serious, and it caused the Genoese of Spain to react, both because they were Spain's bankers and the purchasers of the gold. We have already spoken of Genoa's role in Spanish commerce. The Genoese were involved in many ways, not only as financiers. 19 But why could not the Genoese have gotten their gold via Portugal? Perhaps Portugal's strength, as the lead country in exploration, meant that its terms were not as advantageous for Genoa as those Spain would offer. 20 Perhaps also because its very strength led to a lack of imagination. Imagination is usually nothing but the search for middle-run profits by those to whom short-run channels are blocked. When channels are not blocked, imagination suffers. Portugal was already doing well enough with navigation down the African coast. It felt no pressure to set out on risky westward navigational ventures. 21 Chaunu eloquently argues the sensible proposition that it was not luck that accounts for Spain's discovery of America. She was the country best endowed in the context of the times not only to seize opportunities that were offered, but to create them for herself. 22 England employed the Italian, John Cabot, but his second English expedition required Spanish support. It was not until the 17th century that France and England became countries of overseas exploration, and not until the 18th that they really succeeded. 23 Spain succeeded, however, in the 16th century in creating a vast empire in the Americas, one as large as the cost of maritime transport would permit. 24 It meant a lightning growth of transatlantic trade, the volume increasing eightfold between 1510 and 1550, and threefold again between 1550 and 1610. The central focus of this trade was a state monopoly in Seville, which in many ways became the key bureaucratic structure of Spain. 26 The central item in the transatlantic trade was bullion. At first the Spaniards simply picked up the gold already mined by the Incas and used for ritual. 27 It was a bonanza. Just as this was running out, the Spaniards succeeded in discovering the method of silver amalgam, which enabled them profitably to mine the silver which existed in such abundance, and which represented the truly significant inflow of bullion to Europe. 28 The lightning growth of trade was accompanied by a spectacular political expansion in Europe as well. Upon the coronation of Charles V as Holy Roman Emperor in 1519, his domain in Europe included such varied and non-contiguous areas as Spain, including Aragon, the Netherlands, various parts of southern Germany, including Austria, Bohemia, Hungary, Franche-Comté, Milan, and Spain's Mediterranean possessions, Naples, Sicily, Sardinia, the Balearics. For a moment, this empire, parallel in structure to the contemporaneous Ottoman Empire of Suleiman the Magnificent and the Muscovite Empire of Ivan the Terrible, seemed to be absorbing the political space of Europe. The nascent world economy seemed as though it might become another imperium. Charles V was not alone in the attempt to absorb the European world economy into his imperium. Francis I of France was trying to do the same thing. 29 and France had the advantages of size and centrality. 30 But France had less resources for the attempt, and the election of Charles V over Francis I as emperor was a great setback. Nonetheless, France, located in the heart 31 of the Spanish Empire, was strong enough to make the story of the following 50 years one of virtual constant warfare between the two imperial giants, Habsburg and Valois, a struggle that would result eventually in the exhaustion of both in 1557, and the end for a long while of dreams of imperium in Europe. The long struggle of the two giants, France and Spain, was fought out in military terms principally on the Italian peninsula, first in the Franco-Spanish Wars of 1494–1516, and then in the Habsburg-Valois rivalry that continued until 1559.32. The reason for the struggle over Italy, from the viewpoint of the empires, was clear. The northern Italian city-states had been in the late Middle Ages the centers of the most advanced economic activities, industrial and commercial, on the European continent. If they no longer monopolized long-distance trade, they were still strong in their accumulated capital and experience. 33 And an aspiring world empire needed to secure control over them. In the scattered political map of Italy 34, only Lombardy had developed a relatively strong state machinery over a medium-sized area 35, but one apparently still too small to survive politically. 36. We are in fact speaking of a relatively small area, a narrow urban quadrilateral, Venice, Milan, Genoa, Florence, with their discordances, their multiple rivalries, each city having a somewhat different weight. 37 The political problem for these city-states, as for those of Flanders, had long been to emancipate themselves from feudal interference and at the same time to keep at bay the newer threat of more centralized political control offered by the new monarchies. 38 One of the ways they kept the monarchies at bay was to be linked to an empire. 39 So although Gino Luzzatto describes what happened between 1530 and 1539 as Italy coming under the domination direct or indirect of Spain over the largest part of the peninsula, 40 and Paul Coles similarly says that the dominant theme of international history in the first half of the 16th century was the struggle for Italy between French and Spanish imperialism. 41 It is not clear that the city-states resisted this form of domination all that much. They may well have considered it their best alternative. We should remember that this was a world economy and that the economic loci of activities and the nationalities of key economic groups were not related in any one-to-one fashion with the foci of political decision-making. Within such a framework, the link-up of the city-states and the empire was primarily a marriage of interests. 42 Whereupon metaphor became reality. Ruth Pike points out that the greatest increase of Genoese in Seville occurs between 1503 and 1530 and that by the middle of the century they largely controlled the American trade and exerted a powerful influence over the economic life of Seville. 43 However, as the Portuguese had done to an earlier wave of Genoese, the Spaniards dissolved them by absorption. With naturalization came stability and assimilation, which in 16th century Spain could only lead to the abandonment of trade by their descendants. 44. In addition to controlling 3 of the 4 main Italian city-states, Venice remained outside its dominion. The empire of Charles V had 2 other economic pillars, the merchant banking houses of southern Germany, in particular the Fuggers, and the great mart of the European world economy of the first 16th century, Antwerp. The situation of the merchant cities of southern Germany, on the other side of the Alps, was not really too different from those in northern Italy. R.S. Lopez, for example, notes that, in the 15th century, the most rapidly advancing region lay in the towns of southern Germany and Switzerland 45 from 1460 to about 1500 or 1510. Silver mining grew at a very rapid rate in Central Europe, providing a further source of economic strength. 46 The 16th century expansion of trade only seemed to reinforce the German role as a conduit of trade between northern Italy and Flanders. 47 At first not even the growth of Atlantic trade and the relative decline of Mediterranean trade seemed to affect their economic prosperity, especially once they were able to participate in the benefits of the Atlantic trade within the framework of the Habsburg Empire. 48 This was the era of the flourishing of those most spectacular of all modern merchant capitalists, the Fuggers. The apogee of their strength, the era of Charles V, has sometimes been called the Age of the Fuggers. The Fuggers bought Charles's imperial throne for him. 49 They were the financial kingpins of his empire, his personal bankers par excellence. A contemporary chronicler, Clemens Sender, said of them, "The names of Jacob Fugger and his nephews are known in all kingdoms and lands, yet, among the heathen, also. Emperors, kings, princes, and lords have sent to treat with him, the Pope has greeted him as his well-beloved son and embraced him, and the cardinals have risen up before him. All the merchants of the world have called him an enlightened man, and all the heathen have wondered because of him. He is the glory of all Germany." 50 The Fuggers and Charles gave each other their power and their base. But this also meant that they rose and fell together. For, in reality, the activity of the Fuggers was limited to the confines of the empire of Charles, and was international only to the extent that empire can be regarded as international. 51 When Charles and his successors could not pay, the Fuggers could not earn. In the end, the total loss of the Fuggers in unpaid debts of the Habsburgs up to the middle of the 17th century is certainly not put too high at 8 million Rhenish Gulden. 52 But even more important than northern Italy or the Fuggers was Antwerp, which played in the economic life of the 16th century a leading role. 53 J. A. Van Hout has traced the great difference between Bruges in the 14th century, a national market centre, that is, primarily for Flanders, and Antwerp in the 16th century, an international market centre, which linked the Mediterranean and Baltic trades with the transcontinental trade via southern Germany. 54 Not only did Antwerp coordinate much of the international trade of the Habsburg Empire, but it was also the linchpin by which both England and Portugal were tied into the European world economy. 55 It served among other things as England's staple. 56 If it was able to play this role despite the fact that Anglo-Italian trade, for example, would have been less expensive in transport costs had it transited via Hamburg. This was precisely because it offered the multiple side advantages to merchants that only such an imperial mart had available. 57 In addition, at this time, Antwerp became the supreme money market in Europe, caused mainly by the increasing demand for short-term credit, chiefly occasioned by the Emperor Charles V's world policy. 58 Antwerp not only served as the securities exchange of the empire, the city itself as a collectivity became one of Charles's chief moneylenders. 59 Since empires had no firm tax base, they found it difficult to obtain the kind of credit modern states manufacture with relative ease. A 16th-century empire had credit to the extent that its sovereign did. 60 Thus he had to turn to the cities as centers of public wealth. 61 To guarantee his loans. But cities too were limited in credit, and they in turn needed the guarantee of some large house such as the Fugger, as this account by Launcha illustrates. The credit of the towns, as that of the provinces, as those of the receivers, was limited. That is why some financiers demanded the guarantee of a solvent commercial house, preferably that of a large bank, before agreeing to a loan to the government. Thus, in 1555, the merchants asked as a guarantee for a loan of £200,000 letters of obligation from the states or the responsion of the Fugger. Maria of Hungary asked Ortel, the factor of that house, to give his approval and promised to give him in exchange a counter-guarantee of income from taxes, Le Prodit des Aides, point 62. Thus Charles V, Castile, Antwerp, the Fuggers were all imbricated in a huge creation of credit laid upon credit, cards built upon cards, the lure of profits based on hope and optimism. From the 1530s on, the growing transatlantic trade gave Antwerp a new phase of expansion. 63 The combination of the two foci of commercial expansion, the transcontinental trade in which southern German merchants were so central, and the Atlantic trade of the Spanish, cum Genoese, both coming together in the Antwerp market, which was also a money market, created the atmosphere of a feverish capitalistic boom. 64 This boom had its own dynamic which overwhelmed the politico-administrative framework of the Habsburg putative world empire. Beset by the incredible financial strains caused on the one hand by the social crisis that was raging in the Germanies and the military expenditures resulting from the desire to encompass the rest of Europe, either the empire had to go bankrupt or the capitalist forces. The latter turned out to be stronger. Let us review the two strains under which the empire operated. In political terms, the years 1450–1500 were a time of consolidation of the principalities of Germany, a difficult task but one which succeeded in part. Geoffrey Barraclough writes, "The princes raised Germany out of its inherited anarchy." 65 The consolidation was however too partial. When the Reformation and the Peasants' War of 1525 came along to perturb the new prosperity, the political divisions made it impossible to contain the turmoil, as other countries could do at this time. 66 The failure of the German nation has been variously explained. Napoleon once said that it was the failure of Charles V to put himself as the head of German Protestantism. 67 Engels has argued at length that it was the fear of Luther and the middle class of the revolutionary aspirations of the peasantry. 68 Tawney has pointed out the contrast with England, where the peasants, that is, the yeomen, found significant allies among other classes and were considered sufficiently important to make them an object of solicitude to statesmen who were concerned with national interests. 69. What caused this social crisis with its politically self-defeating qualities, not too different in consequences from the outright subjection which large parts of Italy suffered? Probably the same factor, lack of prior political unity, that is, the absence of even an embryonic state machinery. Germany in the early 16th century is an excellent illustration of how deeply divisive nationalist sentiment can be if it precedes rather than grows within the framework of an administrative entity. Charles V could not lead German Protestantism because he was involved in an empire. German statesmen could not take into account the needs of the yeoman within the framework of national interests when no state existed within which to register whatever political compromise might be achieved. Men turned to the political arenas in which they might achieve their ends. These were the principalities, and, since these were too small to be economically meaningful, they turned to their outside benefactors. The result was floundering and disaster. The critical moment seems to have been in the early years of Charles V's rule. A.J.P. Taylor argues somewhat dramatically but not unpersuasively. The first years of Charles V were the moment of Goethe's phrase which, once lost, eternity will never give back. The moment for making a national middle-class Germany was lost in 1521, perhaps forever, certainly for centuries. By 1525, it was evident that the period of national awakening had passed, and there began from that moment a steady advance of absolutism and authoritarianism which continued uninterruptedly for more than 250 years. 70. In any case, the turmoil went on in a very acute form until the Treaty of Augsburg in 1555 and its solution of a divided Germany, based on quis regio eius religio. Nor was the turmoil to end even then. In the early 17th century, Germany became the battleground of the 30 Years' War, and underwent severe regression, both demographically and economically. The social turmoil of the Germanies was however only one problem for Charles V and not perhaps the greatest. It is surely insufficient to explain the collapse of his empire. Why then did it split apart? Why was it ultimately reduced essentially to Spain plus Hispanic America? And why did this latter Spain lose its preeminence and become part of the semi-periphery of Europe? Pierre Chaunus sees the rise of the economic importance of Hispanic America, its centrality to the economic life of the Habsburg Empire, and indeed all of Europe, as not the consequence but the cause of the partition of the states of Charles V. 71. J. H. Eliot and Ramon Caranda similarly argue that the European imperialism of Charles V came to be unduly expensive for Spain, especially for Castile. 72. Indeed, Braudel argues that even the reduced empire, Spain and the Netherlands without Central Europe, would turn out to be too vast in terms of its ability to keep its financial head above water, given the great price inflation. 73. The argument seems to be that the political extremities are a financial burden in moments of inflation that are greater than their value as income, especially perhaps in this early stage of capitalism. 74. Spain was an empire when what was needed in the 16th century was a medium-sized state. The bureaucracy was inadequate because imperial Spain required a larger one than it could construct given its resources, human and financial. This is the fundamental cause of what historians have called the slownesses of the Spanish bureaucracy. 75. Once again, the structural advantage of the world economy as a system over a world empire as a system seems to thrust itself upon us. For example, H. G. Königsberger describes Spain's inability to exploit its Sicilian colony, attributing it to an absence of a political theory. 76. This seems to me to invert horse and chariot. Spain had no theory that encouraged her to establish a trade monopoly in Sicily because, bureaucratically, she was already spread too thin to exploit her empire properly. She devoted primary energy to maintaining an empire in the Americas, as well as conducting wars in the Netherlands and governing Hispania. To maintain her empire in America, she had to invest in a growing bureaucracy to keep the Spanish colonists and their allies among the Indian nobility under control. 77. Could the Spanish Empire have worked? Perhaps if it was structured differently. As Königsberger says, its fundamental weakness was the narrowness of its tax base. Castile and the Silver financed and defended the empire, the other dominions were, to a greater or lesser degree, onlookers. 78. Ferran Saudevila documents how the Castilians deliberately excluded even such a close group as the Catalans from the Hispano-American trade. 79. But if it were structured differently, it would not have been an empire, which is precisely our point. If the Catalans were incorporated into a single state with the Castilians, which they were not, and if Charles V's imperial ambitions had not both drained Castile and drew him into inevitable conflicts of interest with portions of his empire, conflicts that were self-defeating, then Spain might indeed have had some chance of becoming a core state in the European world economy. Instead, overextension merely exhausted Charles V and his successors. In 1556 the empire split apart. Charles V abdicated. Philip II of Spain, son of Charles V, received the Netherlands, but the lands in Central Europe became a separate realm. In 1557 Philip declared bankruptcy. Within the Spain-Netherlands, the center of political gravity then shifted back to Spain when Philip moved there in 1559. Thereupon came the Netherlands Revolution 81, which ended, some 80 years later after much ado and to and fro, in the division of the area into the northern, Calvinist, independent United Provinces, more or less contemporary Netherlands, and the southern, Catholic, so-called Spanish Netherlands, more or less contemporary Belgium. But this crisis was more than a Spanish crisis, or a Habsburg imperial crisis. It was a turning point in the evolution of the European world economy. For a crucial element in this revolution was the Peace of Cateau-Cambresis entered into by Spain and France in 1559. To understand the import of this treaty we first must look at the other aspirant to imperial rule, France. No country illustrates better than France the dilemmas of Western European states in the first 16th century. On the one hand, probably no European state emerged from the late Middle Ages with a relatively stronger monarchy. 82 We have already reviewed in a previous chapter Bloch's explanations of the differences between France, England, and Eastern Europe in terms of the tenure arrangements as they emerged in the 16th century, based on the differing dynamics of their juridical structures in the late Middle Ages. While the English system permitted, as we saw, a legal redefinition of tenure to satisfy the new needs of landowners in the 14th to 16th centuries. These definitions were more frozen in France. Hence the nobility had to be politically more militant to retain their advantages. Thus, whereas Bloch rightly points to the decadence of seigneurial justice 83 in France by the 16th century, it is also true, as Rushton-Colburn points out, that the political strength of the nobility led to an economic structure which was less able to maneuver in the New World economy. 84. The consequences of the fact that there was not the relative merger of the nobility and the new merchant gentry in France as in England were many. For the moment, let us concentrate on its implications for state policy in the world system. Edward Miller points out that the political strength of trading interests was greater in England than in France. As a consequence, French trade policy was far more open in the late Middle Ages. 85. The end result was that, despite a stronger bureaucracy, France in the early 16th century had acquired fewer powers of economic direction 86 than England. The pressures of fiscalism in such a situation pushed the French monarch to imperial ambitions, a fortiori because the Habsburgs also had them. They could have tried overseas expansion as did Spain, but they lacked the backing of international capital, that is northern Italian capital. For that. 87 The alternative was imperial expansion within Europe itself, directed precisely against northern Italy. France had a competing international network of finance and trade, which centered on Lyon. In the early Middle Ages, the fairs of Champagne were for a while the great meeting point for the merchants of northern Italy and Flanders. They also served as an international financial center. Then in the late 13th, early 14th centuries, decline set in. 88 In the 15th century, the French monarchs carefully nurtured the growth of Lyon 89 and encouraged its links with Florence 90, who were the great bankers of the time. 91 By bringing together enormous amounts of capital in the early 16th century, both Lyon and Antwerp reduced the power of the individual financiers within bearable limits and thus made it possible to raise large masses of capital at moderate rates. 92 Lyon was not quite the international center Antwerp was because the French kings sought simultaneously to make it their financial arsenal. 93 Nor did Lyon ever match Antwerp as a commercial center. It was in short a second best. Nonetheless, France tried. The Habsburg and Valois empires both failed and fell together. Not only Spain but France also declared itself bankrupt in 1557. The Habsburg, however, were first as if to emphasize their primacy even in defeat. The two financial failures led very rapidly to the cessation of military fighting and the Treaty of Cateau-Cambrésis in 1559, which was to change the political terms of reference of Europe for 100 years. These bankruptcies thus were more than a financial readjustment. A whole world had come tumbling down. What tumbled was not merely a particular state structure. It was more than the tragic abdication of Charles V amid the tears of his knights. What tumbled was the world system. For 100 years, Europe was enjoying a new prosperity. Men had tried to profit from it in the ways of old. But technological advance and the upsurge of capitalist elements had already progressed too far to make it possible to recreate political empires that would match the economic arenas. The year 1557 marked, if you will, the defeat of that attempt, and the establishment of a balance of power in Europe which would permit states which aimed at being nations, let us call them nation-states, to come into their own and to batten on the still flourishing world economy. Crises are symbolic turning points. As many historians have pointed out, many of the organizational features of the first 16th century do not disappear until much later, 1576. When the Spanish authority collapsed in the Netherlands, or 1588 with the defeat of the Armada, or 1598 with the Peace of Vervins, and the Edict of Nantes. It is not worth debating the most appropriate date, since a shift in organizational emphasis is always gradual, because the underlying structural factors move glacially. But shift there was, and it is worth our while to spell out the implications this had for the European world economy. Let us start with R. H. Tawney's description of the organizational emphasis of the first 16th century. In its economic organization, the machinery of international trade had reached a state of efficiency not noticeably inferior to that of 3 centuries later. Before, the most highly organized economic systems of the age were ruined by the struggle between Spain and the Netherlands, and by the French wars of religion. There were perhaps 10 to 12 commercial houses whose money markets were the financial powerhouses of European trade, and whose opinion and policy were decisive in determining financial conditions. In the Flemish, French, and Italian cities where it reached its zenith, and of which England was the pupil, the essence of the financial organization of the 16th century was internationalism, freedom for every capitalist to undertake every transaction within his means, a unity which had as its symptoms the movement of all the principal markets in sympathy with each other, and as its effect the mobilization of immense resources at the strategic points of international finance. Its center and symbol was the exchange at Antwerp, with its significant dedication, ad usum mercatorum cujusque gentis ac lingui, where, as Guicciardini said, every language under heaven could be heard, or the fairs at Lyons which formed, in the words of a Venetian, the foundation of the pecuniary transactions of the whole of Italy and of a good part of Spain and of the Netherlands. 94. Tawney says that this system collapsed because of ruinous wars. This is true, but the causal sequence is too immediate. We suggested in the last chapter that the efficient cause was the inability to make an imperial system viable given the economic thrusts of 16th century Europe, but its structural limitations, that is, the relatively low level of productivity and thinness of bureaucratic framework faced with an expanding economy based on scattered medium-size enterprise. One crucial bottleneck became the growing financial demands of imperial state machineries and the consequent inflation of public credit which led to the imperial bankruptcies of mid-century. Charles V had run through states and their merchants as sources of finance: Naples, Sicily, Milan, Antwerp, Castile. 95. The classic exposition of this argument was made by Henri Hauser, who argued that the European financial crisis of 1559 probably hindered the evolution of commercial capitalism, and gave the impetus to the transformation of economic geography. 96. Hauser argues that the war between Spain and France that began in 1557 simply stretched the state credits too thin, led to defaults, and forced both states to make a hasty peace at Cateau-Cambrésis in 1559. The consequences for the extended Habsburg Empire were great. It led directly to the beginning of Spain's decline. 97. The crisis would lead to a definitive break of Antwerp and England, leaving the latter free to develop its new and winning economic alliance with Amsterdam. 98. In Antwerp itself, the boom which was based on the Axis with Spain ended. The bankruptcy of Philip II of 1557 brought the rupture which finally decided Antwerp's fate. 99. Throughout Flanders, the crisis would lead to a reinforcement of Calvinist tendencies, especially among the skilled workers. In 1567, the Spanish sent the Duke of Alva to repress the new socio-political unrest, but this simply resulted in the long run in an exodus of the Calvinist merchants and craftsmen to Protestant countries. 100. And by 1585 there was a collapse of Flemish industry and commerce, which were at a standstill for years. 101. The Netherlands revolt, combining social and political unrest consequent on this disaster, created a viable political base in the northern half of the Low Countries for its role as the center of world commerce beginning in the late 16th century. 102. Southern Germany was hard hit too. Luzzatto points out that the most severe blow came to them from first the insolvency, then the bankruptcy of the Spanish crown, which swept totally away the personal fortunes not only of the Fuggers but of the larger part of the great merchant bankers of southern Germany. 103. As the situation worsened economically, the former commercial allies of southern Germany and northern Italy began to invade each other's territory in competitive search of business, which was a mutually destructive affair. 104. The political consequences of this collapse for the Germanies were enormous. What Barraclough calls the revolutionary ferment of Protestantism, which, in reaction against the decline of the empire, was strongly national in character. 105. Swept Germany. But, as we have already mentioned, Charles V's involvement in his empire meant that he could not invest his political fortunes in German unification, no more than he could take the perspective of a Spanish nationalist. The Compromise of Quis Regio entrenched the German principalities, undermined the German bourgeoisie, and put off all hope of unification for centuries. Germany would come to be largely divided into a Lutheran north and northeast, the latter at least economically part of the Eastern European periphery, and a wealthier, Catholic southwest, including parts of the Rhine country. As A.J.P. Taylor says, both developments were a retreat from the flourishing days of the Renaissance, which had embraced all Germany. 106 Even in the relatively wealthier southwest, there would come to be a reversion to handicraft industries by the 17th century. 107 Taylor may exaggerate the extent of Germany's prosperity and economic leadership in the early 16th century, but he is undoubtedly correct in noting the dramatic collapse of nascent economic development. 108 The effort of Charles V to dominate politically the European world economy thus redounded negatively upon Spain and upon the Germanies, upon the cities of Flanders and of northern Italy, and upon the merchant houses which linked their fate to empire. The construction of an empire had seemed a reasonable thing to attempt, even a possible one. But it was not. We have already told in large part the story of the Spanish colonial enterprise in the Americas. It would be best simply to describe here the situation as a phenomenon internal to the Spanish Empire, in order to measure the impact of Spanish decline upon the Americas. Spain had established colonies in the Caribbean and some of the littoral surrounding it, contemporary Mexico, Guatemala, and Colombia, as well as in Peru and Chile. These colonies were conceived as economic complements not only of Europe as a whole, but of Spain in particular. 109 Spain did not have the administrative energy to create a large bureaucracy in the Americas. Therefore they used the old expedient of empires, the co-optation of local chieftains into the political system as intermediary agents of the crown and the Spanish settlers. 110 Nor did Spain have the energy to control entirely its own settlers. To keep their political loyalty, it made many economic concessions. One of these was to forbid Indians independent bases of economic power by barring them from raising cattle, the one activity in which they might have been able to compete effectively in the new capitalist economy. 111 Furthermore, not only were the Indians barred from this profitable activity, but its very success weakened them economically, for sheep ate men. In Middle America just as in England. 112 The settlers were nonetheless dependent on continued Spanish support, not so much against Indian and African slave rebellions, as against English and other intrusions into their trade and hence their profit margins. 113 Hence, though they were occasionally unhappy with the crown and its bureaucracy, they did not organize as an autonomous force. Besides, the settlers, many of humble origin, profited from the fact that the colonies were export economies. 114 Indeed, as often happens, in imperial structures, sub-imperialisms grew up layers within layers. We can speak of the ways in which Mexico, that is, the Spaniards in Mexico, colonized Peru. Mexico had a far larger population. There was a constant disparity in price levels throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. Mexico exported manufactures, luxuries, and slaves to Peru and received in return specie and mercury. 115 When the Philippines entered the Spanish trading sphere, the Spaniard in Mexico became the middleman between Manila and Lima, cutting out the Spanish Manileños. 116 This re-export of Chinese wares via Manila from Mexico to Peru became the mainstay of the intercolonial trade. 117 The Spanish crown tried unsuccessfully to break Mexico's role, as it was cutting into the profits of Castile. 118 No one will contest, says Chaunu, that during the 16th century Mexico behaved towards Peru as a metropole towards its colony. 119 One of the effects of political overextension in Europe combined with economic contraction in the second 16th century was that there was an increased emigration of Spaniards to America. 120 It provided a job outlet for Spaniards who needed it and an immediate source of income for the Spanish state, since positions in the American colonial bureaucracy were sold. 121 On the other hand, the growing population of Spaniards living off the land in America in the face of economic contraction, along with the disastrous demographic decline of the Indians under early Spanish rule, combined to create a century of depression in Hispanic America 122 and as a result gradually to give rise to the system of haciendas based on debt peonage. 123 But the hacienda was oriented to a smaller economic world than the plantation. 124 One of relative self-sufficiency of a settler elite. 125 Spain itself found the developing system of lessening economic benefit to her and of increasing political difficulty. It would be easy later for other European states to obtain the economic benefits of Hispanic America.